Hello? Hello? Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Test, test. Am I live? Is everything working? Hello! Hey guys. Hello Sumanite. Hello Roar. Hello Ayane. Good morning, Ricky. Oh, it is good to be back. It's good to be back. I really have... Oh, hi Cecilia. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, 175 slides. This one's going to be a big one. I'm hoping that the thing that's been my hyperfixation for the past week or so is going to be informative, if not enjoyable for you guys. Everything in my personal life really chose to happen at possibly the most inopportune time possible, because so much has happened over the past week. Things have exploded. Twitch is now collapsing, apparently, as a site. I mean, we knew it was an absolute garbage, an absolute dumpster fire, but holy, I did not expect it to devolve this much, this quickly. It's absolutely insane. Oh, Yugure, hey, how many hours will that be? I'm... conservative estimate, maybe 3 to 4? Very probably more. Bro wrote a thesis. Might just have. Mercurius Olcus, thank you for the gifted membership. So much happened within a 2-week period. Yeah, exactly. We creep ever closer to the 200 slide limit. Limit is a strong word. More... I could absolutely see at least something happening, some other topic that would call for more than 200 slides, but that's a matter for future me to worry about. Eduardo, thanks for asking. Is the chair family okay? It's one of those situations where you have a family member whose health is fluctuating quite a bit from very severe to stable but not good. It is the... This may sound very crude, but considering what month we're in, this is a bit like a morbid version of edging, where you keep expecting something to happen, but it never does. But in any case, I will probably have a stream in the future, sometime in the future, where I talk about it a bit more, but yeah, I appreciate you asking though. Something else about this stream, I've turned off ads, mostly because I'm pretty sure this is well, given the things that we are going to be talking about, I'm pretty sure YouTube would have demonetized this VOD anyways. But also because I don't want to be in the middle of discussing something serious and then you getting interrupted with an ad for Reese's Cups or something. That being said, I'm still going to be, accepting, reading out, and I still appreciate, gifteds, super chats, etc. because I did put work into this, so that's still normal, but just no ads. Not big tech friendly, yeah. I have no idea if disabling ads on my own end stops YouTube from demonetizing the VOD, and, well, I mean, again, I wouldn't have a problem with them demonetizing this particular stream if it wasn't for the fact that demonetization also automatically throttles the visibility of whatever you've made, so... Oh yeah, need you going after all those who criticize them, I saw that. You'd think that, well, the thing is with Niji, or specifically with any color, whenever they make an announcement along those lines, I always assume that it's something that the higher-ups have locked in at least 1 or 2 months prior to this point. And because of the bureaucratic mess that is their management, that they just haven't been able to cancel that decision, or to prevent, or, sorry, they've locked it in, and then now it's being released into the public, because they just have no measures in place to, stop it. Cecilia keep getting voting and boner bill ads. I wish I got Reese's Cup ones. If you live... Funny thing about living in Australia, every time I go onto a Twitch stream, I get I almost always get an ad for Reese's that is that stupid foot fetish ad where it's just some guy talking sensually into a microphone while they show someone pouring Reese's into a high heel. It's really bad. So I'm just picturing, like, you know, I'm talking about like some sort of like some sort of social ill, and then you get that on your screen. Like it just kind of kills the experience. But yeah. Thanks for the content focus. You're welcome, Jim Ron. Now if you're in America, you get an interruption by an election ad. I forgot. You guys are going through that right now. Ricky Brent, thank you for becoming a footstool. I hope you enjoy your time here. Yeah, the American election is always a very interesting time of year. It's so funny because if you ever want to get an idea of how Australia is politically, just take America, China, take the average of the two and then tip it slightly towards America and you get Australian politics. And also as a result of that, what that also means is whenever you guys have an election, all of our news outlets are just constantly covering whatever it is you guys are doing. So I for one, cannot wait for your election to be over so that our news outlets can go back to doing whatever passes for their job over here. Even in Japan, there's so much election ads? Yeah. I get election ads for other states? Wow. That's gotta be rough. Mailed my ballot in already, like, and they just leave my house alone. VTuber and foot fetish overlap has to be targeted. Yeah. Actually, now that you mention it, all of the creators I follow are VTubers on Twitch, so that might explain why. Doesn't your country ban random fictional content? Yes, it does. Yep. It's... Australia's government is one of those where they will... It is very much a government that is at constant risk of overreaching in its attempts to quote-unquote protect the citizens. Now, the reason why I say quote-unquote is because when it's a government, it's always a bad idea to assume that they're doing it for altruistic reasons. So... yeah, our government doesn't have a great track record when it comes to stuff like that. Sinful, thank you for the 50,000 currency. Here's your ad revenue. I really appreciate that. How many of the VTubers you know have the feet tag? I never bothered looking. I just tune into the stream and watch. I don't look at the tags. Although I might start looking at the tags now because, well, maybe there is a correlation between whether I get that Reese's ad and what the tags are in that particular stream. Now that I think about it, why foot armpits kind of get a pass because it looks like a VHA, but feet. Yeah, feet is an odd one. Feet is an odd one. Although I will say that I don't know if it's just me, but I've noticed that armpits have been getting a lot more artistic attention this year than any other, I would assume. But yeah. That is an interesting development in terms of, you know, fetish material. Agorist, all I know about Australian politics is that cringe clip of the girl talking to politicians in Zoomer's slang. And you guys, yeah, we have a no, not even a department. We have a minister that was elected in, I forget, I think it was the ACT, the capital of our country, which is insane. But yeah, we had a government official called the Minister of Men's Affairs in response to domestic violence situations. Like, this is probably something that I'm going to end up touching on later on in the stream, but stuff like that is just so stupid on so many levels. But Curious Olcus, thank you for the 5. Here's some more ad revenue. Thank you guys, I really appreciate it. But yeah, it's... Imagine having the thing is, right? If you want to make a yeah, excuse me, yeah, it's insane. But if you want to respond to a crisis, right, where there is seemingly a lot of gendered violence, trying to generalize the entirety of, taking instances of abuse and generalizing that abuse to an entire sex is not the way to go. That's not a very controversial opinion, and yet for some reason our government seems to be terminally incapable of understanding why that is a bad idea. But anyways, I think we have enough people here. Let's get started. Hello! By the way, is the BGM okay? I've switched to a different track for this stream. I just want to know if the levels are alright for you guys. Could I get a 1 if yes, 2 if no? Turkey is worse than that. Based on something called the Duluth model of domestic violence. I haven't seen that. I might search it up after stream. It's good? Okay. Alright, we might get started then. Same with Fidi. Oh, Ayane, believe you me, we are going to be discussing that later on in this stream as well. So, before we start, a few disclaimers. First, I'm going to be bringing up quite a few people that I'm going to be critical of during this stream. However, as always, this is not a license to harass or contact them in any way, shape, or form. 2. This stream will contain very heavy discussion of abuse, assault, and exploitation. If that is not something that you wish to consume, fair enough. However, it is worth noting that we will be talking about that quite a bit. And there will be moments when I don't mince my words. Third, everything on screen will be read aloud, so don't worry if something's temporarily covered up by my icon or something else like that, because, again, I will be reading it aloud so anybody who isn't watching the screen will be able to know what's going on as well. And finally, dates may be affected by time zones. So if something's off by a day or so, that's probably why. Alright, so before we dive into the main content, the stuff about tech companies, etc., etc., I want to introduce you guys to something called the Summit series. Now, essentially what the Summit series are, well, it's a series of conferences, right? Essentially just gigantic networking events between, well, innovators, marketers, tech CEOs, etc., etc. Think TED Talks, but more pretentious and more geared towards rich people. Now, of course, you probably wouldn't be able to tell that based on the way they describe themselves. To quote, "Summit is a community made up of the world's most diverse makers and holistic leaders. Summit gathers and inspires people to effect positive change in the world. Summit is an invitation-only, one-of-a-kind experience where superhumans make magic melding, mixing, moving, and nourishing our ecosystem of global leaders, creators, and explorers to live their biggest life. The only travel essentials required are passion and curiosity." Yeah, sounds gross already? Oh, you have no idea. This is basically all, finance bro techno babble. But essentially, yeah, if you describe it as a nepotism event, that is basically what this is, right? A chance for the top 1% or members or orbiters of the top 1% to come together and give talks to inspire, uplift, and inform one another. In 2017, Summit held an event in Los Angeles. And during this event, of course, they invited a bunch of speakers who were the CEOs of major tech companies. Now, these speakers included people like Jeff Bezos and, as shown here, the then CEO of Netflix, Reed Hastings. Now, the funny thing about tech CEOs is, well, I mean, because they're in tech, they tend to be a little socially awkward, but because they're CEOs, they also tend to have, and again, this is me generalizing by quite a bit, but a lot of CEOs tend to have borderline sociopathic traits. And that can come across in the way that they express themselves at times. And the funniest thing about tech CEOs is if you put them on a stage and give them an audience that they know will clap for them, they tend to say some very interesting things about their jobs, their companies, and their philosophy towards their consumers. And this was no different. During this talk by Reed Hastings, the topic of Netflix's dominance over the video streaming market would be raised. And to quote Reed, he described something called the winning moment of truth. Now, basically, this is a marketing term for when a consumer makes a choice upon being presented with multiple options, especially when choosing between equal competitors. Essentially, what Reed was trying to describe was how he managed to nail the winning moment of truth for Netflix's users. What about Netflix made it the choice for potential viewers, users, whatever, to, well, consume content on that compared to anything else? And he said, quote, he posed this scenario to his audience, right? It's 8 in the evening, you're next to your TV. Which remote control do you pick up? PlayStation remote? TV remote? Or do you turn Netflix on? And again, this was basically a discussion about what makes a consumer choose Netflix. And after raising this scenario, after discussing this topic by posing the following scenario that we just described, the scenario we just described, Mr. Hastings then went on to drop what is possibly the most unintentionally dystopic quote I have ever heard from a tech CEO. He said, quote, sometimes employees at Netflix think, oh my god, we're competing with FX, HBO, or Amazon. But think about if you didn't watch Netflix last night. What did you do? There's such a broad range of things that you did to relax and unwind, hang out and connect, and we compete with all of that. You get a show or a movie you're really dying to watch, and you end up staying up late at night. So we actually compete with sleep, and we're winning. Now, what this quote revealed was, well, to boil it down, and this made headlines for a few weeks after this, Netflix's number one competitor was not another company, was not another service. In their minds, the minds of the higher-ups at Netflix, their number one competitor is sleep. Now, what this also means is that, well, this quote gave its audience, and now hopefully us, the ability to reframe how we conceive of these companies and their dynamic with one another. Because when you really think about it, right? What do you think Netflix is competing with? All the other video streaming services, Prime Video, Hulu, Apple TV, Disney, HBO, YouTube, that's not an actual thing that they're competing with. Or at least that's not the first priority in the minds of the higher-ups, who actually decide on which direction the company goes. No. The actual things they're competing with are other aspects of your life. Things like exercise, sleep, romance, family, hobbies, work, pets. So if you really want to understand how these CEOs, how these tech companies think of their competition, remember that they're not thinking about other companies first and foremost. They are competing. Yes, Alan, exactly. They are competing for your time. Mercurius Olcus, thank you for the 2. Netflix versus Morpheus. Yeah, that would go hard as a series, honestly. But essentially, what has happened over the past, let's say, decade and a half perhaps, is that there are 3 currencies that have emerged in terms of, well, what companies like Netflix are trying to take from their users. The first and most obvious one is money, but the other two, the more precious ones, are a bit more obscure. Time and attention, which combined form engagement. Now, the reason why I point this out is because when the CEO of Netflix, when Reed Hastings said, "We compete with sleep," what he was describing is the fact that his app, his platform, was not competing for money. The thing that, you only have a limited amount of to spend on everything else, or at least the thing that you are most aware that you only have a limited amount of. What they were actually competing for is time and attention. What you choose to spend your time on. What activity you choose to pass the time, as well as what you give your attention to. And the way that these companies extract these three currencies from their users, or I should say, the way that they convince their users to hand over these three currencies, can be broadly summed up in a two-stage process, right? In the first stage, you have design, right? They have to come up with a product. They have to lay the foundations for how it will be marketed. What are the ideas that people should associate with that product? And once they have that defined, then they can move on to stage 2, dissemination, the process of embedding the product in the lives of its users, of its users and consumers. Again, not as a service or a product, but as a part of your life. Yugure, isn't time also kind of limited? Oh, it is very limited. But the thing is, when people spend it, they are less conscious of the way they spend their time compared to the way they spend their money, more often than not. In the first stage, when we're talking about design, this can itself be split up into two stages, right? First, a new product or technology is invented. However, after that happens, then whichever company has just managed to perfect the product into a state where it is marketable to other people, to a state where it is usable, it can be put on sale, then the real fun starts, because they need to come up with a brand. They need to come up with, in other words, desirable mental associations that are selected for marketing purposes. Now, the thing about this is that a lot of the terms that we associate with certain, broad categories of services, right? For example, even the term video on demand, right? A lot of those broad terms have connotations inserted into them that are so baked into the way that we think about these services that we don't even realize that those connotations are there. For example, when you break down the term video on demand, VOD, right? It has connotations of convenience, selection, consumer control. And the thing is, when the marketing is effective enough, when the marketing gets implemented from a stage that is early on enough in a technology or product's life cycle, those connotations become inseparable from the terms we use to describe the product. Our vocab limits our ability to see what these products are designed to do. Yeah, Alan is 3D. Yeah, that's a good way of describing it. Netflix is grooming people to spend free time on Netflix. That is exactly what is going on. And when these companies create a product, decide on a marketable term, or a set of connotations they want their audiences to have, what they induce in their audience is something called hyperopia. Hyperopia, outside of the context of what we are discussing, just the general definition of the word, means far-sightedness, right? Long-sightedness. When you have difficulty seeing things that are close up, but you have no problem looking at things that are far away. However, when applied to this particular context, hyperopia describes cases where users and consumers are encouraged to fixate on a thing's often idealistic potential to improve humanity's future, while conveniently ignoring or obscuring the implications that might come with trying to implement said thing in the present. In other words, you induce hyperopia when you want consumers to think about the potential benefits of your product instead of the banal realities of it. So, Robin V. Mars, rizzle me this gyat, man. What do you associate with your product if the vocab is already outdated by the time you use it? You come up with new vocab. And again, this is something we'll be going through later on in a second. Zvezda 1, thank you for becoming a Footstool. Hope you enjoy your time here. In the case of the term video on demand, we can see an example of this in action. When you look at the connotations associated with that term, with those words, right, you get hyperopic connotations of the idea that users are given absolute control over how they consume content, that users are given access to a robust catalog of content that they can flip through at their leisure, that all the content is going to be high quality but yet accessible for a cheap price, and that the convenience provided by the service will allow it to surpass mediums that came before it, right? Television, movies, etc., etc. However, once you look past the hyperopic idealism of the marketing behind the term video on demand, when you look at the way that it actually manifests in real life, in other words, when you actually apply human behavior to this, you get quite a different picture. Instead of just the simple users are given absolute control over how they consume content, you get the reality that binge watching then ends up becoming a global cultural phenomenon. Instead of the idea that users are given a robust catalog of content, catalogs become dispersed between multiple streaming outlets as licenses change hands, and this problem has only gotten worse as the streaming market has become larger and more developed. Instead of high-quality content becoming accessible for a cheaper price, once you get an audience that is locked onto one or only a few platforms, prices end up rising and quality falls as market dominance is achieved. Again, there is no incentive for these platforms to improve much further, so the quality starts to dwindle and the prices start to rise. And Alice, can I just pirate Netflix content? You always could, but it was just that in the past, when Netflix was first hitting its stride, it was so convenient and it was so cheap that pirating became more of a hassle and less appealing. Of course, now that's changed as it's become more dominant, but the point remains, it didn't start off this way. And then finally, as we are starting to notice with platforms like YouTube and Twitch especially, instead of the idea that, the convenience of the service will end up making it very different to things like traditional television, as the service gets more and more centralized, as it becomes more and more monopolistic in its practices, it starts to mimic the mediums that came before it. In the case of YouTube and Twitch, we're starting to see those platforms slowly morph into a form that is closer and closer to resembling, if not mimicking, traditional television. Now, once these connotations have been established, once these terms have been locked in, once the marketing is ready to go, then you move on to stage 2, dissemination. Essentially, you now release your product along with its marketing to your consumers. And once your consumers begin to adopt the product, once your audiences are exposed to the product or the technology, then begins a campaign of continuously massaging them into habitualizing it. Remember, your end goal is not to make your product the best product on the market. Your end goal is to make your product a part of your consumer's life. Again, like I said, right? In the words of Reed Hastings, they're competing with sleep and they're winning, right? Now, when it comes to ways that this massaging can occur, broadly speaking, you can probably separate them into three general categories, right? Exactly, Ayane, turning it into a necessity is a good way to describe it. Now, the way that they convince audiences to view this technology as a part of their lives, as something that has always been there, something that they can't imagine living without, there are three main strategies, three main approaches that a company can use. You have social intervention, cultural intervention, and linguistic intervention. Now to explain each of them in slightly more detail. When it comes to social intervention, essentially, this is when something happens in society that impacts your consumer's life to the point where you now have room to expand outwards the niche that your product occupied in their life so it can take over a larger portion of it, so it can embed itself further in your consumer's conception of what is their everyday life. Now, the most obvious example of this, especially in the way that Netflix operated, was the pandemic. The worst part about social intervention, when you look at it from the perspective of a consumer, is that it doesn't have to be a tech corporation initiating the thing that ends up giving them greater control over your life. It can just be something completely out of your control, completely out of theirs as well. After the pandemic happened, when people were locked down in their homes, Netflix's stock absolutely exploded over the next 1 to 2 years. And for good reason. Because as people were trapped inside, people started using Netflix, well, since it was the largest streaming platform, the one that had the most robust marketing behind it, people started signing up to it en masse, to the point where its numbers ballooned enormously. Not only that, but it ended up shaping a new way to consume content online. There were apps like, Teleparty that were cropping up in order to turn the experience of watching a show from a streaming platform from an individual one to a social one. Netflix was essentially redefining the way that people socialized with one another, or that people satisfied their need to keep themselves occupied. Now, in addition to this, you also have linguistic intervention, and this one's a bit more self-explanatory, where you try to change the vocabulary that your consumers use in order to cement your place in the culture, in the society that your users find themselves in, right? For example, in the same year that Reed Hastings gave that talk at Summit LA, Netflix put out a press release describing the way that they want their users to view their own practice of binge watching. To quote this statement, Netflix has changed the way the world engages with stories. Viewers watch when, where, and how they want, at whatever pace, and in doing so has given rise to a new kind of fan, the binge racer. Accomplishing in a day what takes others weeks to achieve, binge racers strive to be the first to finish by speeding through an entire season within 24 hours of its release. In total, 8.4 million members have chosen to binge race during their Netflix tenure, and the only thing faster than their rate of watching is the rate this behavior continues to grow. Between 2013 and 2016, the amount of launch day finishers increased more than 20 times over. And before you assume that racers are just basement-dwelling couch potatoes, know that for these superfans, the speed of watching is an achievement to be proud of and brag about. We're looking at you, Anastasia. TV is their passion, and binge racing is their sport. Now, again, in a potentially unintentional dystopic fashion, what Netflix was attempting to do is Azahara the binge racist. I genuinely wish they'd gone with that term instead, because that would make this so much more palatable to read. But essentially what Netflix was doing is they noticed a trend of behavior, but they also noticed that their brand was at risk of being affected by the pretty understandable and accurate term that was cropping up to describe this behavior: binge watching. And so they tried to intervene. They tried to change the words that people used in order to create a more healthy, more wholesome view of that behavior. And again, objectively speaking, if you do this, this is, and I say this as a generalization, but I thoroughly believe this is the truth. If you do this, if you binge watch with the intention of finishing an entire series on the day that it releases for no reason other than to be able to brag to somebody else about it, you are making your own experience so much worse. There is no way that you can actually take in what is going on in that show if this is all you do. Yeah, Cecilia, I love consuming. Yeah, exactly. And that is exactly what this linguistic intervention tried to massage Netflix's viewers into doing. Just keep consuming. Don't worry about whether it's healthy or not. Don't worry about whether you actually get maximum enjoyment out of the content or not. Just keep consuming. And they wanted to get rid of any negative connotations, any negative terminology that might get in the way of that. So to continue later on, when they had a section called methodology at the bottom of this press release where they actually defined what a binge racer was in their eyes, right? Binge racers are defined as members who complete a season of a TV show within 24 hours of its release on Netflix. Data accommodates for time zones and is reflective of a show's launch within 24 hours of a country's release. Total number of members since 2012 who have finished a season of a TV show within 24 hours of its release. Binge racing behavior grew from 200,000 members in 2013 to more than 5 million in 2017. That is an increase of, well, that's 25 times larger within the span of 4 years, which is insane. Top shows were identified as those with the largest number of binge racers globally. Binge racing ranking has no relation to overall viewership. Top countries were identified as those with the highest percentage of members who are binge racers. Binge race ranking has no relation to overall country membership. Now, again, to give you a clearer idea of what was going on here, essentially, when you look at the term binge watcher, there's a lot of connotations there that are kind of uncomfortable, right? That make it sound like more of an insult than, well, a title. You have the idea that there is, it's paralyzing, right? You're just sitting there watching something without doing anything else. Then this idea that it's a solo activity. You're just binge watching something, presumably on your own. You have the idea that it is a passive activity. You're just sitting there and consuming something while it plays without paying heed to any of the actual material that's going on in the show or taking in any of the messages of the show. And then finally, again, because of the fact that you use the word binge in there, it has connotations of addiction, right? Unhealthiness. However, in trying to change the term to binge racer, not only was Netflix trying to minimize the amount the amount of headspace that connotations of addiction would take up. Again, you can't eliminate that entirely because the word binge is still in the title. But what they did was they introduced a whole bunch of other connotations that they hoped would cancel it out. Instead of paralysis, you now had connotations of initiative. Instead of a solo activity, it was a competitive one, right? It became a group activity where you could essentially you could participate in a dick measuring contest with other users based off how quickly you finished a series right after it was released. You also introduced connotations of it being an active activity somehow, despite the fact that, again, you are just sitting there, or maybe standing there, mindlessly watching a TV show. Most of the time, if you were to complete an entire series within the span of a day, you would probably have to play it at 2 times speed or something. Again, faster than the way it was designed to be watched. And then, to cap it all off, you introduced the idea of accomplishment, right? This idea that, well, once you finish binging an entire series, then 24 hours of its release, you've done something that is worth celebrating in your life. Which, well, I don't think many people would argue that's not really the case. Mercurius Orcus, thank you for the 5. I want cyberpunk downloads of entire shows straight into my brain. Unironically, that is the kind of future that companies like this would probably want. LinuxFi, why not just call it speedrun? That's a good question, because speedrun would be a very good descriptor. Only problem, speedrunning is a term that has connotations that predate what was happening with Netflix and binge watching. when you are trying to introduce a new term, a new bit of vocabulary, or even just when you're trying to come up with when you're trying to influence the way that people see your brand, you want to avoid things that have pre-existing connotations, right? So it is while it would be easier to describe this as speedrunning, the problem is you would also get tangled in all the other connotations that speedrunning has, especially when it's applied to things like gaming, for example. That's why they came up with binge racer as an alternative to binge watcher, rather than changing the entire thing and just calling it speedrunning. Now, the third kind of intervention, cultural intervention, is a bit, well, it bleeds into the others a little bit. Because on one hand, you have things like, generally speaking, right, cultural intervention can be separated into three, again, it itself as a category can be separated into three subcategories. First, you have accidental intervention. This is when part of your brand gets picked up by your audience and they make some sort of cultural meaning attached to it that you had no hand in. Then you have proactive intervention, where you make stuff for your audience to consume, stuff that you hope will influence the culture that, surrounds your consumers. And then you have reactive intervention, where you pick up on something that your consumers are doing and you try to integrate that into you try to convert that into a cultural practice or belief. Now, accidental intervention, Netflix and chill, kind of bleeds into linguistic intervention a little bit, but the reason why I didn't put it in that category is because the ones creating this term was not Netflix. This was people who used the service creating their own language, or their own bits of language, right? Again, for those who don't know, Netflix and chill is a euphemism for having sex. And when users came up with this effectively embedded Netflix into cultural consciousness, right? People in general were aware that this euphemism existed, and it helped Netflix become further integrated into everyday life. Because, it's easy. Netflix, the streaming service, is much more boring than Netflix, the thing that you put on in the background while you have sex. Then you have the more proactive interventions. This is more straightforward, right? Netflix originals. So at some point, Netflix decided, just picking up licenses so we can give our audiences access to content other people have made is fine, but we want to be able to influence cultural attitudes ourselves as well. So they started funding shows that would be put directly onto Netflix originals. And again, this was their contribution to a cultural industry, filmmaking, or, the production of TV shows, right? Or something similar. And again, that was the goal that they set out proactively to accomplish. And then finally, you have reactive interventions. Netflix realized that a lot of people were getting around their fees by trying to share a password. And instead of cracking down on that, at least initially, they have started to do that now, as of the last, 2-3 years maybe. But initially, in 2017, when it was still hitting its stride, Netflix, instead of cracking down on the password sharing, they put out this tweet that ended up going viral. Love is sharing a password. And now that whole practice had embedded itself even further into the minds of into the everyday lives of its consumers. Because now, sharing a password is a sign of love, right? It's an everyday thing. Now, again, the thing about cultural intervention, the examples that we've gone through so far of social intervention, linguistic intervention, cultural intervention, when it comes to the ways in which Netflix specifically tried to ingrain itself into the lives of its audience, it comes off very benign, right? At most, maybe they're trying to change a word that has uncomfortable connotations, or maybe they're, maybe they're leaning into a meme that their audience came up with on their own. Again, it just seems to be pretty, low stakes, pretty insignificant, harmless even. But it doesn't always work out this way. For example, the cultural impact of platforms that are as large as Netflix, or let's say Facebook, is, their influence is so significant that governments have started trying to tamper with them, trying to pressure them into doing things that might end up swaying public opinion. In this particular case, the story that I'm referencing here is the Hunter Biden laptop story, specifically the way that it was handled by Facebook. Article from PBS News. Zuckerberg says the White House pressured Facebook to, quote, censor some COVID-19 content during the pandemic. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg says senior Biden administration officials pressured Facebook to censor COVID-19 content during the pandemic and vowed that the social media giant would push back if it faced such demands again. Another article published by National Review. Zuckerberg admits Facebook wrong to suppress Hunter laptop story, scolds White House for COVID censorship. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg acknowledged Monday that Biden administration officials pressured Facebook into censoring COVID-related content and conceded that his platform was mistaken when it censored the Hunter Biden laptop story ahead of the 2020 election. Again, you might say that Facebook as a platform has fallen off, but it is still used by a pretty significant user base. It still has a pretty significant user base. And again, whether we like it or not, it will end up shaping quite a few people's perception of the world. And that makes social media platforms like this, or just media platforms in general, like this, or maybe Netflix or Twitter, etc., it makes them appealing targets for governments trying to control how their populations view society, view the world, or consume news. When you think about things like linguistic intervention, bad ways that can manifest, or harmful ways that it can manifest, you also get examples of the same thing happening, where, for example, this tweet by Moon Jelly, please stop abbreviating pedophile as PDF, you stupid fucks, just say the word. A phenomenon that is so prevalent that it has even had news articles in mainstream media being written about it by, like, for example, this one by the Washington Post. Internet, quote, algo-speak, end quote, is changing our language in real time, from, quote, nip-nops to, quote, le dollar bean. Algo-speak is becoming increasingly common across the internet as people seek to bypass content moderation filters on social media platforms such as TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitch. Algo-speak refers to code words or turns of phrase users have adopted in an effort to create a brand-safe lexicon that will avoid getting their posts removed or downranked by content moderation systems. For example, in many online videos, it is common to say unalive rather than dead, SA instead of sexual assault, or spicy eggplant instead of vibrator. So, again, what the hell do those phrases mean? Your guess is as good as mine, Mercurius. But the point remains that when it comes to linguistic intervention, it's not always as obvious as what Netflix was doing when they tried to rebrand binge watching as binge racing. Sometimes it is as simple as simply changing your algorithm, again, mind you, without telling anybody, and then people trying to adapt to that algorithm so they can still succeed. And because it is creators that end up doing this, their audiences are infected with this new vocabulary as well. Now, what this ends up doing, unintentionally, or maybe intentionally, it's hard to tell, is that when you discuss serious topics, like, for example, death or assault, your terms get watered down to the point where it becomes almost impossible to impart the full impact of whatever it is you are trying to discuss. It is very, very difficult to get across the gravity of a situation or a scenario if you're stuck using algo speak. For example, let's say I was trying to describe a massacre that happened at some part of the world, and I started it off by saying that a group of people were unalived as a result of their ethnic background. Instantly, things like, the idea of the atrocity that has just been committed is significantly neutered as a result of someone having to use that kind of vocabulary in order to simply get their content out to people. And the impacts of that, the wider social impacts of that, are, well, I am willing to bet that they are going to be quite significant, but we are only going to be able to see that down the line. Probably 5 to 10 years down the line or something like that. When a whole generation raised on this kind of, well, this kind of behavior, this kind of environment is mature enough to vote. Mercurius Orcus, the new newspeak? Yes, exactly. This is, and again, the fact that this is a meme is amusing as well, but this is quite literally 1984. Yeah, the punch is taken away instantly. That just makes me cackle. I don't blame you, but at the same time, if your goal is to get people to take something seriously, if your goal is to report on news that might have implications for a wide range of people, this is an awful way of kneecapping your ability to express that. And finally, you have other forms of social intervention. For example, the whole phenomenon of boy math and girl math, or specifically girl math, when it first cropped up on, I think, TikTok. This was an app effectively popularizing irresponsible impulse spending, right? And again, this was something that became a social trend, despite the fact that it is, financially speaking, not a great decision and not a great practice. On the flip side of the spectrum, you also have the fact that the way that people approach love, the way that people approach social interactions in the instances where they're trying to seek out a romantic partner, have started to alter according to the mediums that they use to do that. For example, this article that was published by the Wall Street Journal, Love Across Continents, the surprising Cupid for young couples. Gen Zs on the platform Discord are unexpectedly finding romantic partners who live hundreds of thousands of miles away. Chats lead to travel, meeting the parents, and even marriage. For better or for worse, Discord has shaped an entire generation's idea of romance. Now, whether you think that's a good thing or not is a matter of personal opinion. I personally think that Discord becoming the default platform for romance has done irreparable damage to modern society's conception of what romance is, and made it inseparable from Discord e-kittens and, well, sweaty moderators. But again, like it or not, this is how our society is currently being reshaped by the platforms we use to interact with one another, to perceive the world. And when you put all of this together, what you get is a rather disturbing picture of how many aspects of our lives are currently being fought for in these gigantic melees of multi-billion-dollar companies. When you think about the amount of time we have in our lives, just free time, sleep, etc., you have an entire group of companies vying for that. You know, like a pack of dogs trying to tug away at scraps of meat from a bone. You have, you know, again, like I said, all of the streaming services that we talked about just then. But when it comes to other aspects of our life, it's no different. For example, when it comes to the way that we interact with other people, the way that we approach news, social discourse, even something as important and society shaping as politics, this all takes place on other apps. Like, for example, Meta, Twitter, Reddit, or Facebook, sorry. Or when it comes to just basic human interaction, Snapchat and Discord have now become extraordinarily popular mediums for people to use to communicate with one another. And as a result, they've ended up shaping the way that people interact with one another as well. Where's Temu? Good point. I forgot to add that one in. When it comes to the way that we approach the idea of spending, buying, investing our money in things to improve our lives, right? We now have companies like Amazon, eBay, Shopify, Temu, AliExpress, Rakuten vying for a space in our lives to define how we even conceive of the idea of spending money. And then finally, and perhaps most insidious, the way that we approach love. There is a whole range of apps that are currently in the process of trying to envelop that portion of people's lives. You have OkCupid, Tinder, Hinge, Bumble, Plenty of Fish, and a whole other range of apps that are trying to commodify love and eventually hoping to monopolize it as well. And when you put all of this together, the rather disturbing revelation you come to is that when you think about these companies at their highest levels, these corporations are not really competing with one another. They are colluding to compete with their consumers' ability to live without them. Again, the thing that I want you guys to start to, I suppose, move away from is the idea that the most significant competitors to these companies are each other, when, in fact, they are competing with aspects of your life. Every moment you spend not on one of these apps is a moment that they are looking at while licking their lips and rubbing their hands. Now this brings us to another question, which is, how do we get here, right? How do we get to this point where these companies are in a position where not only can they aspire to embed themselves in the lives of their consumers, not only can they aspire to taking over entire aspects of human life and interaction, but they actually have the means to do so. And it starts with a little something called cloud computing. Now, essentially, this term, cloud computing, and I'll relay this to you guys in the exact same way as it was taught to me back when I was still at uni. Cloud computing was a term that was first invented by a tech company called Compaq in 1996, and when it was first created, it was developed much the same way as video on demand as a marketing ploy. It was supposed to be a word that would take on positive connotations that in due time would become inseparable from the way that people viewed it, right? So, in terms of what this term means, again, cloud computing is very difficult to define because it's taken on multiple different definitions depending on who you ask and throughout the time that it has existed. However, the term itself has always had value as a marketing tool because the definitions are almost always some flavor of positive, right? First, it started off as just a metaphor for the internet. Then it became this idea of public utility, right? The same way as a park is, right? Where it is this common resource that everyone can access and everyone can participate in, contribute to, etc., etc. Then it started to take on more definitive definitions, right? A ubiquitous, convenient, on-demand network access to a shared pool of configurable computing resources, or something like storage, processing, and distribution of data applications and services for individuals and organizations. But again, regardless of which of these definitions were slapped onto this term, they all shared the same purpose: to turn this into a promotional term. And as a result, again, when you think of cloud computing now, it is almost impossible to separate the idea of this word from the connotations that were slapped onto it from its inception. However, there have been media academics that have endeavored to do just that, to take the term and give it a definition that can be viewed separately from all of the marketing that went into it. And one of these media academics is a guy by the name of Vincent Mosco. And he published a book in 2014 called To the Cloud: Big Data in a Turbulent World, where he provided this definition of cloud computing: the storage, processing, and distribution of data, applications, and services. And as part of his attempt to finally turn this into a concrete word, right, not dependent on any of the marketing that cropped up around it, he decided that it would be best to label it, or best to categorize, the 5 traits that define whether something counts as cloud computing or not. And when he was done, he settled on these following 5. First, cloud computing requires on-demand self-service. Users have to be able to go on to access this service whenever they want, and, well, essentially, use it without any sort of external guidance. That would be one of the requirements for this to take off. Next is broad network access. Again, it needs to be able to give individual users the ability to access a whole bunch of other things that are connected on the same sort of, I suppose, system of platforms, networks, websites, etc., etc. Next is resource pooling. Again, the aim of cloud computing is to take a whole bunch of resources, tools, information from a bunch of different sources and then put them all together into one convenient place for users to access. And then again, this makes it easier for this said resources to be distributed globally. Because again, if a user accesses, it doesn't matter if a user accesses it from, China or Colombia, they all access the same thing and they're able to access it just the same. Next is rapid elasticity. Now, what this means is that the scale at which this service operates can balloon out or shrink in at very quick rates, right? Depending on how many users are accessing the service at the same time, or depending on the scale of the amount of resources that need to be pooled in one place. Again, cloud computing has the ability to expand outwards or shrink inwards at the drop of a hat. And then finally, measured service. One of the most important things about cloud computing is the way that it is monetized. Whenever this service is distributed, it's always accompanied by some sort of metric that the people who allow access to the service can use in order to decide how much to charge you. And this becomes more and more important the more you start to realize how exactly cloud computing works when you separate it from all the utopic, hyperopic ideas of just it being a public utility or it being a convenience designed for making its users' lives better, etc., etc., right? Essentially, when you think about the contrast between how cloud computing was marketed versus how cloud computing is implemented, you get this dichotomy where people thought, users, especially everyday users, thought that the way that cloud computing was designed to operate was that it would just be, as was described, right, a central pool of resources that they could all use, right? Audiences could extract information, entertainment, assistance/tools or storage, and they would be able to just get it all from the same place, right? Easy, convenient, doesn't care about where in the world you are. That's simply how it's used. But the problem is, when you peer into something, right, there's always a chance that something will peer into you. And how cloud computing was implemented was that not only were users peering into the cloud for information, entertainment, assistance/tools, and storage, but when they did, the cloud peered into them. Every time users would access these services, these products, whatever, these resources, they would be trading in, whether they were aware of it or not, information about them. Whether it be something as banal as a social media profile, you entering your name, your date of birth, etc., etc., or something as intimate as you making a post about how you are trying to cope with the fact that one of your family members has recently been diagnosed with cancer. All of that gets stored. All of that information is tracked. And we've talked about on previous streams, right? We've talked about the phenomenon of datafication, right? The ability of network platforms to quantify aspects of life that had never been quantified before. But this was something else. This was something new. What we were dealing with was something that has since been termed big data. Not just the quantification of an aspect of life that hadn't been quantified before. No, the quantification of everyday life in all its aspects on an unprecedented scale, facilitated by increasingly complex algorithms and increasingly anticipatory surveillance practices. Now, what I mean by anticipatory surveillance practices is that nowadays, well, the most clear illustration of what I mean by that is advertising. Previously, advertising had to be reactive, right? The audience would provide some sort of indication of what they want, and then advertising or advertising firms would try to pivot to accommodate that, right? You would shape the messages based off of what you were shown by your intended demographic, your intended buyers. But what big data facilitated was the collection of so much information about so many people in such precise a manner that now you can build an accurate profile of what someone is like, who they are, what they might need or want in their lives, and you can tailor your advertising to fit that preemptively. This is the whole, Google suggesting a search result that you've only discussed as a joke with a friend out loud yesterday, right? Before you even seriously consider buying a thing or whatever. Now, again, like I said, both the most profitable and perhaps the most disturbing way that big data has changed the way that these platforms approach the whole concept of advertising is that prior to big data practices, right, targeted ads worked by identifying a demographic, like I said, right, identifying a demographic and then shaping their message to best fit that demographic. But now, because of the fact that so many people have such detailed data profiles just floating around on the internet, now they don't need to target a demographic. Now they can target individuals. And the kinds of practices that this opens up for platforms can be absolutely deplorable in terms of the way that they are implemented. For example, in September of 2022, an article was published onto a science journal called 50 Patents with the following title: Health Advertising on Facebook, Privacy and Policy Considerations. What this article was looking at, well, a few things. It was looking at how common marketing tools, to read it out, common marketing tools share sensitive health data with Facebook without patient consent, how health organizations track user data on and off Facebook, how companies are involved with one another, possibly colluding with one another, how these health companies are colluding with Facebook in order to better track their users. And then finally, how this is an unethical, possibly illegal practice. So essentially, what this study was looking at is how users who had signed up to services from various health companies ended up getting their data, taken for the purposes of profiling them, profiling their activities, both on and off the website of the health company that they'd been involved with, and on and off Facebook. And the thing that makes this particular study disturbing is that this wasn't just health data. This wasn't just health data of any kind of random person. No. These were cancer patients. Cancer patients and their families who had signed up to find various communities that would support them or where they could find support in their time of need, right? To quote the study, in this study, we focused on cross-site tracking middleware used by digital medicine companies within the cancer community. We chose this focus because these tools make cancer patient populations vulnerable to online scams, medical misinformation, and privacy breaches. Again, you don't need to look much further than YouTube to understand how these companies have far more stringent requirements for what content is allowed on their platform compared to what advertising is allowed on their platform. To go on, the patient community's digital footprint expanded exponentially when patients tuned into social networks such as Facebook, seeking support, knowledge, and advice during a health diagnosis. Genetic testing companies offering cancer diagnostics, health services, and patient communities can all become unwitting participants in digital dark patterns when posting or engaging with ads on Facebook. We analyzed cancer-related health companies, N equals 5, so essentially what that means is they looked at 5 different health companies, the ones listed down here being Invitae, Citizen, spelt with 3 I's, Color, Health Union, and Myriad Genetics, and essentially looked at how they were using third-party cross-site tracking tools to monitor patient behavior between their own websites and Facebook. This process identified how companies are able to leverage Facebook's health-related ad targeting tools to generate data about cancer patient advocates on social media as marketing leads. Essentially, these companies, or at least some of these companies, used third-party tools in order to extract information and track their users when said users interacted with Facebook and all of the algorithmic tools that are present on that platform. Our analysis showed that 3 out of the 5 companies did not comply with their own policies or claims about privacy. Only 2 out of the 5 companies, Citizen and Invite, targeted ads but were consistent with their own policies. So, Color, Health Union, Myriad Genetics, not only did they track their users, their consumers during this time, but they broke their own policies. They violated their own policies while they were doing so. Yet all companies in our analysis created digital footprints to enable ongoing tracking and surveillance of patient populations on Facebook. Findings of non-compliance were similar in that recent cross-sectional study demonstrating that an ecosystem of medical and digital health or digital medicine apps available on Google Play, only 47% user data transmissions complied with each company's own privacy policy. So, in other words, less than half of all medical and digital medicine apps available on Google Play actually followed their own policies when it came to tracking their users and, well, farming their data. So essentially how this would work is that said users would interact with the websites of these companies, right? Again, they're cancer patients or relatives of cancer patients looking for resources, right? Some sort of help in order to deal with their diagnosis or even to make that diagnosis. Then these companies would take that data and then using third-party tools, they would create a digital footprint that would be easy, that would make it easier for them to track what these users were doing on other platforms, specifically on Facebook. There they had access to, well, they could use Facebook's tools in order to launch targeted advertising campaigns at these users while they were simply trying to find or interact with a community of other cancer patients, cancer patient family members, or survivors, and, well, essentially groom them over there. Now, this paper also coined a pretty cute term, what they called privacy zuckering. To quote them, "The ways in which internet browsing data reveals facts about health to advertisers can be deceptive when patients seek knowledge on the internet. A, quote, dark pattern," so again this is a technical media term, "is a user interface design that benefits the online service by nudging, coercing, or deceiving users into making unintended and potentially harmful decisions." Again, it's not outright trying to get you to click on something that says, "I'm going to share all of my data with anyone you choose," but it's basically trying to subtly guide you into doing that. Maybe by placing the accept versus decline buttons in reverse order or something like that. So the term that they invented, privacy zuckering, is a known type of dark pattern originally identified by Tim Jones at Electronic Frontier Foundation in 2010. Privacy zuckering happens when a user is tricked into publicly sharing more information than a user really intended to share. When this specific type of dark pattern is employed to elicit public data from patient populations online, one might consider the sensitivity of health data involved. In the field of health privacy and cybersecurity, when protected health information is leaked or stolen, the potential harms include physical, economic, psychological, reputational, and societal harms. With the explosion of social media over the past decade, online communities of patients exist on social media platforms. Health and pharmaceutical companies spent almost $1 billion on just Facebook mobile ads in 2019. Patient populations who have shared knowledge about their health by engaging on social media have generated increasingly large marketing channels for digital medicine and pharma companies to target ads to patient populations. Again, picture this. You've recently been diagnosed with cancer. You have you're looking for somebody, a community of people who you can get some sort of emotional support from, right? And in connecting with that, suddenly, after you find one such community, after you start interacting with that page, after you like that page, after maybe you comment on under a few of the posts that have been made by other members of that page, you start getting targeted ads about getting tested for cancer, about support groups for cancer, support groups that are organized and, sponsored by specific companies, Health Union, Citizen, Invite, etc., etc. And you're wondering why. The answer is this. You cannot look me dead in the eye and say with a straight face that Zuckering is not a euphemism. I'd say it's probably intentional, because, I mean, these are media academics. They know what they're doing when they come up with terminology like this. But it really is a pretty accurate term. Vivian Raj, once communities are formed, are these communities easier to be targeted since they have already filtered the individuals? Yes, exactly. And the thing is, when you become part of a community like that, you are now an easily profilable demographic. The target has grown bigger. It's harder to miss. But the thing is, communities work the way that I imagine it, right? And again, this isn't scientific. This is just anecdotal. The way that I imagine it is once you join a community like that, you automatically get flagged as a potential, someone who these ads would potentially work on. And once you get flagged, your information is then siphoned off to be put into a neater profile, right? More concise profile for companies like Health Union, Invite, Citizen, Color to look at. So it's certainly something that would catch their attention. Again, a metaphor that I've used in the past is thrashing your legs in shark-infested waters. Once you do that, these companies know where to look. Now, in order to make sure that I don't end up misrepresenting anything about the findings of this study, I just want to briefly go through the final discussion that this study had as a result of their findings on the matter. So, health privacy is a basic requirement of digital medicine for reducing the abuse of power and supporting patient autonomy. We demonstrated that personal data and personal health data can be easily obtained without the aid of highly sophisticated cyber attack techniques, but with rather commonplace third-party advertising tools. Again, the things that these companies use in order to build, in order to essentially profile their patients, right, or profile their users, was not like they didn't have to use a phishing scam or something like that. They just had to use whatever third-party advertising tools were available on Facebook. While privacy zuckering dark patterns are deceptive, it is not clear that companies in our study intended to deceive their users. Again, I imagine that this is a sort of liability statement to make sure that they don't accidentally accuse the companies involved in this study of anything too major, right? Again, the dark patterns present in the design of Facebook as a platform can be deceptive. However, that is not enough to say that the companies themselves set out with the intention of deceiving their customers, at least technically speaking. Nor is it clear the extent to which these companies were aware of how tools are feeding data about users' health information to Facebook as they engage with ads. Again, no proof that the companies had all of this in mind, had this planned out when they engaged in this kind of activity. The tools we identified are not inherently good or bad. Applying commonplace advertising tools designed for social media marketing can expose sensitive health information in the form of leads. These marketing tools reveal a dark pattern used to track vulnerable patient journeys across platforms as they browse online, in some ways unclear to these companies and patient populations who are engaging through Facebook. While the digital media ecosystem relies on social media to recruit and build their businesses through advertising-related marketing channels, these practices sometimes contradict their own stated privacy policies and promises to users. As previously stated, the authors have disclosed findings through proper channels prior to the submission of this work to allow each company time to respond and notify users if a breach occurred. We hope that the details around these vulnerabilities inspire deeper introspection into the tools and tactics that private health-related companies utilize to increase their reach towards patients that they seek to serve and protect. Again, you can hope that these companies are going to engage in, quote, introspection. But these companies are not human. They may be run by people, but when you look at them as an entity, their sole purpose is to make money. So unless they get caught again doing something underhanded, unless it forms a PR risk that threatens their bottom line, any hopes of introspection are, to say the least, a little naive. And the worst part about all of this is that companies that engage in this kind of practice, yes, serve and protect, fat chance. But yeah, companies that engage in these kinds of practices are never going to be really penalized because they are in a position where effectively governments can't regulate them that effectively. And it all ties back to what I talked about earlier about those three currencies, right? Money, time, and attention, engagement. Governments can only regulate and penalize a company according to how they make money, right? Fines numbering into the tens of millions are trivial for a multi-billion-dollar platform. However, what governments, and to some extent users as well, are a little, I suppose, in the dark about is the fact that information, data, is far more valuable to these companies than anything else. Imagine for a second if instead of penalizing a company by simply imposing a fine, you forced them to disclose the algorithm that they used in order to implement an unethical practice or to manipulate their users. Imagine if instead of just fining them, you forced them to leak the minutes of private meetings before they decided to go ahead with an unethical tactic. Now, again, this is just me spitballing, and this is me coming up with ideas that might have, that might be completely unfeasible because of possible legal ramifications. In fact, I'm almost certain that there will be some ramifications that I haven't thought about. But the main point is, fines don't do anything because the main currency that these platforms trade off of is not money. Even money is the nominal fee that you as the user pay to them for the privilege of allowing them to extract everything else from you. Time, attention, information, data, all of these things. That is where the real value lies. So, again, companies are going to be able to get away with this partially because of the fact that governments aren't in a position to effectively regulate them just yet. Because governments are still grappling with the idea that, the main currency these platforms trade off of is not money. However, the other thing is simply the market conditions that surround these companies. Because a lot of them are in positions when they are so large, so consolidated in their particular market that there is literally nothing that can threaten them. There is no competition. And when we talk about market conditions, right? Market conditions that facilitate this kind of shitty behavior, that make it so that they are basically invulnerable to penalty. A lot of people understand monopolies, right? Everyone knows what a monopoly is. A market dominated by a single supplier of a good or service. Everyone understands why monopolies are bad, because when there's only one supplier, the consumer pretty much loses all agency, right? The seller, the supplier can set whatever price they want, and the consumer just has to put up with it. However, not a lot of people tend to discuss the flip side of a monopoly, which is a monopsony. Instead of a market dominated by a single supplier of a good or service, a monopsony is a market dominated by a single buyer of a good or service. And the thing about monopsonies is, even though I don't think they're discussed as much, I would argue that they are equally as bad as monopolies. Because just as a market that is dominated by a single supplier gets to take away all agency from the buyers of a good or service, a market that is dominated by only one buyer gets to set whatever price they want that the sellers of a service just have to agree to. And the thing is, those who are selling a good or a service, quote unquote selling, they might not even be aware that they are doing that. And the reason why monopsony is relevant to what we're talking about is because this is what these tech companies are operating on. And the sellers in question are us, right? Users. we are essentially selling them our data, our time, our attention, to some extent. The phrase selling money sounds silly, but that's exactly what we're doing, right? And in return, they are offering us convenience, a service of some sort, quality being whatever they choose for, whatever they choose to offer. Again, we operate in a monopsony where these tech companies are buying our resources at a price that they have set, because their price is basically whatever quality they choose to have their platform operate at. For example, let's say time and money. YouTube and Twitch are platforms that offer us their platforms to use in return for our money, our time, and our attention, our information. But their platforms are far from perfect. Twitch has garbage moderation. YouTube's features are broken, to say the least, especially when it comes to their moderation. And yet we have to grit our teeth and put up with it, because that is simply the price they've set. There isn't really anyone else buying our data. Like, you can say that YouTube and Twitch are competing with one another, but when you look at it when you zoom out a little bit, there isn't really that much difference in terms of the way that consumers, viewers, users in general are treated between the two. So, again, the thing about these platforms especially is that they operate in a monopsony where they have managed to stumble upon the perfect formula. They've essentially discovered an infinite money glitch where if they offer users a platform where they can create content, post content, view content, they have formed a self-sustaining loop where, and this is something I've talked about in previous streams, but you essentially have users that choose to become creators who make the content that other users engage with, and with that engagement, the original creators get attention, validation, money, etc., and this loop continues to sustain itself, growing larger and larger with every rotation. And the thing is, YouTube doesn't have to do anything. They just have to provide the platform, and the thing that keeps viewers coming back is made by other users. And this is self-sustaining. And the thing is, these aren't even discrete groups, because they bleed into one another all the time. Users who are just viewers can become creators at the drop of a hat. Creators will also, when in their free time, end up viewing the content made by other people on the same platform. So again, there is absolutely nothing stopping YouTube from simply ramping up the way that this process works indefinitely. A2, is Twitter a monopsony then, considering it's basically the only big social media platform? Yes, it is. And again, engagement, everyone talks about how Twitter is a non-profitable platform, right? How it's losing money, etc. But the main point of Twitter, its most valuable currency, is not money. It's engagement, it's attention, it's the fact that, well, from the perspective of a YouTuber, it's the fact that YouTube only seems to care about your enforcement decisions when they get publicized on Twitter. It's the fact that politicians are all on Twitter and they talk about their policies, they make fun of other politicians, they try to get their supporters to go to the polls, to go to the voting booths on Twitter. That is the real value of the platform. Now, I have said multiple times in the past, and I will continue to say, that I think Twitter is a shit platform, that it encourages a form of engagement with one another that is deeply unhealthy, that does not advance dialogue at all. But it doesn't change the fact that it as a platform is enormously influential in that regard. So again, yeah, it is a monopsony because it is the only platform that is big enough to monetize engagement and continue to generate it in that fashion. Ayane, so Twitch is technically not losing money as well? Exactly, yeah. Because it is the biggest streaming platform. Now, whether Kick will cut it down to size in the coming months remains to be seen. I certainly think that Twitch's leadership is bad enough to threaten its existence into the future. But it is nonetheless, in its current state at least, a monopsony. It gets to set the terms of the sale, because the users that are paying for the privilege of being able to watch other users operate on that platform, well, they have nowhere else to pour their time and attention that isn't going to rip them off in a similar way. Because when you think about Kick, YouTube, Netflix, it's all the same difference. So, not only do you have this sort of closed system, but once you've established this loop, right, where your platform can simply operate indefinitely, then you can essentially package this in a neat little gift box to sell to advertisers, right? And the main thing that you are selling to advertisers is this concept of visibility, that you have people who are willing to watch your ads, become aware of your product as they watch the content that other users have made on your platform, right? So essentially, platforms package this entire system into a neat little box. They sell it to advertisers in the form of visibility, in the form of engagement, and then these advertisers hand out money, right? Now, some of the money finds its way directly into the hands of the people making this content, but most of the money, overwhelmingly most of the money, goes into these corporations, and then these corporations may then choose to reinvest it in the form of more features, improved service, etc., etc. Or maybe they just burn the money. It's hard to tell. But again, this is essentially a jackpot for tech companies, because once you have this self-sustaining system, like I said, it's an infinite money printer, because you can just keep selling the visibility onto advertisers, get more money, reinforce this loop, etc., etc., etc. Now, the way that, well, one of the unintended consequences of this, or perhaps the consequences of this that everyday users are not as aware about, is the fact that once you have a system like this, it becomes very easy to lock it down, right? So essentially, part of the reason why, in my opinion, monopsonies are just as bad, if not worse, than monopolies, is because monopsonies are precursors to monopolies, right? When you have only one buyer of a good or a service, especially one buyer that doesn't need the consent of the seller in order to obtain the good or service from them, once you establish yourself as the main buyer of something, you can then gatekeep it. So in the early stages, when the internet was still ramping up in terms of scale and connectivity, etc., etc., you had two main platforms, two main websites that were in a position where they could absorb things like information, engagement, attention, and content from their users, and they were able to absorb it consistently enough to the point where they were the only ones that ended up developing a system that is designed to monetize it, right? Google and Amazon now have the largest systems of infrastructure available in order to accommodate this continuous cycle of user-generated content, information, data, attention, etc., etc., and in return for providing the users with information, convenience, money, and content, right? However, when you get these systems, when these are the platforms that have they have managed to concentrate the body of users, right? They can now start gatekeeping those users, because again, if you want to reach these users, you have to go through their infrastructure. You have to use the systems they've built up in order to monetize these users. So you are put into a situation where unless you are willing to pay fees to these two giants, you will not be able to reach these users effectively. And this has created a new type of business entity. When companies reach a size as large as Amazon or Google, well, first, what tends to happen is that, well, again, because other companies have to go through them in order to reach a user base, this puts those companies in a position of weakness where it becomes really easy to negotiate with them. This is what fuels monopolistic practices like acquiring possible competitors. For example, Google managed to acquire YouTube, Amazon managed to acquire Twitch, and you have all these other companies that are just sort of sitting there hoping to be allowed to access this massive horde of potential customers that Google and Amazon are gatekeeping away from them, right? So this gives companies like Google and Amazon massive amounts of bargaining power, massive amounts of political, financial, cultural, social power as well. And when you put all those things together, you get the creation of a new business entity called, well, a digital lord. Now, for this, I want to refer to a book that was released by two media academics called Benedetta Bravini and Lucas Swiatek. And The book itself is called Amazon Understanding a Global Communication Giant. And the funny thing is, this just kind of tickled me when I was looking this book up. You can buy this book about Amazon, about how it's become basically a gigantic technological monster on Amazon, which is that added little bit of extra irony. But essentially, what these two media academics came up with was a new term to describe business entities that had grown to this size: digital lords. A metaphor that uses feudalism as a conceptual framework that compares modern-day multinational tech corporations and platforms to landowners or lords of the Middle Ages. Advertisers and third-party retailers are vassals, or essentially servant or slave states, and users are serfs. I've said this before on my previous streams, but when you think about the way that these platforms view you as a user, as a consumer, you are not a person. You are a resource. You are, essentially, a slave, right? And to give you an idea, to highlight how this process works, I'm going to use... Let's look at the feudal hierarchy in this very simple diagram that I managed to grab off of Google Images, right? At the very top you have the king, one tier below you have great lords, then lesser lords, then knights, then peasants. Again, peasants, slaves, basically just resources that are that exist for the purposes of handing over resources to the king and nothing else, right? Now, this matches almost exactly with the way that Amazon operates using the AWS, or Amazon Web Services, the infrastructure that it built the cloud computing infrastructure it built that every other company essentially needs to go through in order to reach an audience, right? And we can see the way that this works when we look at, how Amazon and the other companies that use its services are laid out on this tier. At the very top, the king in this case is Amazon, the digital lord. One tier below, the main thing that it uses in order to force every other entity to kowtow to it is the Amazon Web Service, the thing that people need in order to reach audiences, right? Then, one tier below that, you have the companies that sign up to use the AWS. This is stuff like Twitch and Kick. Again, if you guys didn't know, Twitch and Kick share the same infrastructure. They both get the infrastructure from Amazon Web Services. So for all intents and purposes, on an operational level, when you look behind the scenes, they are basically the same site, just, different flavors. Then one below that, you have sponsors, right? Reeses that would use these services in order to reach an audience, as well as the CEOs, the leadership that are supposed to manage these services. Again, the reason why these guys are not higher up is because they are replaceable, right? They don't really have a choice. When it comes to CEOs, we might view them, because we are just peasants, as these beings that have huge amounts of influence over their companies. But in actuality, if Amazon ever decided that let's say Dan Clancy, or in the case of Kick, I think his name is Edward Craven, was doing a bad job of managing that particular site, they could simply request for these CEOs to be swapped out, right? Same thing when it comes to these sponsors, because again, to creators who rely on sponsorships in order to make money, these sponsors are massive. However, they are essentially put into a position where they need to pay money to Amazon in order to use these services, because without these services, they would not have access to consumers on a wide enough scale to support their continued operation. So again, they also have their hand tied behind their back. And right at the bottom, in the lowest tier, these are just users who make the resources that these companies sell to other users. Billy Aoku, thank you for the 5. Could you let us know when precisely the grand reveal of your feet might be expected? Just a hint if you'd be so kind. Thanks for keeping the tradition alive, Billy. Let's say we'll do it at 25k. We'll do it at 25k. That's far enough in the future so I don't have to worry about it. But we'll let the duck out. But yeah, again, viewers like you or I might view creators like Iron Mouse or Hassan or Asmongold or Emiru or XQC or Trainwrecks or Pokimane or whatever as massive content creators, right? They might be, extraordinarily elevated in terms of status. But in the eyes of the corporations that run everything, they are no different from you or I. They are simply resources. Resources that conveniently attract more resources, but resources nonetheless. They are simply just, well, serfs, peasants, just like you or I. And things only get crazier when you look at the sheer range of massive companies that are clients of Amazon Web Services that essentially have to obey whatever conditions that Amazon sets in order to remain operational. And this, like, you have Pinterest, Sony, Coca-Cola, Samsung, Netflix, Warner Bros., Toyota, Moderna, the pharma company, Goldman Sachs, Snapchat, Twitter, Reddit, Airbnb, Starbucks, Facebook, all of these gigantic companies that occupy any number of different markets, sectors, niches, whatever, they all have to go through Amazon Web Services in order to remain operational. So when you say digital lord, I really do think that it's a pretty effective metaphor to sum up exactly how monumental these companies have become. Amazon, Google are not really, they're not just corporations anymore. They are absolute titans in, well, society, culture, every aspect of our lives. Now, when it comes to companies that are able to get this large, right, that are able to accumulate this degree of influence over their respective user base or garner an audience that gives them this much influence, right? There are a few of these companies that have reached that size and, well, when I was first entering into studying media and communications, we had an acronym for the companies that had reached this sort of scale. And it was called FANGs. Essentially, this was an acronym that abbreviated Facebook, Amazon, Netflix, and Google. The big four that across all of them had a large enough user bases in distinct enough sectors or parts of the market that they wielded an enormous amount of influence. Essentially, other companies, other people, politicians, etc. They all had to go through these in order to reach a target audience, right? Everyone has to go through Google, pretty much. If you want a show or a movie to be viable, you probably have to end up going through Netflix at some point. If you want to sell a product, if you're a retailer, you have to go through Amazon. And again, if you want targeted ads, Facebook is undeniably one of the top, they have one of the most advanced targeted ad systems of any company, right? And again, this was a pretty good acronym. It really got across the idea of how threatening this degree of influence could be. But this has now kind of changed. For starters, it's now become Mangs or something similar. First, Apple was added. Then Facebook changed their name to Meta. I like to think that at some point over the last few years, all of the C-suite execs of all of these companies got into a room with one another and had a talk where they went look, our company's names are, the acronym that people are starting to slap onto us is too threatening. One of us needs to take the bullet, right? One of us needs to change our name to make sure that the acronym sounds stupid now, right? And I like to think that, Zuckerberg drew the short end of the stick, so then they had to change Facebook to Meta, so now it no longer sounds that threatening. But again, it's something I like to think about. It makes this less threatening of a term. Microsoft is not there? No. Manga is now the term? Yeah. However, again, just as how Fangs was changed to Mangs, it also means that as companies get larger and larger, they can be added to this same tier. A lot of you have pointed out, Nvidia that has grown to the size where I think they could reasonably be added onto this as well. And in recent times, there is a company that is steadily growing larger and larger and occupies a section of, society that none of these companies are dedicated to just yet. And again, it is a company that I can very easily see joining the ranks of Mangs. But in order to in order to show you guys why, or in order to reveal what the company is to you guys, we're first going to have to discuss something that I've talked about on stream before and I've criticized on stream before. And that thing is the Me Too movement. Now, before I launch into this, I'm just going to grab a drink of water because I can feel my throat beginning to get a little bit raspy. If you have water on hand, I would recommend taking a hydration break as well. Hololive? I wish. One can dream, but Tencent is a secret boss. Unironically, again, most of these companies tend to be ones that are, primarily based in when I think Tencent, I think more I think of it as is it a Chinese company, or is it just that it's mostly tied up in China? Good morning, Amjad. Hi, Evo. Welcome to the stream. OnlyFans? No, not quite. It's not BlackRock either, because I'm talking about a tech company. A tech company. BlackRock isn't a tech company yet. That being said, though, BlackRock owns enough shares in enough tech companies to the point where it can basically dictate where those tech companies move. But in any case, so for those who don't know what the Me Too movement is, although I genuinely think that there might be like one person in the audience who doesn't know, but Me Too was a movement that started off with the purpose of generating awareness regarding the prevalence, the magnitude of the problem of sexual violence, right? And essentially, it started off in 3 main stages, and it had 2 main founders that are credited with really propelling the movement into the mainstream. First is a woman by the name of Tarana Burke. Now, she was the one who founded the movement way back in 2006, and she was the first one who came up with the term Me Too. Then, in 2017, well, this started in, I think, around 2015, 2016, but it became big in 2017. Harvey Weinstein, a famous film producer in Hollywood, was publicly accused of sexual assault by multiple actresses, staff, and news outlets in the year of 2017. And upon the accusation of Harvey Weinstein, upon having this case made public, upon having multiple people come out and corroborate each other's stories about him being a sexual predator, a journalist by the name of Alyssa Milano popularized the Me Too hashtag on Twitter in 2017. Omen, thank you for being a member for 2 months. Movement, you mean weapon? Oh, believe you me, we'll get to that in a second. So, to summarize in their own words, in an article that was published by Time magazine in 2017, titled Now the Work Really Begins, Alyssa Milano and Tarana Burke on What's Next for the Me Too Movement, they describe exactly how it came into being, right? According to Milano, quote, "This is just the start. I've been saying from the beginning..." Oh, sorry, this is from Burke. "This is just the start. I've been saying from the beginning, it's not just a moment, it's a movement," end quote, said Burke, an activist who founded the hashtag MeToo movement in 2006 to help survivors of sexual violence. Now the work really begins. On Twitter in October, Milano urged every woman who had ever been sexually harassed or assaulted to write, quote, "Me Too," as a reply to her tweet to, quote, "give people a sense of the magnitude of the problem," end quote. More than 1.7 million people immediately spoke out about their own harassment experiences after Milano's tweet. She later wrote on Twitter, "The call to action came as a wave of women in Hollywood, including Rose McGowan and Gwyneth Paltrow, came forward to accuse movie mogul Harvey Weinstein and other men in power of sexual assault or misconduct. At least 74 public figures have since faced accusations." So, again, hold on, Alyssa Milano is an actress? Oh, sorry, I misspoke. I probably got it wrong. I don't know where I got the idea that she was a journalist. If she was an actress, then yeah, I believe you. But in any case, so this is how they describe their own movement in a formal interview that was published on Time magazine. However, if we look at the Me Too website itself, this is the way that Tarana Burke, the founder of Me Too, describes the movement, right? From the founder: when your life is forever changed by sexual violence, where can you turn? Who can help you? What are the words you need to hear most? In 2006, the Me Too movement was founded by survivor and activist Tarana Burke. In those early years, we developed our vision to bring resources, support, and pathways to healing where none existed before. And we got to work building a community of advocates determined to interrupt sexual violence wherever it happens. Now, I want you to bear in mind one very important word in that sentence: interrupt. And I want you to keep that at the back of your mind as we go forward. In 2017, the Me Too hashtag went viral and woke up the world to the magnitude of the problem of sexual violence. What had begun as a local grassroots work had now become a global movement, seemingly overnight. Within a 6-month span, our message reached a global community of survivors. Suddenly, there were millions of people from all walks of life saying, "Me too," and they needed our help. Today, our work continues to focus on assisting a growing spectrum of survivors: young people, queer, trans, the disabled, black women and girls, and all communities of color. We're here to help each individual find the right point of entry for their unique healing journey. But we're also galvanizing a broad base of survivors and working to disrupt the systems that allow sexual violence to proliferate in our world. This includes insisting upon accountability on the part of the perpetrators, along with the implementation of strategies to sustain long-term systemic change, so that one day nobody ever has to say, "Me too," again. Now, CCOD, at least they're doing their own work instead of demanding I do the work like current new manipulators. I wouldn't be so sure of that as we go forward. But the other thing that I want you to know about this statement is the way that it ends. The stated goal of this movement, so that one day nobody ever has to say "Me too" again. Now, when you're looking at a social movement, it is very important, before you decide to support it, to look past the marketing, right? To actually look at what the goals of this movement are. What are its strategies or its proposed strategies in order to achieve those goals? So when you really break it down, each movement can be separated into a thesis and goals, right? You start off with a social movement, and you have a thesis, which is the problem that the movement is aimed at solving. What does the movement assume about society, and what are its worldviews? Then you have the goals of that movement. How does the movement aim to solve the problem it identifies? What evaluative measures, if any, does the movement have in order to measure its own success and its impact? In the case of Me Too, we can separate this. It's delineated pretty clearly in its statements, right? The thesis of Me Too is that sexual violence is allowed to proliferate under social and cultural systems that conceal abuse, hinder accountability, and suppress victims. Sexual violence can affect anyone, and victims must be empowered to speak out about their experiences. With sufficient, and this is the important thing, right? This is what Me Too, in the words of its founder, this is the central belief that it's founded on. With sufficient systemic change, it is possible to eliminate sexual violence altogether. Now, me just saying that might make a few people in the audience instantly recognize that that sounds a little utopic. That sounds a little hyperopic, because the problem with the idea of trying to eliminate sexual violence is that you are contending with the darkest, most broken parts of human nature. And eliminating that, well, it's certainly going to be one of the goals of all time. And speaking of goals, if we look at the way that Me Too set out its original intentions, right? There are three main, you can roughly separate its goals into three main parts. First, the goal of Me Too is to increase society's awareness of the magnitude of sexual violence as an issue, right? Second, it has the purpose of empowering victims to speak out about their abuse and support them in the aftermath of them speaking out. And then finally, to bring perpetrators to account and dismantle the systems that prevent victims from speaking out. Again, this is stuff like undermining cultural taboos and trying to destigmatize discussions of sexual violence. Robin v. Mars sounds totally reasonable and serious and actually already happening and not enough, which is why it has to keep happening. Yeah. So, when we describe Me Too in this way, right, as a movement that has a thesis and goals, right, it basically has the goal of trying to draw attention to an issue and trying to change social, cultural attitudes towards something. Now, essentially, what we are describing, what Me Too is trying to do, falls in line with the definition of something we've discussed in previous streams. That thing being propaganda. Now, again, to those who would immediately react negatively to me saying that Me Too is propaganda, I want to clarify that when I define propaganda, the definition that we're working off of is neither explicitly positive nor explicitly negative. It is simply a thing. So again, definition of propaganda, according to a media academic by the name of Edward Bernays, is the systematic and sustained use of persuasion and information in order to influence public perception, opinion, and behavior regarding an enterprise, idea, or group. In this case, it is all three, because Me Too is an enterprise. It is trying to accomplish something. It is a social movement. It's also an idea, the idea that survivors are not alone in their suffering, and then a group, because again, survivors are a group, and in the words of Me Too, they are hoping that they can turn this group into a community. Now, something about the book where this definition of propaganda comes from by Edward Bernays, something I didn't quite bring up the first time I talked about it with you guys is, this is cute in an autistic way. Apparently, when Edward Bernays wrote his book, Propaganda, The Public Mind in the Making, he dedicated this book to his wife. So, nothing strikes me as like, media academic as much as writing an entire book talking about how you effectively manipulate public opinion, the way people think, what they talk about, how they feel, etc., and then dedicate the entire thing to your wife. But in any case, the thing that I want to get across really clearly when I discuss propaganda is that propaganda, contrary to the way that it is referred to, the way that it is portrayed in a lot of political or social discussions, is that propaganda is not antithetical to democracy. It is a natural consequence of it. Because when you look at the way that democracy operates, right? Democracy provides individual empowerment, but it doesn't provide a framework for those individuals to act cohesively. So, as a result, you need some way of making it so that these people who all have an individual say in how the society is run, right? You need to have some way of organizing them into groups that are large enough to get stuff done. So this is the function that propaganda fulfills. Policymakers have to turn to rhetoric and propaganda as a way of organizing the public. And as a result, once these publics are organized, it reduces the amount of individual indecision and friction in the decision-making process. Again, democracy doesn't work if you don't have propaganda, and you can't have democracy without having to resort to propaganda. These are two sides of the same coin, right? The other thing is when you're trying to understand how propaganda works, and again, this is a recap of what I've talked about prior, but you essentially have to look at the way that propaganda is disseminated through the mediums, right? The mediums that are used in order to get the propaganda across to an audience. And these mediums are split into two broad categories: the technologies that you use and the connotations that they impart, and the personalities that you use and the connotations they impart, right? For example, when you use technology or various forms of technology to deliver propaganda, convey propaganda, you have connotations of novelty, progressivism, innovation, forward thinking, right? As a direct consequence of using technology to convey a message. However, when you use a personality in order to convey propaganda, you get across the idea that you humanize your message, right? You impart charisma that is not available if you didn't choose the right speaker. In the case of Me Too, this is very simple. When you look at the kinds of technologies that they used as mediums, you had things like mainstream TV shows, mainstream publications like Time Magazine or The Today Show. You had social media, which is the backbone of the movement, specifically Twitter. Now, what happens is when you use these mediums as the way that you get the message across, you have connotations that Me Too is viral. It's mainstream. It's mainstream and viral at the same time, which is a combination that is pretty rare. You have the idea that it is relevant, right? It's permanently in the cultural consciousness because of how many different outlets, how many different platforms are talking about it all at once. And then finally, you have the idea that it is a collectivist movement, because when it comes to social media in particular, group identity tends to define the way that everything works. Now, when you look at the personalities that brought Me Too into the spotlight, you have the original founder, Tarana Burke, right? But you also have all of the other actresses that publicized it with their condemnation, their accusations that they leveled towards Harvey Weinstein. So as a direct consequence, yeah, that is Taylor Swift. So as a direct consequence of the personalities that ended up advocating for the movement, getting it into the public eye, the movement also acquired connotations that were inherited from these people. The movement became feminine. It became associated with ideas of empowerment, celebrity. It became associated with upper middle class women specifically, and American women at that. And as a result, again, they didn't say any of this out loud, right? They said this is a global movement, despite the fact that it started in the US. But without them saying anything, these were all meanings that were attached to the movement in the way that it was brought into the mainstream, right? Via the way it was brought into the mainstream. Now, I want to return to something that I've said multiple times before on this channel, and something I will say hundreds of times more. The medium is the message, right? Regardless of what your message is, the thing that you use in order to get that message across to your audience will end up altering that message in some way. So the question then becomes, what happens to a social movement that becomes a social media movement, that finds its footing as a social media movement? What happens when you turn Me Too as a phrase into hashtag Me Too, and then that hashtag goes on to create a social movement? Again, like I said before, any message you put out will inherit traits from the medium you use to get it across. And the problem arises when the social movement that you are trying to start inherits traits from the medium of social media, Twitter specifically. It becomes memes, unironically, yeah. So, again, another thing that I've referenced on this channel ad nauseum, but I will reference again because it simply highlights the point too well not to talk about. The Penis Paper. Penis, of course, standing for Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences of the United States of America. A paper called Outgroup Animosity Drives Engagement on Social Media. Now, again, for those of you who didn't tune into the earlier streams where I talked about this paper, this came out with a few key findings that are very important to understand when you're trying to build up an understanding of how social media affects the messages you put onto it, right? First, on social media, group identity becomes more salient than individual identity. People define themselves, or they default to defining themselves based off of traits they share with a group instead of who they are as an individual. Second, identity-based motives generate more engagement online. So instead of talking about what you're doing or what organization you're a part of or what you're selling, the thing that people tend to engage with the most is who you are, your identity. The next thing, highly emotive terms increase the chances of virality, especially when the expressed emotion is anger or indignation. These platforms are built on algorithms that incentivize their users to be as negatively emotional as possible. If there is any sort of negativity that you can express, it increases the chances that what you post will go viral. Now, finally, a penultimate. Negativity is a stronger overall driver of engagement than positivity. Again, when you see something that makes you mad, you might be tempted to comment on it, quote tweet it, dislike it, whatever. But again, in general, negativity is a stronger driver of engagement. And remember, on social media, engagement is king. How much attention something gets, the ways that people engage with it, that ends up defining how successful something is, right? The main currency on social media is not money, is not integrity, it might not even be entertainment, it is engagement. And then finally, out-group negativity is significantly more effective than in-group positivity. So, not only is it the case that these apps encourage you to identify yourself as as part of a tribe, as part of a group, right? But it also incentivizes you. It interacts in a really unhealthy way with the whole negativity drives more engagement thing. Because now your group is incentivized to go to war with other groups. Because that drives engagement more than building up your own group. Instead of praising the people who you share traits with, you are incentivized to denounce, decry other people who are outside of your group. So again, these are the foundations of social media. Now, something else that you might realize, this paper was originally written to examine the effects of social media on political discourse, right? Online political discourse. However, if you look at all of these individual dot points being defined by a group identity, using emotion as a rhetorical tactic, negativity being a strong driver of engagement, making fun of people outside of your group instead of building up people on the inside of your group, this is basically just politics. All social media has done is taken those traits that were always latent within the practice of politics and made them worse. But fundamentally, these are all things that are commonplace in politics. So, whereas this paper was originally going at this topic from the angle of how does social media affect politics, I want to suggest an alternative interpretation. That whenever you use social media for anything, it ends up making the thing that you're trying to convey adopt political traits or adopt the features of politics. In other words, when mediated by social platforms, politics will inevitably devolve into social conflict, and social movements will inevitably devolve into identity politics. When you use social media, politics and social movements will end up bleeding into one another and cross-pollinating, maybe that's the wrong word, exchanging traits with one another, to the point where they become virtually indistinguishable from one another. And you can start to see how this begins to manifest in Me Too, because 5 years after the movement was founded in 2017, in 2022, Me Too announced the following, quote, Me Too International is proud to announce our social and political framework. This organizational framework documents and publicizes a theory of change that makes plain the intersections of the survivor justice movement and how the disruption of sexual violence dismantles other systems of harm. So again, to really bring this back, this is a social movement that is now declaring that it has gone political, right? Survivors, you are the center of our work. What you are about to read is all the language we could find to sum up our fundamental truth. We are a movement of survivors focused on healing and action. Now, I want you to keep that in the back of your mind. The core tenet, or one of the core tenets of the Me Too movement, the connotations that are a core part of its design, right, is the idea of being focused on healing. We are bonded by and deeply committed to you because there is no movement, no organization, and no hashtag without you. Whether you are one of the millions of people who said #MeToo online or quietly to yourself, we are using the Me Too international social and political framework to speak directly to what we saw and heard in the aftermath of that transformative viral moment in 2017. Since that time, we have continued to listen, learn, and refine our understanding of survivor justice to meet you in your homes, workplaces, community spaces, and places of worship. At the conclusion of this document, it is our profound desire that you not only come away with a deeper understanding about our organization, Me Too International, but you also feel like Me Too is a place where you can find a political home that genuinely supports you. Again, not only the goal has shifted from simply creating a community to creating a political community, a political home, right? And this idea of Me Too as a place, as a space for survivors, is also something else that I want you to keep in the back of your mind. Again, I'm asking you to keep quite a lot of threads in the back of your mind at the moment, but believe me, trust me, we're going to be drawing them all together by the end of this stream. So, you can imagine that after reading this, I did not have the highest of hopes as to where this was going, right? Previously, I'd thought of Me Too as a social movement that had quite a noble goal behind it, right? Generating awareness about sexual violence. And the reason why I found it noble was because it was using social media according to the exact thing that it was designed for, attention. But now the goals are shifting. We are starting to see what I described previously, the bleeding over between politics and social movement, facilitated by social media. As well, we are starting to see essentially the consequences of starting your social movement, of sustaining it via social media. So I had a look at this document, right? I downloaded it, read it, and I have thoughts. So it starts off pretty okay, right? It starts off pretty promisingly. Right at the beginning, on page 19, no race, ethnicity, tribe, gender, class, sexual orientation, religious and spiritual community, or caste identity is exempt from sexual violence. Despite the media's attempt to solely uplift middle and upper class white cisgender women's experiences, that's a mouthful. Despite the media's attempt to solely uplift middle and upper class white cisgender women's experiences. Nor can the term, quote, abuser or, quote, perpetrator be reserved for any one person, despite the media's attempts to hyper-visualize the actions of cisgender men of color. Now, again, it is promising in that they start off with no one person, that sexual violence is not an experience that is unique to one demographic, right? It is something that can affect anybody, right? That is a message that I think we can all get behind. And also the idea that there's no point in, the idea that you shouldn't try to stereotype abusers, right? Anyone can be an abuser. Again, that is also a message that I think is healthy to get across. So much buzzwords. It's going to become a real problem later on. We haven't even seen the beginning of it. Again, when you flip over to the next page, right? There's nothing too offensive there either, right? What do you do when forgetting is not possible or enough? You act. You fight for yourself and the survivors who surround you. Again, they use words like fight. That's something that I want you to keep track of as we go further down through this document. In order to act in service to ending sexual violence, again, they've reiterated that that is their goal, eliminating sexual violence from society. We believe the first step is to understand and articulate the problem, the root causes of sexual violence and the myths and misconceptions that surrounds this taboo topic. Again, the topic at the time that Me Too cropped up was indeed taboo. And Me Too has, to their credit, opened up significantly more conversations about sexual violence than before. However, as we'll get into later, this has not been without cost. To go on, sexual violence is any sexual act committed or attempted by a person without freely given consent. At this root, sexual violence is not about sex, sexual desire, religious doctrine, or choices and obligations of the people who experience the violence. It's about power, gaining, trading, keeping, and enacting power over vulnerable people and bodies, over our bodies. Again, I don't think that's a bad message to get across, because it is very much true. Rape is not about sex. It is about power. Despite being a common experience, sexual violence remains a taboo topic with many harmful myths and misunderstandings. These misconceptions spark confusion, which is then wielded by abusers, enablers, and those in power to maintain the status quo and silence survivors. Again, this does happen, and the fact that they pointed out here it makes sense, because that's the foundation of their movement. That's the problem that their movement is trying to address. And then, finally, with the broad, devastating impact of sexual violence, we are clear that the less people understand about the depths of its impact, the larger the barrier is for survivors seeking accountability and healing, as well as allies having clear pathways to support the end of sexual violence. Again, this assertion that it is possible to completely eliminate sexual violence from society. The red flags, in terms of what this document is trying to do, start from the next page 21, when they list out what they call 4 myths that they're trying to clear up. 1. You are not surviving alone. While sexual violence is seen as an act that only happens to a few, it is in fact a public health crisis that impacts millions of people globally every day. Again, I don't disagree with this. This is very much a thing that is healthy to tell survivors. You are not alone. You don't have to deal with this on your own. Again, if you have suffered abuse, this is an integral thing to absorb. The second myth that they address: institutions and cultures must take responsibility for sexual violence. Not survivors. Abusers are nurtured and socialized by institutions, media, unaddressed trauma, and a political climate that creates and supports rape culture. Now, yeah, it's Itsumanite. I see pictures of 2 females, no males. Oh no. In fairness, the first few pages did have, depictions of men on them, albeit, they all seem to be, quote unquote men of color. I don't like using that term of color because it implies that white people are not, they don't have a color, which is, it's always used in that context, which makes it exhausting. But in any case, you are starting to pick up on a little bit of a bias in the way that the movement characterized itself, especially when it was just getting started, in terms of being a feminine movement, in terms of being a feminized movement, right? A movement primarily for women. Now, the thing is, when you read through this, when you read through their proposed truth, I suppose, abusers are nurtured and socialized by institutions, media, unaddressed trauma, and political climate that creates and supports rape culture. That's the first introduction of that word, rape culture. Now, it implies that systems are more to blame for sexual violence than the abusers, because after all, the abusers are only abusers because of the systems they've been raised in, which, to be fair, has truth in it. But at the same time, it is a dangerous game to play to try to allocate more responsibility for sexual violence to systems in general than to the abuser who abuses those systems just as much as they abuse the victims. Now, the third myth that they try to address is when it starts to become really obvious that there's something wrong here. Survivors are not just one-dimensional characters. That in and of itself, I can get behind. Where it starts to fall apart is when you start reading after that. They are not one-dimensional characters who are only impacted by issues related to their sexual trauma. Survivors care about the economy, the environment and planet, and the education system and other social issues. We are intersectional beings. Because of this, the survivor justice movement is inextricably linked to other social justice movements. Now, what this is essentially saying is that their experiences of sexual violence, of surviving sexual violence, makes it so that it is important to take note of their opinions on other issues that might not be directly related to their experiences of sexual violence. Things like the environment, the planet, the economy. Now, they bring up the word intersectional, and intersectionality is a buzzword that has become very popular, especially in universities. And the reason why I find intersectionality as an idea. Now, intersectionality, what that basically means is the idea that everything is connected, right? Which means that if you have expertise in one thing, if you want to solve a problem, you have to grab expertise from all the different spheres, all the different aspects of life that might intersect in order to create that problem, that might be involved in that problem, right? In order to address it properly. And on paper, that sounds like a great idea. However, in practice, the way that intersectionality is often used is to give people the ability to speak outside of their expertise with less stigma. And that's why I am always a little uncomfortable whenever I see intersectional or intersectionality being used as a justification for something. So here, to put it crudely, what does sexual violence have to do with global warming? Right? To say this doesn't really address the issue. Yeah, Vivian, exactly. To address an issue effectively, don't lump it in with others. And this is a direct side effect. Well, this is a side effect that is directly attributable to an attempt to turn to turn a social movement and a personal experience into a political source of influence, right? Because politics is a package deal. You can't separate problems as easily as you can on an individual or even on a informal social basis when you are dealing with politics. Everything is lumped together, and you can start to see how this is kind of making this, it's weakening the integrity of the movement's messaging. And fourth, sexual violence is a global issue. While this framework details the work of Me Too International, based in the US, the work to end sexual violence is happening across the globe, with fearless organizers, activists, and volunteers fighting against it every day. And again, this is an applaudable message to get across. Where we run into problems is how they follow through, or lack thereof. Because even though they say that Me Too is a global movement, that sexual violence is a global problem, the Me Too movement is not global. Or at least it's not in the way that it is arranged. So, to go on page 23, they outline a few of the problems that they are looking to solve, right? It is abundantly clear that the proliferation of sexual violence will not be disrupted using the mechanisms that have largely been utilized to address the issue to date. For example, this includes 1. Antiquated laws and mandates that don't adequately address the wide range of ways in which harm occurs. Now this I can get behind. 2. Punitive carceral measures that don't provide pathways to the accountability that survivors have asked for. Now, again, I can agree with this, but that depends on how you define accountability, right? And it sounds like here that they are trying to say that punitive carceral meaning to imprison, right? Imprisoning offenders is not enough, right? And again, I can understand that. And then third, institutions have a vested interest in continuing a cycle of victimhood that doesn't empower survivors to be centered, neither in the design nor dissemination of solutions that speak most directly to their needs and the needs of various communities. Now, you might notice something. As we've gone through this entire document, as we've discussed this whole thing about how Me Too is survivor-led, survivor-centered, nowhere has it mentioned how they distinguish survivors. What is a survivor, right? What is their criterion for someone to be a survivor? And this is something we're going to be talking about a lot more the more we go through this document. Next, the crisis of sexual violence requires the adoption of large-scale solutions. These solutions have to be survivor-led, survivor-centered actions representative of the impact of the cross-section of the persons most adversely affected by sexual violence. Now, to translate what that means, it is not enough for people to address sexual violence in individual cases where it occurs. It is also important that the actions, survivor-led, survivor-centered, in their words, actions taken, also address all the other social circumstances that surround someone before they become a victim of sexual violence, right? And they have to be based off of these people. Now you can start to see whether that starts to become a problem, right? Because if you base these solutions off of a specific group of people, you risk coming up with a solution that's not going to work for everyone. Now, they even specify who they're talking about here when they specify cross-section of most adversely affected, right? Historically and currently, black and brown women, femmes and girls, as well as wide-ranging and intersectional in their account for the ways in which violence intersects with other structural issues and incorporate multiple interventions. Again, it's basically reiterating what we talked about earlier, the idea that sexual violence, when you are trying to address this as an issue, it is inseparable, or they imply that it is inseparable from all other social issues as well, right? In order to dismantle cultures and systems that undergird sexual violence and create a future free from sexual violence, the solution to this crisis have to provide cultural, legal, medical, educational, religious, spiritual, economic, political, and community-based interventions. What they're essentially saying is that you need interventions in all aspects of life. Me Too is proposing that it be given political influence in every aspect of life. And that is what it's declaring with this social political framework. Now, again, there are a few assumptions that have been embedded into these statements that aren't explicitly said. The first one is the idea that sexual violence is an issue that is more attributable to systems than individuals. The second assumption is that the most effective way to combat sexual violence is by, quote, dismantling, end quote, cultures and systems. Third, that sexual violence is inseparable from other social issues. Fourth, that current measures against sexual violence lack, quote, accountability, which they will define later. And 5, that survivor-led and survivor-centered are the same thing. Now, we'll go through each of these assumptions one by one, but we'll start off with the idea that sexual violence is an issue that is more attributable to systems than individuals. They elaborate more on this on the next page, on page 24, when they say, quote, we define rape culture, and this is where they finally define that term, we define rape culture as the subtle beliefs embedded in the way we think, speak, and act that normalize sexual entitlement and violence, deprioritizing consent. It is always rooted in patriarchal beliefs, power and control. Rape culture informs the actions of sexually violent individuals. Interlocking systems of power and privilege are the building blocks of the global sexual violence crisis. Rape, assault, and harassment happen through abuses of power and privilege by individual people, frequently in interpersonal relationships and upheld by institutional policies and practices. Now, yeah, Randall, what do you mean culture? Exactly, because here they break up rape culture into two things, right? Systems of power and privilege and individual abuses of said systems. However, when it comes to allocating who is more responsible or what is more responsible for sexual violence, they put more responsibility onto the systems than the abusers. And this is something that is dissonant with what they're saying within this same statement, because they say systems of power and privilege are the building blocks of global sexual violence. while at the same time stating that that rape, assault, and harassment happen through abuses of power. And what abuses means is misuses, using something in a way that it was not intended to be used. So with that statement in and of itself, you effectively, you have stated, while also ignoring, that these systems are not designed to facilitate rape. Rape is something that happens when someone abuses, misuses, misappropriates those systems. And this is something that has been established as a pattern already through the pages that we've read, which is that the role of abusers in perpetuating abuse seems to be minimized. It seems to be being obscured. Responsibility is always pushed more towards systems than it is towards people, the individual abusers, who, again, abuse those systems. And this is where we get into a problem with the Me Too movement that I have termed Me Too's forgotten monster. Because the assumption that if you simply correct systems, if you impose more rules, if you change what rules are imposed on people, that you will be able to eliminate sexual violence, underestimates the monster that you have survived. Because the monster that you are trying to deal with, that you are trying to fight, is human. And when it comes to human beings, rules don't work. We never evolved wings, and yet we learned to fly. We lost our gills, and yet we can exist underwater just fine. Mount Everest was not designed to be climbed, and the space in between planets is only designed to be traversed by dust, debris, and stars. And yet we found ourselves there anyways. Human beings do not care about rules. If they really want to do something, no amount of new rules, no changing of the rules will stop them from doing what they have set their mind to. Human ingenuity is responsible for our success as a species, as a race, and when it is applied by abusers, by monsters, it becomes their most terrifying weapon. And if you don't acknowledge that they possess this weapon, you risk losing the ability to properly deal with the monster that is out to get you. And this is the thing, right? They are essentially missing the spider for the web. It's the same thing where if you want to get rid of cobwebs, but you only get rid of the web without killing the spider, the next day the web's going to be back. It's the same thing as leaving out poison for cockroaches. You leave out the same, it doesn't matter if you change the poison and you leave it there for another, 6 to 8 months or whatever. If you leave it out there for too long, the cockroaches will adapt. There will be more. It's the same thing when it comes to sexual predators, right? And that is one of the main problems with this movement, is that it ignores the monster that they are dealing with, the nature of it. You have underestimated the monster that you have survived. And, well, it's really clear on page 26 when they're describing how they conceptualize a rapist, right? No person is born a rapist, but those who become abusers are taught throughout childhood and adulthood from institutions and their society's culture that it's appropriate to wield power over another's body. Because of this understanding, we at Me Too believe that sexual violence is not just a private act that requires only private interventions. Sexual violence is a result of our culture and the institutions that continually manifest it. We are all responsible. This is where it starts to get really... This is where I disagree heavily with what they're saying. We are all responsible for the promotion and amplification of sexual violence and rape culture. Therefore, we can be actors in interrupting and preventing sexual violence from happening. Now, let me make this very clear. You cannot eliminate sexual violence. As horrid of a thing as it is, as much as I wish that we could, you are not going to be able to do that. Because again, like I said, there is a reason why the monster that you have survived still deserves to be feared. That monster is human. What that also means is that regardless of what rules you put in place to make it more difficult to commit sexual violence, these abusers don't care about those rules. Because they are human, they will figure out ways to circumvent those rules, if not outright bend those rules to their will. And you might think, why am I going on and on and on about describing how the power of abusers? Because that is something that this movement seems to have lost sight of. The problem is a lot easier to confront when you don't have to confront the fleshy, grotesque humanity of it. Because this is what you're fighting. And when it comes to dealing with a human monster, rules don't work, which means you need to use force. And that is the problem, because Me Too is a movement that demonizes power, and you can't use force if you demonize power. If you're fighting a human monster that doesn't obey rules, that will figure out how to infiltrate, circumvent your systems, you need an avenging angel. But you can't have an avenging angel when you demonize power. But on top of that, this idea that sexual violence is more attributable to systems than individual abusers, right? The problem with this is that even within the scope of the movement, it starts creating internal dissonance, specifically dissonance between the goals on which the movement was founded, the design, the philosophies that underpin its design, and the way that it tries to disseminate itself. And by disseminate itself, I mean achieve its goals, right? Because its goals is awareness, to spread. It is a social media movement. So when you look at the original branding of Me Too, right, the concepts, the foundations behind its philosophy, you have the following. You have the idea that it is survivor-centered, that it is compassionate. It is built around compassion, in fact. It is built around healing, right? Giving survivors, as they call them, a place to heal. And then revolutionary, right? The idea that it is something, it's trying to do something that has never been done before. The problem is, these also become obligations. When you lock in a few key concepts to form your brand, you are making a promise with everyone who will engage with that brand thereafter, right? And if you don't keep that promise, your brand loses integrity. So again, these aren't just, marketing tools. These are promises. Promises that your movement has to keep. The problem arises when those promises get in the way of your movement functioning, right? As a result of all of these things converging in Me Too's branding, in Me Too's philosophy, this has now become a movement where systems are blamed for both victimhood and abusive behavior. Now that has a number of flow-on effects. First, the whole concept of victimhood is erased. Now we'll get into more details to what I mean by these flow-on effects in a second. But to start off with, you will notice that every time we go through this document, I don't think they've mentioned victims more than twice or thrice. It's always survivor, and that isn't accidental. That is a deliberate linguistic choice that they have made in this movement. And it is a choice that has good intentions, but has unintended consequences that we'll go through in a sec. The second impact is that you erode the concept of innocent until proven guilty. Again, this is approaching this all from the lens that the person has already been proven to be a victim, a survivor, and isn't falsely accusing. Now, some people may say, oh, okay, well, the estimates for how many accusations are false range from 2 to 10%. That's still a big percentage, and that's still enough reason to be uncomfortable at the prospect of doing away with this whole concept of innocent until proven guilty. And finally, as a result of saying that systems are to blame for victimhood and abusive behavior, you end up just blanket demonizing power and, by extension, punitive force as a corrective measure, as a way that you can deal with human monsters. And when you look at these flow-on effects, there are a few things that this creates, right? First, when you insist on blaming victimhood and abusive behavior on systems, when you insist on coddling victims by not even referring to them as victims, by insisting on referring to them only as survivor, you end up conflating the two terms as if they mean the same thing, right? They are not, right? And the thing I want to get across, and this may sound callous, this may sound cruel, but surviving is a choice. This is something that the document itself states several times throughout its length. Surviving is a choice. However, the way that this document presents the concept of survivorship is that it is automatic, right? It is automatically conferred to someone the moment they choose, and with every day that they choose, not to end their life after being violated. And to some extent, that is true. However, survivorship is more than that. The choice to be a survivor starts from the very moment that your attacker fails to kill you. And that is where it starts. However, the problem is when you simply take out victim and replace it with survivor as if those two words mean the same thing, you say that it's a choice without giving people the ability to understand how that choice works. Now, the reason why that's a problem is because that limits your movement when it comes to trying to prevent sexual violence, trying to provide accountability, or trying to bring perpetrators to account. Because now you are limited to only promoting messages that are devoid of anything that might be construed as a demand upon the victim. And I'll give an example of that in a second. The second thing about the way that Me Too presents victimhood is the idea that victimhood is always assumed, right? They don't talk about, how you scrutinize evidence or how to determine if someone comes forward with a legitimate accusation or not. No, victimhood is always assumed, right? But the status itself has become a taboo for some reason, right? Again, you assume that everyone who comes forward is a victim, but you refuse to refer to them as a victim. And again, I understand the intentions behind that. I understand why you might think that is a good thing, because no one likes the idea of having their agency removed. But the cold, hard reality of surviving abuse is that that is exactly what happens. You don't become a survivor simply after being assaulted. You become a survivor when you move from having your agency removed to taking actions to claw it back, right? And by erasing victimhood as a concept, as a word, as a term, you effectively have hidden, obscured that fact from people looking to survive, looking for some way of regaining their agency. Because now you've implied that it's something that's automatically conferred upon you by someone else, right? The second thing, erosion of guilty until proven innocent. Now, this ties in with the idea that victimhood is always assumed. But the second thing is that you will notice that throughout this entire document, the gathering, provision, and scrutiny of evidence has become a taboo topic. Now, I've recently, in my recommended, I've been getting videos of an American economist called Thomas Sowell, who has some pretty good ideas about how society works. And one of the things that he states, and I recommend looking up just some of his talks in general, because I think they're a goldmine, frankly, of knowledge. But one of the things he states is that in society, there are no such things as solutions. There are only trade-offs. You can make a problem better, but in doing so, you will inevitably end up creating another problem or making another problem worse. So, the thing is, in trying to destigmatize discussions of sexual violence, in trying to create an environment where victims can freely come forward with accusations, Me Too has unintentionally created an environment where the whole discussion of evidence has replaced accusations as a taboo topic. They have created a new taboo, right? You should never, whenever you're discussing the idea of, sexual violence, victimization, you should never talk about things like scrutinizing evidence, gathering evidence, provision of evidence, right? And again, this is a side effect of what they are trying to do. It's a side effect that I'm not sure Me Too has recognized, or at least publicly recognized, but it is certainly something that is starting to rear its head. And again, to explain what I mean, right? These factors, these impacts, they are not discrete. They interact with one another as well in pretty unhealthy ways. For example, when you combine the fact that scrutiny, gathering, and provision of evidence is now a taboo topic with the idea that messaging has to be devoid of anything that could be construed as a demand upon the victim, you now cut off certain messages that would be pretty helpful when it comes to prosecuting a perpetrator, right? You will notice that when they are... I'm so cooked that I put this down twice. But you will notice that when you take away agency from the abuser, when you obscure the fact that abuse is an individual choice, you also obscure the fact that at the end of the day, that abuser still needs to be prosecuted. Otherwise, they can't be taken off the streets, right? And the problem is, okay, that now requires us to think about more effective ways of gathering, providing, and scrutinizing evidence. And that's not something that Me Too wants to deal with because it is a taboo that they have created. Now, what that also means is, I'll give you an example. Let's say, okay, an example of a message that would objectively be helpful to put out into the world, right? That would make it more difficult for perpetrators to get away with what they are doing, at least for a little while before they adapt, is, and this is going to sound awful, this is going to sound cold and cruel and unfair, but it is objectively an effective message to put out. Don't wash yourself. If you have been assaulted, if you have been abused, do not, under any circumstances, wash yourself before going to a police station and getting a test kit, or getting a rape kit done, or getting tests done, or whatever. Just don't wash yourself. Something that is very common across a lot of victims who have come forward and talked about it, and this is almost unanimous, is there is always going to be a lingering feeling that you have been polluted somehow. That you have been dirtied by your attacker, by your abuser. And the problem is that the urge to wash yourself immediately after abuse is instinctive. It is extremely understandable. And yet, if you are someone who is watching this video, if you are unfortunate enough to be in a position where you have been subjected to abuse, or if you're somebody who wants to, again, for want of a better word, prepare themselves in the case that it might happen, you must understand, washing yourself immediately after you have been attacked will not remove the psychological, emotional, spiritual feelings of pollution, of corruption, of dirtiness. But what it will do is remove potentially crucial evidence that might go towards convicting the perpetrator. Again, this is objectively good advice to put out into the world. This is useful to embed into the minds of people so that in the cases where they do end up being assaulted, it becomes that little bit easier to take the perpetrator off of the streets. But the problem is, Me Too can't talk about it. Me Too can't promote it. This is not a message that Me Too can provide, because it touches on two of the taboos that they have created for themselves. One, that evidence is not something that needs to be discussed, and two, that you should not say anything that might be a demand upon the victim. And again, in saying this, I'm extremely conscious of the fact that this is a cruel thing to tell someone who has just suffered an attack, right? This is absolutely horrible. This is cold. This is unfair, because you are making a demand of someone that has just gone through something horrible. But this is reality. This is something that, though unpleasant, will prove to move the needle on sexual violence worldwide. And the thing is, again, like I said, it is a message that Me Too just can't put out there, because it sounds, well, it is asking the victim to do something. And this is what I think is the unintentional consequence of erasing the concept of victimhood and replacing it with survivor. Because when you emphasize that the transition from victim to survivor is a choice, it opens up messages like, don't wash yourself. Messages that will move the needle on putting perpetrators behind bars. Making sure that even if, and again, I thoroughly believe, despite the fact that, well, it's not even belief, it's just a fact, you can't eliminate sexual violence entirely from society. Because sexual predators are camouflage ambush predators. They're camouflage predators. They're ambush predators. You won't spot them until you're already caught in their web. And the idea that you can spot them based off of behaviors outside of the context without the benefit of hindsight is, to be honest, misplaced and impotent arrogance. Like I said, it underestimates the monster that you're up against. And a message like don't wash yourself would go miles towards helping to fight that monster. But in any case, again, yeah, it's cruel, but it's crucial. Your worst event becomes the greatest asset in exacting justice. But, sorry, but right after you don't actually want to tell anyone to know this, actually, yeah. They want to try not to be cruel, and that is understandable and perhaps even commendable. But in doing so, the problem is there is no alternative to Me Too. Me Too is the biggest movement, and as a result, it ends up defining how conversations, marketing, and messaging around the issue of sexual violence works. And when you have gaping holes in your messaging like this, that creates a scenario where nobody talks about the alternatives. Nobody talks about the possible other ways of approaching this same issue. And if they do, it's often conflated with attacking the movement wholesale, right? By talking about Me Too in as critical a way as I am doing now, I open myself up to having people come in and simply say, oh, you're just against Me Too. Or, oh, you're anti-women. Or, oh, you are pro the systems that perpetuate sexual violence or whatever, right? Again, that is a direct consequence of the fact that Me Too has effectively, if perhaps unintentionally, monopolized the discussion around sexual violence, at least on social media. What Me Too is instead proposing, though, instead of, again, addressing the issue of gathering evidence to make sure that the full force of the law can come down on the heads of the individuals who have chosen to abuse others and abuse the systems around them, is systemic change, right? To quote Me Too, on page 28, when we widen the lens, there is significant evidence that shows the link between sexual violence and other structural social justice issues. The work of the racial justice movement is deeply connected to sexual violence because indigenous women experience the highest rate of sexual violence, with black women experiencing the second highest rate. For black women, this is grounded in the experience of enslavement, with the massive residual harms experienced by the black community because of white supremacy. Now, the problem with this is that you have now taken the issue of sexual violence, by your own admission, a global issue, and you have racialized it. Not only have you racialized it, you've also racialized it in a way that fits the cultural tropes, historical stories, narratives that underpin America. This is not how you launch a global movement. This is not how you dictate a global conversation. Because with this single characterization, you have now tunnel visioned your movement into only working with one specific interpretation of American history. To go on page 30 they say, quote, "The Me Too movement believes in the radical possibilities of a movement against sexual violence led by survivors of sexual violence. Collectively, survivors and our allies have the knowledge, skill, expertise, and imagination, vision, and creativity to identify and address and radically transform our communities and institutions." Single problem with that. The same problem with democracy. Just because everyone has knowledge, skill, expertise, imagination, vision, creativity, and rights and agency does not mean they automatically have a way of implementing all of those things cohesively. So, when you have a group of people who are all equally capable but have no unifying factor, what do you default to in order to make sure they move in the same direction? Propaganda. And that's what this is. We also support an innovative model of survivor leadership, a whole self approach to healing from sexual violence. This method emerged from our holistic understanding of the life cycle of survivors, which looks at the various ways that survivors engage with their survivorship at various stages of their healing journey. We believe that broad-based social and political change is possible through courageous individuals, survivors, advocates, and allies taking action through a multi-issue intersectional lens. Now again, no unifying thread, nothing to make sure all of these survivors move in the same direction. Because yes, they share the same experience, they have survived the same thing, horrible as it is, but that doesn't mean that they are a monolith. And this document, this movement, makes the mistake of treating survivors as if they are one, as if they are all intent on moving in the exact same direction, have the exact same beliefs, the exact same thoughts, and the same approach towards reforming the system, quote unquote. Another thing, yet again we get it reiterated that they are focused on healing, which also explains why they seem to avoid acknowledging the humanity of the monster they escaped. Again, this is a term, this is a phrase that I'm going to be bringing up a lot throughout this. This seems like avoidance, right? Of trying to avoid confronting the monster that hurts you. If you're focused on healing, that is perfectly fine. But if you're going to be focused on healing, and you're going to avoid acknowledging the agency of your abusers, of the power that they wield, the reason why they should be feared, you risk compromising your ability to fight the issue you claim to be crusading against. Because sexual violence is not going to be solved through healing. Healing can make it so that a victim's life will be, healing can make it so that a victim has the best chance at life after being assaulted. But healing won't stop new people from being assaulted by more abusers, new abusers. Because that's just not how humanity works. And when they propose this systemic change, right? They propose revolutionary systemic change instead of taking down the individuals that have proven themselves to be monsters. This is the equivalent of trying to clear cobwebs using a flamethrower, right? Of trying to exterminate the spiders in your basement without looking while you blast away haphazardly. You will burn the foundations of the thing that gives you shelter. And, well, that will become clearer and clearer as we move on. Sorry, give me a second to blow my nose. Speed on, a festering wound can't heal before it's properly cleaned and sanitized, and you can't do that without looking at it. That is a great metaphor. Yeah. On page 29, this document states, similarly, another overlooked link is economic injustice. The financial cost of sexual violence is estimated at $122,461 over a survivor's lifetime. The cost of housing, food, safety and protection, childcare, and legal fees are only a few examples of the burdens associated with attempting to recover from the trauma of sexual violence. Scarling Michael Ore, thank you for the 2. Yeah, I can't relate. Hyde's flamethrower. Yeah. These estimations don't take into account the consequences for survivors who cannot meet these costs because of pre-existing structural barriers to economic security. Again, that would disproportionately include the aforementioned marginalized groups. These critical social justice issues are interrelated, yet they're often addressed in silos. With sexual violence rarely considered at all. Scarling Michael Ore, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. That's very kind of you. I hope you guys enjoyed those. Welcome to the 10 new footstools. But yeah, it's a nice little bit of a break from thinking about this. But when it comes to the way that this attempts to address the whole accountability issue, when it comes to trying to help survivors heal. Well, the thing that makes me suspicious is that they are talking about the economic costs of sexual violence, of healing from sexual violence, without specifying a perpetrator, without tying that accountability, that need for accountability, to the abuser, to the person guilty of abusing the system and abusing the victim. And in the absence of that acknowledgement, what ends up happening is, who is now accountable for, to put it crudely, footing the bill? The whole of society. And society doesn't have money from nowhere. It doesn't appear in the coffers of the government. It comes from taxes. It comes from other people. When you want society to pay for something, that's just a more indirect way of saying you want other people to pay for something. People that you might not ever meet or know, but you want them to pay for something regardless. And this is where I start to get suspicious of exactly what they're suggesting here. Because this does not sound like accountability. This does not sound like simple compensation. This sounds like redistribution. And as we'll get into later, there are good reasons for that suspicion. Anyways, on page 30, they continue by saying, we reject the notion that the complex structural issue can be resolved by resorting to short-term punitive measures that fly in the face of what survivors have told us they want. Okay, if you're going to denigrate punitive carceral measures, what are you going to propose as an alternative? Those predators, those monsters, still need to be taken off the streets. I understand not wanting to confront them, but unless you do, the problem will always persist. There seems to be this sort of naive belief that if you simply impose enough rules, that these predators will magically disappear. Like I said before, that's not humanity works. That's not how humanity works, right? People will find a way to break rules if that is what they want. And the problem with predators is that their humanity is so fundamentally broken that there is no way that you can get through to them or reform them in a way that will make up for the harm that they cause once they have already perpetrated an act against somebody, or to prevent it without engaging with them directly. The problem with all of these measures is that they require the consent of the intended audience in order to work. And as we all know, the last thing that abusers care about is consent. In any case,
Currently, there is an over-reliance on punitive responses to sexual violence, which is a direct result of dependence on the historical, quote, crime and punishment, end quote, framework. Geez, I wonder what are the other parts of the framework that you might have problems with. Surely it can't be the innocent until proven guilty portion of it, given your insistence on turning evidence into a taboo subject. But in any case, however, this method truncates survivors' decision-making power, severely limits and eschews accountability, and emphasizes state-sanctioned punishment over measures that address harm and prioritize harm reduction. Now, I want to make this very clear. When you say harm reduction, that is reliant on people complying with whatever measures you've put in place. Because, again, to assume that you can eliminate sexual violence through prevention, especially when you denigrate the value of punitive measures, is simply fantasy. Monsters don't care about rules, human monsters don't care about rules. That's part of being human. But in any case, using a law and order model for thinking about responding to sexual violence supports the criminalization of survivors' responses to sexual violence. Me Too International seeks to reframe and expand the avenues for survivor-driven accountability and resources for safety, utilizing both transformative and restorative justice practices. What they are proposing is the doing away of the system. And again, this all boils down to, well, there are a few assumptions that are implicitly spread throughout this statement, or throughout these two parts of their document, that aren't directly said. But these assumptions are, first, that the true cost of sexual violence extends beyond the act of abuse itself, and that financial estimations should encompass or account for the circumstances of the victim prior to their assault. Now, I don't think I need to tell you why that might be problematic, because based off of how you choose to define the circumstances, based off of how you choose to define the relevance of their circumstances to their, to their experience of abuse, that can vary wildly. And again, who gets to make that decision? Are you going to get all survivors in a room and get them to all collectively define exactly how much their circumstances prior to their experience of abuse factors into the need to help them heal through financial compensation? Right? Again, this is treating survivors as if they are a monolith. That is not how it works. And next, this document assumes that punitive measures are not a sufficient response to sexual violence, that more, quote, accountability is needed to, quote, address harm and, quote, prioritize harm reduction. Now, I want to make this very clear. One of the fundamental disagreements I have with the premises that this movement and this document are trying to advocate for is the idea that harm reduction is an effective thing to pursue. Because like I said, the monsters that are hunting us are not just animals, they are human. And no matter what rules you impose on humans, if they genuinely want to break out of them, circumvent them, bend them, they will. It's written into our DNA. Next thing, the final thing, that the law and order model, quote, supports criminalization of survivors' responses to sexual violence. And this is where I become very suspicious, because not only are they trying to minimize the degree to which an individual abuser is responsible for committing the act of abuse, but they are now thoroughly trying to say that society, the systems in place, are all irredeemable, right? They are all to blame for sexual violence. And that is simply not something I agree with. This whole concept that rape culture exists is not something I agree with either. And the thing is, when you take all those things into account, you start to notice something. This movement has changed. In the 5 years between 2017 and 2022, the thesis and goals of Me Too have become unrecognizable. Because when you look at the new set of the new thesis, the new set of goals that this movement now has in light of this document, you can start to see that there are some key differences. For example, the thesis has now switched to sexual violence is perpetuated by social and cultural systems that facilitate abuse, hinder accountability, and suppress victims. Sexual violence can affect anyone, but some groups are more affected than others. It is possible to eliminate sexual violence altogether by dismantling the systems that cause it. And that last part about dismantling the systems that cause it is now what has thoroughly taken the initial, already utopic goal of completely eliminating sexual violence and turned it into something that I would say is pathological. Because not only are you pursuing something that is simply impossible, because you are ignoring the human nature that causes it, or the brokenness of human nature that causes it, you are now dismantling the systems that currently are the only things we have in order to deal with that problem. And now when you look at the goals, those have changed as well. Now, they still have the goal of increasing society's awareness of the magnitude of the problem. They still have the goal of supporting victims on their transition into becoming survivors. But now they've created additional ones to create survivor-led and survivor-centered ways of dealing with the issue of sexual violence. I'll add that into the slide after the stream is over. Then, they've also added in to dismantle social and cultural systems that perpetuate abuse, and finally, to promote new systems that better facilitates, quote, survivor-driven, end quote, accountability, whatever that means. And when you start talking about dismantling systems, and when you start blaming systems in general for the perpetuation of abuse, instead of focusing on individual perpetrators, it starts to sound like more and more this is a call for politics, political intervention, the formation of a political entity, if not a political party, founded on survivorship of sexual violence. And, well, we've already been through why that is a bad idea, because that assumes that, all survivors of sexual abuse are going to be able to move in the same direction, hold the same beliefs, have the same ideas for how to improve society. That's not how it works. Survivors aren't a monolith. But on top of that, well, on page 62, this document has a section where they talk directly, they address the idea of Me Too and politics, right? To quote, "We have all witnessed the co-opting of Me Too for political or social gain, and the many who are still committed to misunderstanding our work. No matter what they attempt to say about the Me Too movement, the reality is that the hashtag was a pivotal revolutionary moment built upon decades of organizing around the fight to end sexual violence." Again, the fight to end sexual violence is a futile fight, especially if you are ignoring the monster you are fighting, the nature of it, the reason why it deserves to be feared. And the thing is, I understand wanting to fight something even if it is futile, because what if you make it better? And I agree that if the goal is to make it more difficult to perpetrate sexual violence, if the goal is to make it easier to prove that a perpetrator is, a perpetrator, to make it easier to bring the full force of the law down on a perpetrator's head once they have already been proven to be one. If you are fighting for all of those things, I am on your side. But if you are going to set your goal to be the end of sexual violence, and if you are going to structure everything else in your movement around that goal, which is not based in reality, you've lost me. Because that's not going to work. That's not going to do anything. It might make you feel empowered, Sure. But that empowerment is going to fade real quick when you start looking at how much sexual violence is still being perpetrated. When there are new victims that will make sure that despite your suffering, you are never alone, as dark as that may sound. That will be a very cold comfort when you realize that the narrative you've built up around discussions of sexual violence, especially in the West, have now overtaken and sometimes suppressed narratives that go against that when it comes to other people trying to tell their own stories of sexual abuse, sexual violence, especially when they don't fit the mold of the archetypical survivor that you seem to be building by trying to talk about cross sections of social groups or whatever. Again, this movement is creating stereotypes and grand narratives, and it seems to be blissfully aware of all of that. But to go on, the Me Too International organization is going beyond the hashtag to push this global conversation forward and demand the conditions required to reimagine safety in our communities. In completing this framework, we are already collecting more data and elements to add for the next edition. This document will live in a rapidly shifting world, requiring updates in the years to come. Our success in releasing our social and political foundations to survivors, advocates, and allies is measured by the ongoing work it fortifies and the calls to action that it inspires. We hope to see the Me Too movement grow in the wake of this framework's release, and look forward to joining you both in the virtual and physical streets. If you feel called to action after reading our framework, we invite you to take action with us and survivors in the following ways. Well, I certainly did feel a call to action after reading this abomination. But to go forward. 1. Dive into your healing journey and support the healing journey of survivors you know. Again, I understand and I applaud the attempt to emphasize healing, but if you're going to claim to end sexual violence, healing alone is not going to get the job done. 2. Join our community of survivors and allies, taking action in their local communities by texting Me Too Action to 24020. And 3rd, share the framework with a survivor or ally in your life. Now, the entirety of this section was basically dedicated to saying, don't politicize the Me Too movement. But that rings real hollow when the page immediately before it, they state that one of the new goals of the Me Too movement is, quote, "We are committed to ending capitalism." What the fuck do you mean we are committed to ending capitalism? What the fuck do you think you are going to accomplish for victims of sexual violence by ending capitalism? How does this help? What are you on about? And when you read through this section, you start to see exactly how far gone this movement has become. Capitalism is an economic and financial system that exploits the labor of all workers, especially black, indigenous, poor people, people with no income, people in the underground economic system. Just say like slave trade or something, or black market. I never understand this euphemistic use of jargon to try and soften the blow of what you're actually referring to. Like, if it has gravity, give it gravity. Use your words accordingly. But to go on, capitalism also extracts from the planet and through ecological distress. Again, now, finally, we've seen the hidden link between the environment, global warming, and the Me Too movement. What does all of that have to do with sexual violence and assault? Like, what the fuck? Causes more climate dissonance. Like, come on. What does this have to do with sexual violence? What does this have to do with putting perpetrators behind bars? Why are you talking about climate change? That provide further instability for workers. For capitalism to thrive, culture is produced through media and other means to train the masses from birth to sacrifice their boundaries, needs, and desires to conform to the wishes of an authoritative figure. Like, I don't know, like parents. Parents are an authoritative figure. Like, what? You make it sound like all authority is bad. No, that's not how it works. And this characterization of all authority being bad and evil and worthy of suspicion is destructive, because authority is one of the structuring principles that you need in order to have a society, a system that is organized enough to hunt down monsters. Capitalism also normalizes a culture of violence and exploitation, which teaches people seeking power and privilege that forcing, coercing, and exploiting labor, like sexual labor, from another person is appropriate. Mari Shinaide, welcome to the stream. The weather made me graper, officer. Like, we're actually reaching that level of illogic with what is going on here, with this illiterature that we are now reading through. Guys, I think we skipped too many cutscenes. Yeah, we have. Fuck's sake. But anyways, survivors are workers across industries and economic statuses. Really? All survivors are workers, are they? That's a bit of a bold claim. Also, does that mean that all abusers are now, like, bourgeoisie, landowners? Like, what if you get assaulted by a homeless person? What does that do to this dynamic of capitalism being bad? What happens then when one quote-unquote worker assaults another quote-unquote worker? Trying to separate people into these classes and tiers doesn't work. And forcing that into your movement against sexual violence and assault only serves to weaken what you are trying to do. And then this is the most pretentious part of this entire paragraph. We are coal miners. Try saying that to the stats when it comes to the number of females who work in mining compared to men. But anyways, sorry, I did make an assumption there. I assumed that by survivors they were referring to women. And I will say, granted, that is an assumption that I have put onto that sentence that isn't in there in writing. However, I will also say that with the degree of feminization, the way that the movement has marketed itself, I think that is an assumption that a lot of people would make. Now, to go on, we are coal miners, janitors, sex workers, actors and artists, politicians, non-profit members and corporate executives. Capitalism and the economic uncertainty and distress that comes from it limit the choices survivors have to find resources to escape from violent situations and get healing. Let me make this very clear. To all of the founders of Me Too, to all who support Me Too, you want to blame capitalism for sexual violence? Twitter would not have existed if it was created by Russia or China. Twitter would not have allowed Me Too to become so big if it was made by a non-capitalist society. So, if I were you, I'd be a little careful about arguing for the complete dismantling of the system that gave birth to your movement, the system that permitted your movement to exist. Scarling, thank you for the 2. Rapists obviously are industrialists. See the signs. Fuck's sake. At Me Too International, we believe that safety for all survivors is only possible if a social net exists that ensures all people have free and high-quality housing, reproductive care, health care, food, water, universal income, and educational systems. Now, they refer to a safety net, which is a very nice utopic idea. But what are they actually proposing here? What is the reality, the banal reality of what would be necessary in order to implement said safety net? Because it's not going to be other people. We've already talked ad nauseum about how people are far too disorganized to do anything as a collective without someone else steering them. Because even if you give people agency, that doesn't guarantee cohesion. What they are asking for is the state. The safety net is going to have to be implemented by a centralized government that has pretty much all of the power necessary in order to implement that safety net. And the problem is, what you are proposing is the dismantling of capitalism and replacing it with a massively overreached, overbloated, overpowered state apparatus. And I don't think I need to explain why that's a bad thing, but we will do so in a second anyways. Finally, last paragraph. Capitalism does not offer the most life-affirming choices that survivors desire. Furthermore, capitalism is directly linked to a culture that sanctions rape and rape culture. There's that word again, rape culture. We'll be dissecting that in a second. Because of this, we uphold an anti-capitalist lens. If it needs to be dismantled and replaced with a new economic system to ensure survivors have the resources they deserve. Now, since they insist on dismantling capitalism, they have an anti-capitalist lens and they want to replace it with a, quote, new economic system. Well, that leaves us with a few possibilities for what they're suggesting. Since they say the word system, I would assume they're not proposing anarchy. Well, you'd have to be an idiot to propose anarchy if what you're aiming to prevent is sexual violence. No, what I think they're proposing, well, I think at this point it's quite obvious, is Marxism, communism. They think that if we dismantle capitalism and impose Marxism in its stead, this will somehow solve sexual violence. And that is a utopic, delusional narrative that we will dismantle in a bit. But first, to make sure we're all on the same page, to make sure, because I understand that the jump between we're talking about tech companies to we're talking about Me Too to Marxism is a bit of a jump for most people, right? And I'm going to ease you guys in by making sure we're all on the same page on what we mean when we talk about Marxism, right? To sum it up, Marxism is the belief that all of history and society can be viewed through the lens of an extended class struggle between two groups of people, the bourgeoisie/industrialists and the proletariat/workers, right? Those who own the means of producing capital, right? Who are the bourgeoisie, the industrialists, or in other words, the owners, and those whose labor fuels the production. In other words, the slave workers, right? The proletariat. And this is a very simple dynamic of two classes of people, one of whom is the oppressor and one of whom is the oppressed. Now, as a flow-on of that belief, Marxism also proposes that this struggle is inherently good and virtuous, and it can only ever end with the equitable redistribution of capital. Never mind who decides what equitable means, never mind how that redistribution takes place. It's just how it's going to work, right? Trust me, bro. And then the other thing, and this is the rather insidious part of communism and Marxism, is the belief that power and privilege are to be regarded with suspicion at all times, and are only held by those who did not earn it, but whose ancestors built the social, cultural, and economic systems that allowed their descendants to inherit both power and privilege while keeping the working class oppressed. In other words, Marxism is an ideology that always demonizes power and privilege because there is the underlying assumption that people who hold both or either did not earn either or both. You can start to see why that's a problem. Because the only thing you end up accomplishing there is you blanket demonize all of power, all of privilege. And that's the problem. Because, contrary to the belief of Marxists, there is such a thing as earning power, earning privilege. Getting it not because you inherited it, but because you've proven yourself to be capable of wielding it effectively. The other thing with Marxism, when you accept it as an ideology, is that there are a few tropes that tend to emerge when you use this as the default ideology. And this is how I have come to the conclusion that the Me Too movement has become irreparably corrupted by Marxist ideology. The first trope in Marxism is the idea that capitalism is an irredeemably evil, exploitative, and oppressive system. Now, don't get me wrong, capitalism has flaws, but it is the only model that works. If you were to choose between communism, anarchy, and capitalism, there is only one of those three that will consistently turn out a livable society. In fact, one that does not immediately deteriorate into tyranny, dictatorship, and authoritarianism. And let me give you a clue. Sorry. It's not going to be communism. Well, and it's kind of obvious when Me Too has an entire goal that is, we are committed to ending capitalism. Like, what the fuck? The next trope is the idea that whenever Marxist ideology is being pushed in a space or a movement, it always assumes that the actions of individuals are entirely beholden to social, cultural, and economic systems. In other words, individual agency is not accounted for at all. This now recontextualizes Me Too's focus on talking about systems being responsible for sexual violence instead of the abusers, the individual abusers of said systems. The next thing, power and privilege become maligned, along with those who possess either. Again, you can't put perpetrators in jail if you demonize all of the systems and the people working in those systems who are the ones tasked with putting those perpetrators in jail, right? I understand saying that abusers can cocoon themselves using money, influence, power, prestige, whatever, to avoid accountability and conceal their crimes. That I understand. But that does not give you license to say that the entirety of justice, or of the justice system, especially in the West, is just irredeemable, flawed, and needs to be taken down entirely. That is not how it works. That is too far of a logical leap. And what's more, you are depriving yourself of a crucial tool in, like I keep saying, fighting the monster. Because God knows you're not going to be able to fight it by just imposing more rules. The next thing is that victimhood and oppression become elevated as virtues. Now, this is especially obvious when you try to take the whole surviving sexual violence thing and turn it into a source of political know-how. When you try to say that just because someone has survived sexual violence, they now automatically have something of note to contribute to discussions about economic policy, climate change, or just the environment in general. Again, being a survivor of sexual violence is not some sort of license. It's just being a survivor of sexual violence. And this attempt at turning it into something more. Again, I understand it, but it is pure fantasy. That is not how things work in real life. And that is cold, hard, and cruel, perhaps, to insist on. But I would argue that to deceive people into thinking otherwise is even crueler. To deceive them of that under the guise of compassion is, in my opinion, infinitely worse. And to go on, another trope that ends up happening when Marxist ideology infiltrates a space or a movement is that collective identity overtakes individual identity, and that groups are presented as monoliths. Again, we can very much see this happening with the way that Me Too characterizes survivors. What the fuck do you mean survivor-led, survivor-centered? Are you really going to tell me that you think all survivors are going to be able to converge upon the same opinions and ideas as to how society should be reformed? You are kidding. And if you are able to provide the illusion of that consensus, I guarantee, is based off of an exclusion of a certain subsect of survivors that you are trying to obscure. So, no, that consensus does not exist, cannot exist, and the only way you can pretend it does is if you are conveniently leaving out dissenting voices that are also survivors. Next thing. The dynamic between different groups is forced into a moral binary. Now, this is the real insidious thing about saying we are all responsible for amplifying sexual violence. Because, no, we're not. We are not all responsible. We are not all abusers. And by by ignoring the role that individual abusers have in abusing their victims and the systems around both, your implication of collective guilt is founded on nothing. The dynamic between, again, you force people into this idea that you are either with us or against us. You are on the right side of history or the wrong side of history. And the facts are, that is not how this works. And to pretend it does is naive at best and insidious at worst. And then the final thing. Marxism tends to promise the achievement of a utopic goal upon dismantling the current economic system. In other societies in the past, it has promised the absence of poverty, the ending of social woes. With the case of Me Too, this version of Marxism promises that upon dismantling capitalism, we will be able to somehow eliminate sexual violence. That is the utopic goal that they are presenting as the end point of dismantling capitalism in the name of Marxism, even though they don't refer to it as such. It's clear in their beliefs, though. It's clear in the way that this document is laid out. It's clear in what they are advocating for. And here's where I want to go back to a previous passage that we went through. The bit where they said, quote, "We are all responsible for the promotion and amplification of sexual violence and rape culture." Now, when we first read through this, I already thought, oh, okay, that's pretty misleading. But having seen that they have managed to expose themselves as being Marxists, this now recontextualizes the purpose behind this sentence. Because, if you will remember, in the stream where I was dissecting Dustborn, if you haven't watched that, I would recommend you do. I'm quite proud of that, to be honest. I mentioned that when it comes to propaganda, there are two components to it. The first component is rhetoric, the contents and persuasiveness of your message. The second part, however, is interpolation, the worldview and identities perpetuated by a message. In other words, what to think versus how to think. And to remind you of what the definition of interpolation is, it basically means exposure to and acceptance of a certain worldview, including the prescribed identities that conform to and perpetuate it. Now, the way that this works when it comes to trying to spread ideologies is simple. With every ideology, there is a set of prescribed identities that conform to it. For example, we'll go with the same one I used to highlight this concept earlier. Let's say that you are someone who rents a house and that you have your landlord. If you accept Marxism, communism as your worldview, you, as the person who is renting the house, are the proletariat oppressed, right? You are the working class. You work for wages that you pass on to your landlord because he owns the means of production. He owns the house, right? And conversely, the the landlord becomes a bourgeoisie or a member of the oppressor class, right? Again, you don't individually have a choice in these identities. They are automatically pushed onto you when you accept this worldview. However, something I left out of my original explanation of this concept is how you get from this point to this point. How you actually move from being outside of an ideology or worldview to being a part of it. And that process is something described as hailing, as in to greet or to say hi to. Now, the way that hailing works is roughly a 3-step process. First, an accusation is leveled against an outsider that would place them in a position of assumed guilt in the eyes of an ideology. Let's say, for example, that you say out loud that you don't like OnlyFans, that you disapprove of OnlyFans as a business, right? Let's say that someone then comes in with a certain ideology saying, okay, if you say that you don't like OnlyFans, that's anti-feminist, right? Now, the next stage of hailing is that the outsider is tricked into refuting the accusation, but not the implicit premises that are attached to it. So in response to them saying, oh, you're anti-feminist, you only refute the outright accusation. You say, no, I believe in women's suffrage. But then they double down by saying, so you agree that if women have rights, they have the right to commodify their own bodies, right? The premise that is being snuck in there is the idea that feminism and self-objectification are synonymous with one another. And unless you refute that idea, when the interaction ends, you still believe that you're a feminist, but you have now consented to being a feminist that conforms to their ideology, their version of a feminist, right? So the third and final stage of hailing is that the outsider is manipulated into accepting the implicit premises of the ideology, its legitimacy, and the prescribed roles that conform to it, while at the same time not guaranteeing that they will be cleared of the guilt of the initial accusation, right? So, again, this is basically when you say, oh, I don't like OnlyFans, they say that makes you anti-feminist. You say, no, I do believe in women's rights. They say, well, that means you should be okay with OnlyFans. And then you responding, do I have to in order to be a feminist? And they say yes. And that's where the conversation ends. Now, the way that you shut down hailing is you make the implicit premise explicit and you reject that as well. Instead of simply saying, no, I believe in women's suffrage as a refutation to the accusation that you are anti-feminist, you have to say, well, why do you assume that feminism and self-objectification need to be synonymous with one another? Because then, now that ideology has been laid bare, now they're not going to be able to sneak it past you. Right? And again, I often go through these, when I explain these concepts, sometimes I give examples that aren't as great and there are better ones or ones that are more relevant to you guys that I end up stumbling on later. This is something that I ended up realizing when I was talking about things like, anecdotes versus data, and someone in my comments for a previous stream said that they only really understood what I was talking about when I gave the example of how when you crunch the numbers on Twitch's ban rates, they apparently have an accuracy of around 99% when it comes to the bans that they hand out, which does not match at all with the anecdotal evidence that their bans are wildly prejudiced and inconsistent. Finalist, thank you for the 5. As a gamer, communism is the best system. Just look at their KDA ratio. Can't be beat. You know what? You might just be right about that one. But to highlight what I mean by hailing, right? Let me give you a pretty recent, pretty relevant example. Let's say that you are a poor little VTuber on Twitch. That you are wearing a swimsuit while streaming. I know, scandalous, right? Let's say that Twitch decides that this is a violation of their rules. They accuse you of violating said rules, and they ban you as a result. Again, you are being hailed as a rule breaker. That is the role that they are trying to push onto you. The question then becomes, How do you appeal that accusation? How do you prove your innocence? The problem is, in trying to appeal by saying that you didn't break their rules, you have to first accept the implicit premise that those rules are reasonable to begin with. See where I'm driving with this? When you are appealing a ban on Twitch after you've been hailed as a rule breaker, you can't absolve yourself in the eyes of Twitch without first accepting their rules. And the problem is, those rules aren't reasonable. Those rules were made around a group of people that do not care about complying with those rules. So again, this is exactly what is going on. What VTubers are currently going through with Twitch moderation is an example of hailing. By the way, when Twitch highlighted their attire policy, this is what was really annoying about seeing all of those people come out and sort of dick suck Twitch by saying, "Oh, why are you complaining? This has always been in the rules." They are accepting the implicit premise that the rules are made reasonably when they are not. And again, that is what people were mad about. The fact that the rules, the implicit premise behind what Twitch was doing, was already unfair to begin with. It's the same sort of thing here. Now, the way that this works with Me Too is that, well, there is an explicit accusation. But when they say, we are all responsible for the promotion and amplification of sexual violence and rape culture, the explicit accusation is that by refusing to participate, you are complicit in, quote, the promotion and amplification of sexual violence and rape culture. And as to what you are supposed to participate in, well, they say themselves, the dismantling of capitalism. However, the implicit premise, and this is the thing that they're trying to sneak past, is the idea that sexual violence is more attributable to systems than individual actors. And our culture was founded on the premise of facilitating rape. That is what I disagree with. Are there loopholes? Yes. Do people abuse the system? Also yes. Was the system designed to facilitate rape? Fuck no. And to insist that it is, well, I think we've already gone through enough to say that it's a deliberate implication and that they are deliberately trying to get people to buy into this anti-capitalist mindset. Again, capitalism isn't perfect, but in case you think that communism is better, well, we're about to prove that very wrong in a second. The other thing, when I talked about the two components of propaganda, right? Rhetoric and interpolation. The contents and persuasiveness of your message, what to think and how to think, right? The way that that works with Me Too is pretty clear-cut at this point, right? The rhetoric that they are trying to push in this document is that oppressive social and cultural systems exist that create both abusive behavior and victimhood via sexual violence. And the second thing, the interpolation, the worldview they're trying to push, is that capitalism is to blame for creating systems that perpetuate sexual violence. And also, that capitalism must be taken down. This is a deranged parody of what Me Too claimed to be when it first started. There's one other thing that I want to touch on. When it comes to defining Marxism, when it comes to defining the tropes that, well, mark it, there is one more thing that needs to be considered as well. One thing that is never talked about by Marxists or people who advocate for Marxism. And that is removing yourself from the hyperopic, utopic, idealistic visions of the future of what communism can achieve, and looking at the banal, cold realities of what communism has done throughout history when it has been implemented. Some of the consequences of Marxism that its advocates never talk about are the following. First, use of force to ensure compliance with the redistribution of power and resources. Again, no one is simply going to shut up and click their heels and march along with whatever orders you give if you don't have a gun pointed at them in order to make sure they do so. Second, power becomes concentrated, usually in the hands of the state. Because remember, if you want to implement a safety net, there's only one entity that's powerful enough to do that. And it's not individuals, it's not even a group, it's a government. And if you want them to be able to do that, you have to put a lot of power in the hands of the government. Third, entire groups are labeled as evil oppressors with no room for nuance or open discussion. Now this has been a disastrous thing that has subtly manifested in Me Too as the years have gone on. And again, we will touch on that in a second. But I want you to keep this in the back of your mind. This is an unintended consequence of Marxism that always, unfailingly crops up every time it is advocated for, every time it is implemented. One group is always blanket demonized as being irredeemably evil people. They are dehumanized. They have their humanity stripped from them. They are unpersoned. And this is really, really important to note. Because when we start looking at some of the failings of Me Too, those failings start to make more sense if we consider this as a consequence of holding a Marxist ideology. Fourth, victimhood becomes a status and a qualification, not a condition. Again, simply put, that's not how it works. And yet, according to this ideology, that is how victimhood is often used. Marxism is the favored weapon, the favored ideology of cry bullies, because it allows them to essentially use their supposed victimhood, or even real victimhood, as a cudgel to beat everything and everyone else around them into a shape that they desire. Fifth, individual agency is ignored in both the supposed oppressors and the supposed oppressed, and the supposedly oppressed. Again, if you blame systems for everything, individual agency as a concept tends to disappear, and that is very much what's going on with Me Too at the moment. And finally, no consideration is given to the possible implications of dismantling the current system and the merits of old frameworks, or the flaws in the structures that might replace both. Again, Me Too hasn't been very focused on the points of our current justice system that do work as intended, albeit with occasional flaws or occasional bugs. They just dismiss the entire thing as not sufficient and in need of being replaced. Same thing with the way that they treat capitalism as a social structure. Again, like I said, it's understandable if you hate capitalism. It's delusional if you think that it's worse than communism. And speaking of communism, this idea that a movement dedicated to ending sexual violence would propose and advocate for the dismantling of capitalism and, by implication, the assertion, the replacement of it with communism, is absurd. Especially if the goal is to eliminate sexual violence. Because throughout history, we have been given case study after case study of the fact that communism is no escape from sexual violence. And there are two cases in particular that I want to highlight. Now, this man, Stanislav Kozio. For those who don't know who Stanislav is, he was a member of the Ukrainian Communist Party around the time that Stalinist Russia was rearing its head. Over the course of his life, he took on a bunch of other roles as well. Deputy Premier of the Soviet Union, and also, in the final stages of his career, he was a member of the Politburo of the, I hope I'm saying that correctly, the Politburo of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Kozyr was also tortured and executed during the Great Purge. Now, usually I wouldn't be very sympathetic to a communist being killed by other communists. After all, communists eating one another is nothing new. However, in the case of Stanislav, he made a crucial error in his judgment before deciding to become a communist official. He made the mistake of having a family. See, during the Great Purge, when Stanislav was brought in for questioning, the interrogators began to torture him. However, Stanislav turned out to be a pretty tough guy. Regardless of how much pain they inflicted upon him, he never broke. He refused to give the confession that they wanted to extract from him. Mind you, that doesn't even mean that he had done anything necessarily wrong. As is the case with most communist societies, they'd simply decided that he was already guilty and they were just doing this as a formality. But they needed that confession. So, when the interrogators realized that the pain that they were inflicting on Stanislav himself wasn't working, they switched tactics. The interrogators, upon realizing that Stanislav wasn't going to break, brought in his 16-year-old daughter, Tamara Kozyr, and they assaulted her repeatedly in front of him until he broke. Not long after they started doing that, he gave his confession, and he was executed that same day through a shot in his head. Stanislav's daughter was afterwards released from prison, and within the same day killed herself by throwing herself in front of a train. If you are so delusional as to assume that sexual violence is not going to be a tool in a communist society, I would advise you to pay attention to some of the things that have been done throughout our history, and you ignore those lessons at your peril. Because this is not even the only example of communists, Marxists, well, those who will uphold a Marxist society committing atrocities of sexual violence against other people. I want to bring to your attention an article released by the BBC in 2015 about the rape of Berlin. To quote, "As the Red Army advanced into what the Soviet press called, quote, the lair of the fascist beast, end quote, posters encouraged troops to show their anger. Quote, soldier, you are now on German soil. The hour of revenge has struck, end quote." In fact, the political department of the 19th Army, which fought its way into Germany along the Baltic coast, declared that a true Soviet soldier would be so full of hatred that he would be repulsed by sex with Germans. But once again, soldiers proved the ideologists wrong. While researching his 2002 book, Berlin, The Downfall, historian Anthony Beaver found documents about sexual violence in the State Archive of the Russian Federation. They were sent by the NKVD, the secret police, to their boss, Lavrenti Beria. I hope I'm saying that right. Beria, in late 1944. These were passed on to Stalin, says Beaver. You can actually see from the ticks whether they've been read or not, and they report on the mass rapes in East Prussia, East Prussia, and the way that German women would try to kill their children and kill themselves to avoid such a fate. Stalin's troops assaulted an uncounted number of women as they fought their way to the German capital, though this was rarely mentioned after the war in Germany, West or East, and is a taboo subject in Russia even today. Now, the thing in this article that I want to highlight the most is a small section that it has, somewhere around the middle, where it is explained why people don't seem to talk about the rape of Berlin, and why, especially when it comes to advocating against sexual violence, adopting a Marxist ideology that conforms to political and grand narratives is such a bad idea. Quote, 70 years after the end of the war, new research on sexual violence committed by all the Allied forces, American, British, and French, as well as Soviet, is still emerging. But for years, the subject slid under the official radar. Few reported it, and even fewer would listen. Besides the social stigma, in East Germany, it was sacrilegious to criticize Soviet heroes who had defeated fascism. Sound familiar? While across the wall in the West, the guilt for Nazi crimes made German suffering unmentionable. And this is the problem with the way that we teach World War II. There is too much of this false moral binary, where one side are irredeemable evil monsters and the other are unadulterated heroes. Because that's not how this fucking works. And also, this is why it is so important not to adopt this Marxist lens of one group of people being blamed for all evil, especially when that evil was not committed personally by them, but by their ancestors or their associates. Because when you do that, when you dehumanize people as, oh, they're all fascists, guess what happens? You dehumanize them. And the common thread between war and rape is dehumanization. When you don't view another person as an object, you are free to do what you like with them. And when you do what you like with them, you strip away their humanity. It goes hand in hand. When people wonder, why is it that rape happens so often when war happens? That is why they rely on the same leaps in logic. You cannot kill other human beings en masse unless you don't view them as human. You can't, a very common reason, at least according to interviews done with perpetrators as to why it is possible to rape en masse as well, is because the perpetrators no longer view their victims as humans either. Again, the common thread is dehumanization. This is why you must always acknowledge monsters as human. When those monsters are people, you acknowledge them as such. This is why when you have an enemy, regardless of how vile they are, regardless of how many atrocities they commit, regardless of how grotesque their mark on humanity is, you must always remember they are still human. Because the moment you allow yourself to forget, the moment you default to calling people fascists or Nazis, or whatever the fuck else you want to call them, you open the door to this. And that is why the racialization the gender, the genderification, the feminization of Me Too is so atrocious for the supposed goal of advocating for all victims of sexual violence, of trying to end sexual violence. Because when you try to turn it into a gendered issue, you risk making men out to be the monsters. And when you let this become part of your grand narrative, what the fuck do you think is going to happen to male victims of sexual violence? Funless, thank you for the 5. The terrifying thing about propaganda is it works. Survivors of communism are always publicly speaking out against it, unfortunately to no avail. Yeah. And the insidious thing about Marxism is that it can infiltrate any group of people, any social movement. It has infiltrated Me Too, and it corrupted it beyond recognition. And when I talk about narratives, when I talk about the danger of narratives, the reason why that is so pertinent to Me Too is because in that same social political framework, they also talk about, well, one of the main ways that they seek to end sexual violence is by building narratives, right? In a section titled The Work of Me Too and Building the Survivor Justice Movement, they say, the mission of Me Too International is to serve as a convener, thought leader, and organizer across the mainstream and the grassroots to address systems that allow for the proliferation of sexual violence, specifically in black, queer, trans-disabled, and all communities of color. What about white people? They are people too. And when you make these distinctions, that opens you up to having those distinctions made against other groups of people down the line. Like, this is not anti-oppression. This is not anti-racist. This is just having someone else take their turn at it. And this is why, again, I've said this many, many times before, but every time I see this, it's always the same thing. It's always this idea of, oh, white people are the devil. They are to blame for all of history's ills. Western society would be so much better without white people. Like, what the fuck do you mean? I'm not even done with the discussion of how race has ruined Me Too, by the way. Because we'll be touching on that again in a bit. But in any case, on page 37 and 38, they clarify the actions, the avenues, the strategies they're going to adopt in order to build up the Me Too movement. Under the subheading action, they say, sustained action amongst courageous individuals is necessary to end sexual violence. Together, these individuals cultivate courageous communities. Courageous communities work to shift norms, practices, and policies that counter sexual violence through community care. Connection, education, and coalition. Working to support community members in the wake of sexual violence, courageous communities hold survivors in care and hold people who do harm accountable. They are proactive in educating community members of all ages about bodily autonomy, consent, accountability, and systematic oppression. For reasons that we've talked about before, take systematic with a grain of salt. But on top of that, what this tells us is that one of the ways in which we are going to be able to see the effects of Me Too is on the kids. How are kids being taught about these concepts of bodily autonomy, and when they are older, how the harms of sexual violence, what behavior is or isn't okay, and God forbid, how to deal with it if it does happen. To continue, as we exercise our collective power, courageous communities engage in a movement for bread-based? Is that what it's? Sorry, give me a second to look closer at the screen. broad-based, social and political change. Again, it's all about changing systems, not dealing with individual abusers. Organizationally, we are committed to cultivating courageous communities that are equipped with the narrative expertise, there we go, leadership and organizing skills, resources, and political direction and community necessary to make radical, systemic, and communal changes in service to survivor justice and sexual violence prevention. Again, that word, prevention. A utopic goal that is not grounded in reality. Now, here's the problem. When they say, well, actually, I'll continue a little bit. They then go on to say that one of their key strategies hinges on the idea of accumulating narrative power. Now, again, you can't have narrative power without establishing a grand narrative, and the moment you set a narrative in a movement that is supposed to include all voices, you automatically put yourself into a position where certain voices are going to be excluded because they do not fit your narrative. Narrative power. Narratives are any account of a series of related events or experiences told in story form. At Me Too International, we are committed to disrupting harmful narratives about survivors and the issue of sexual violence, while challenging the attempts by those in power to use misinformation as a silencing fear tactic. Survivors and our supporters deserve to see media outlets and community conversations take sexual violence seriously. Be responsive to their interests and tell truthful stories about the long-term impact of sexual violence on persons and communities. As an organization, we believe in the power of stories that survivors, allies, and movement supporters have to tell. I love how they totally exclude any mention of movement detractors as if none of them have anything worth saying at all, as if their movement is perfect and there is no possible criticism of it, when they haven't suggested a single evaluative measure to see how effective or gauge how effectively they are moving towards their goal of supposed elimination of all sexual violence. But to continue, it is our philosophy that effective narrative strategies and messaging have the power to influence individual and collective thought. Well, that's a little sinister, and thereby drive behavior change. We see our work in building narrative power as, and here's where we fall into the same trap that every Marxist seems to fall into. This misguided belief, this impotent, arrogant belief that you can shape human behavior. In case it isn't clear enough already, Speed on, Chairman, this narrative is perfect and flawless. Reminds you of how the party treats its systems, doesn't it? Oh yeah, they're governed by the same principles. But in case it isn't already obvious, you can only change the behavior of people who are willing to go along with what you're trying to do. Ironically, your attempts to change society, so long as they revolve around changing behavior, will continue to affect only those aside from the demographic that is actually causing the problem. Because, like I said, you are trying to use reason and rules against a human monster. Reason won't work because they're a monster, and rules won't work because they're human. And every Marxist always falls into this same utopic, arrogant belief that should the state accumulate enough power, we will finally crack the code. We will finally figure out how to shape human behavior, program people as if they're machines, even the ones who don't conform, who aren't willing to play along with the act. And that's the problem. Me Too is a movement that relies on being coddled by people. Only people who are willing to adopt what they are suggesting will, again, will conform to what they are proposing. Abusers, perpetrators, they don't care, and they never will. And if you assume that you are going to be able to somehow intervene before they get the chance to commit any crime, I'm sorry, but you're delusional. That's not how it works. You can't spot an abuser without the benefit of hindsight, because they are camouflage predators. They are ambush predators. And if you don't respect that, well, there's not really much stopping you from falling victim again. To go on, the first point that they raise is the idea of proactive framing and story threading. Now, those of you who were around for my first ever stream will remember that framing is a media technique where you direct the audience's attention to some things at the cost of others, right? So immediately, there's a bit of a problem here. We are committed to weaving the threads between the issue of sexual violence, poverty, gender-based violence, and other forms of abuse. And see, here's the problem. They are relying on a preventative model, right? Prevention, which also relies upon detection. But when you are using a prevention, detection-based model, you also need to acknowledge that if you lump issues together, you are going to throw up a lot of false positives. Now, false positives isn't a problem unless you operate off of a detection-based system. Unless you are trying to operate with the premise of preventing the thing from happening. And this is the problem, because Me Too is insisting on a prevention-based, detection-based model of justice, while also insisting on lumping the issue of sexual violence with so many others that the issue of false positives becomes pretty much paralyzing to the system working correctly. It freezes, stops in its tracks any possibility that the system would work as intended. And yet this is not acknowledged anywhere. But in any case, we refuse to allow survivors to be forgotten when politicians, community leaders, or movement leaders, ironic, movement leaders discuss issues that impact us. Who is the us? Is the us in the room with us right now? Because when you say us, you're not seriously referring to all survivors as if they are one monolithic mass, are you? Because, as we'll get into later, there are quite a few survivors, to put it in your words, victims if you put it in mine, that have been excluded by the movement leaders of Me Too. We are committed to holding the line that sexual violence is a community issue that impacts everyone and every aspect of life in our social media press and media engagements. 2. Public relations. Hallelujah, my favorite. Through our robust public relations strategy and relationships with editors and reporters, we work to amplify truths about disclosure and trauma, call for accountability, and rewrite narratives. For fuck's sake. Rewrite narratives that perpetuate harm by way of scrutiny, invisibility, and shame. There is this naive idea that they are going to be able to impose solutions, fixes, not trade-offs. I believe that Thomas Sowell had a term for this. Visionaries, I think, is what he called them. People who believe that there are problems in society that they can solve without any cost. And this is dangerously close. Well, this is that, actually. Not even dangerously close. This is that. This naive belief that they can solve the issue of sexual violence. Dim the lamp, hello chair. You've chosen to come in at a very interesting time. I hope this isn't too much of cold water in the face, if you are only joining the stream now. The third thing that they propose, communication and rapid response. Again, this is more to do with, well, to quote, the goal of our rapid response work is to get in front of dormant and harmful narratives that emerge from current events and headlines and reorient the public around issues that impact survivors and their communities. Again, they're talking about setting news agendas. They're talking about defining the way that the public interprets events before the public has a chance to do that on its own terms. For a movement that revolves around preventing sexual violence, they sure are horrible at acknowledging the importance of consent outside of the realm of sex. We believe that offering nuanced perspectives, sure. I wonder who gets to determine whether a perspective is nuanced or not. And we believe that offering nuanced perspectives can influence public opinion and change potential outcomes. Well, no shit, Sherlock. It just depends on how good those outcomes are, how damaging those outcomes are, and to how many people. And this is where we get into the distinction that I made when I was talking about propaganda in the earlier streams. There is such a thing as good propaganda, just as there is such a thing as bad propaganda. It exists on a spectrum. Now, the way that you define what counts as good propaganda versus what counts as bad propaganda is, well, a few things. Although both good and bad are, well, delivered with the goal of persuading effectively, in the case of good propaganda, that need for persuasion will balance rhetoric with responsibility. It will make sure that the messages that people are being convinced to uphold or to buy into are not actually going to harm them in the long term. There is a lot of forethought that has been put into good propaganda as to what the trade-offs you are making are. Again, there are no solutions, there are only trade-offs. You have to make a judgment as to which harms are worth which benefits, even if the harms are only potential. Another point with good propaganda is that it reinforces the integrity of the user instead of undermining it. Again, it will be consistent with the moral, with the ethical positions of the person delivering that propaganda. And as a result, it's not going to erode their integrity. And finally, good propaganda is used solely for the purpose of organization, increasing audience agency, making it so that people who believe in something will have the degree of cohesion necessary in order to bring that something into reality. By contrast, bad propaganda prioritizes rhetoric above all else. All that matters... Oh, Ultra Derek? Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. You've chosen to come in at a bit of an interesting time. We are currently discussing the flaws of Me Too. But in any case, in the case of bad propaganda, they don't care. Those who deliver bad propaganda simply do not care if the message that they are espousing is harmful to the people hearing it or will harm them down the line. All that matters is that people accept the message. The next thing is that bad propaganda will also compromise the integrity of the user. Again, if the leaders of your movement pride themselves on being a global advocate, on not discriminating between different voices, and then for the sake of making their message more persuasive, more cohesive, more marketable, they end up excluding different voices and stories, that severely compromises the integrity of said movement and leaders. And finally, bad propaganda decreases audience agency, because while you still accomplish the base goal of organization, you are organizing your audiences to move according to a lie. You are deceiving them into moving together, not unlike herding a flock of sheep off of a cliff. And when it comes to gauging whether something is good or bad propaganda, what you need to look at is the effects of that messaging. You have to look at how that messaging has manifested in the real world. Remember earlier when we were reading through parts of the document that stated that part of Me Too's narrative process is making sure that children are educated early on as to, well, what sexual violence is, what boundaries are, the importance of understanding how sexual violence works so they can avoid it, etc., etc. We can start there. We can look at what impact has Me Too had on the way that, well, sex and sexual violence is taught about in schools. How has Me Too manifested in the school environment? And to highlight all of the critiques that I have, there is no article better than this one from the Huffington Post, titled, "When Middle Schoolers Say #MeToo." See, the thing about Me Too is that it wasn't just one tag in and of itself. As the movement progressed, they also tried introducing other variations of the Me Too hashtag to accommodate different groups of people. One of them was Me Too K-12, or Me Too K-12, which was supposed to be aimed at expanding the Me Too movement into schools. Now, to read out what this article says, and this is very representative of some of the flaws that have been baked into the way that Me Too has marketed itself and the philosophies that it set itself. To quote, "Shortly after last year's election," again, this was 2017, so this was right after Trump was elected, so immediately they start by throwing shade at Trump, which is not at all a tired cliche in the mainstream media. But anyways, "Shortly after last year's election, at an elementary school near my home, boys apparently played Trump tag by grabbing at girls' genitals. A school counselor at a Midwest middle school told me this week about Grab Tits Tuesday. The mother of a 9th grade girl emailed that boys shouted, 'Grab their asses,' and did as girls filed out during a fire drill at their upstate New York high school. She said she has spent hours in the principal's office advocating for her daughter, whose buttocks are grabbed frequently as she walks from science to history class." Now, first of all, if this is a high school and you have kids doing that, I'm sorry. That has nothing to do with Trump. That's everything to do with either the kids' parents, the school, or some combination of both. This is not normal for high schoolers. I hate to break it to you, but some parents need to take a good long look at themselves in the mirror. Because this does not happen because of an election. But anyways, to continue. To hear the latest headlines tell it, sexual harassment among adults is a root cause of gender inequality. In fact, it is a symptom of toxic childhood lessons about gender, sex, and power. As female whistleblowers have taken down titans of industry this fall, legions of underage harassers have continued to roam playgrounds with impunity. They are learning behavior that, unfettered, could graduate into adult forms of degradation. Few write stories about them. Why not? Maybe because they're kids. And the whole point of raising kids is instructing them, being an adult, being a parent, and stepping in to correct behavior like this. Because we don't write about this because generally it is assumed that parents are going to do their job and stop their children, intervene when the child exhibits harmful behavior. Now, again, when children do things, like for example, grab one another by the genitals or grab one another by the chest or the buttocks or whatever, to assume that it's instantly again, I'm not going to say that it's never going to be a sexual thing, right? Because who knows when it's kids. especially when they get around to, puberty age and they start exhibiting these sort of, bad behaviors, especially in the absence of a parent who's going to correct them at home. But when you are just dealing with kids, especially young kids, not high schoolers, like, really small kids, and they do stuff like that, it's pretty much always innocent. Because, well, kids don't think that way. Kids are not adults. They don't have the equipment to think that way. And as a result, you need to understand that this is a normal part of parenting. That you need to identify when your child is exhibiting a behavior that is, again, socially unacceptable, and you need to step in. And generally, for the most part, that happens. That's why there aren't news stories being written about it. Because, generally speaking, it shouldn't be an issue. And if it is an issue, it is not an issue with the child, because that child is not an adult. When I talk about abusers, when I talk about stuff like that, only, except for in fringe cases, really extreme fringe cases, generally, if they are a child, they lack the same agency as is present in adults. And they need a corrective, authoritative figure. Again, actually, you know what? Now that I bring that up, I can start to see why this is a problem. This Sisyphean task of trying to assert boundaries while demonizing power and authority that's currently taking place within Me Too. But in any case, children need authority figures to tell them what is and isn't okay. Actually, yeah, Rob and Tio, that's a great way of putting it. Children are innocently cruel. Yeah, that's exactly the case. And it takes an adult authority figure to step into that child's life and tell them when they are being cruel. So that child has a chance to develop into awareness of what is or isn't okay. Sinful Lad, thank you for the 50,000 more ad revenue. I think I got shadow banned again. Oh. Have you been leaving messages in the chat? I haven't been seeing them. Armchair expert, Me Too loves to complicate the message. Yeah, and again, it's very simple to prevent children from becoming sexual criminals. You just need to parent properly. Well, granted, parenting properly in and of itself is quite difficult, but at the same time, you need to be authoritative. If you are a teacher and you see problematic behavior, you step in. If you are a parent and you observe problematic behavior, you step in. That is your job as an adult. And when you start seeing children en masse exhibiting this kind of problematic behavior, assuming it's true, which again I will, even if that is maybe a little bit more charitable than journalists, the average journalist deserves. How do I put this? Whenever you see children exhibiting this behavior en masse, it is almost always a sign that something is going wrong among the adults in their life. Parents aren't doing their job, or teachers aren't doing their job. It has to be at least one of those two, because this is not normal. Yes, it can happen once, maybe twice, but after it happens more than that, and no intervention is forthcoming, that's when you have to start looking at the parents and the teachers and start going, okay, what the fuck is going on here? But to go on, this article then continues by saying, well, you'll see how absurd it is once I read it out. Sexual harassment is an epidemic in the US. In US middle and high schools. In a 2014 study of 1,300 middle school students, the University of Florida professor Dorothy Espelage and colleagues found that 1/4 had experienced verbal and physical sexual harassment. Another survey by Espelage's team found that 68% of high school girls were sexually harassed at least once, compared to 55% of boys. Now, you might notice something. Maybe this would have been too progressive for 2017, but not a single mention of how often high school boys are harassed or sexually abused is brought up here. There's not a single mention of that. Despite the fact that in recent years, what we seem to have been seeing is that there is a hidden epidemic of that happening between teachers, female teachers, and male students. But again, this is ahead. This is before this article's time. Oh, sorry. This article is before that time. It's too that line of consideration is too progressive for an article like this. But again, to go on, this article then includes the quote, "It is not only acts of harassment that harm girls, it is expectation that they not resist them." And then the article says, "Harvey Weinstein was once a boy. So were Matt Lauer and Charlie Rose and Louis C.K. We are reaching Hitler also drank water and Hitler also wore shoes level of argumentation and guilt by association here. What the fuck was the point of writing Harvey Weinstein was once a boy? What? Are you really trying to blame Harvey Weinstein's actions on his childhood? Are you trying to implicate that all boys are somehow conditioned in a similar manner to turn out like Harvey Weinstein? What was the point of that generalization? And this is what I mean about Me Too being a gendered movement. Because, surprise, surprise, when the movement is initially marketed and sold en masse on the basis of being feminine, of being represented by female celebrities, guess what's going to happen? You are going to get this moral binary between men and women, boys and girls. And we've just talked about, with the rape of Berlin, as to why that moral binary, that politicized narrative of oppressor and oppressed, is so bad. Especially when your objective is trying to curtail sexual violence. Sinful Lad, thank you for the 20,000. I'm not seeing my chat after typing, so shadow band. Something you might want to have a little bit of a play around after this stream and maybe see if you can diagnose what exactly is going wrong with YouTube, because you've been shadow banned quite a lot for some reason. I'm not sure why. But yeah. To go on. Early on, they likely internalized lessons in what experts call toxic masculinity. What the fuck kind of experts are you talking about? I have yet to meet a single... person who has referred to toxic masculinity without providing a litany of stipulations and exceptions to that moniker that isn't just interested in demonizing all men. The term toxic masculinity is so misleading, generalizing, to the point where its actual utility, if you're trying to use it outside of demonizing men, is zero. It is completely devoid of function because of how little it means. But yeah. Armchair experts. Oh shit. Oh, that gives me a bad name. But anyways. The expectation that a real man, as sociologist Michael Kimmel says, should, quote, be strong, be tough, and never show his feelings, end quote. To be a real man is to be hyper-competitive, get rich at all costs, have sex with women. These messages are delivered by members of a boys in a circle, fathers, uncles, coaches, male friends, and older siblings. I'm going to resist the temptation to make the same generalizations as this journalist is indulging in, because this journalist is a woman. I'm going to resist the urge to simply say that, yes, yet another woman telling me how boys develop. Because that would be unfair. As tempting as it is, that would, and I mean this genuinely, that would be an inaccurate conclusion to reach. A criticism that wouldn't really hold water. Because after all, the luckiest of boys are raised by both a father and a mother. And so, women have a significant role in the raising or the development of boys. However, what I do want to point out here is that this article is making it out so that masculine traits like competitiveness, like strength, toughness, and, well, the ability to control your expression of feeling is in and of itself toxic and harmful, when that is not the case. What we are seeing here is a very dangerous conflation between masculinity and abusive behavior or abusive tendencies. That is not the case. And that is why I've spent so much time previously talking about how problematic it is when you make out one entire group and generalize them as being oppressors, demons, and villains. Because that's not how it works. You end up throwing out the baby with the bathwater. Now, not only are you trying to condemn certain behaviors as abusive, mind you, abusive regardless of whether they're being perpetrated by a man or a woman, and you are now starting to implicate the entirety of masculinity in abuse. Whereas that's just not how it works. And also, I want to bring this up. I do agree that never showing your emotions is deeply unhealthy. However, to generalize, part of masculinity is understanding that as a man, we are all born with a propensity for power. Without having to consciously do anything, the average man, by virtue of simply being male, is going to be physically more powerful than the average woman. And I would go so far as to say that every other part of our socialization, of our conception of masculinity, revolves around taking responsibility for that power and other forms of power. When people say that they don't want men to express their emotions, what they are usually saying, in the cases where it's not just a malignant attempt at trying to, when it's not a malignant attempt at trying to project some idea of men as being paragons of stoicism and lack of feeling. No. What they are trying to say most of the time is the idea that men are expected to be controlled in their expressions of emotion. When a man starts screaming because he can't contain the frustration he feels inside, people automatically view that as a threat. That's not the same way that it works with women. When a woman starts screaming because she can't contain her frustration, generally speaking, people don't look around and view that as a threat. But with a man, they do. And again, you can tell me that, no, this is not how things work, or this isn't how things shouldn't work, but this is reality. And as a result, because of the fact that the identity of men, the conception of masculinity, revolves around power and responsible use of that power, this is where the whole idea that men need to be able to control themselves comes into play. Masculinity is about self-control, being able to contain your emotions and express them in a way that isn't going to be threatening or harmful to other people. Being a man is the ability to stand in a room with a dying loved one while everyone around you is breaking down and sobbing, and yet allowing your grief to remain contained inside of you for that moment. Not because you don't feel anything, not because it's wrong to feel something, but because in that moment, in front of that dying loved one, if you break, if you show signs that that grief is taking you over, you put that loved one in a position where they may feel the urge to give you comfort they cannot provide. And so it is to be a man when you contain those emotions and you send that loved one off with a hug, a kiss, and a smile. Because it is your job to be strong for them in that moment. Because they, above everybody else in that room, require that comfort more than you. That is what it means to be a man. That is what masculinity is based off of. That is why such emphasis is placed on the ability to control the way you express your emotions. Because that is what men contribute to love. Stability, control, right? Not the overbearing, dominating kind, but the kind that promises that even if things feel or look horrible, you will have a base, a foundation that you can return to and lean on. That is masculinity. And that is the thing that is at threat when you have this idea, this pervasive cancer that assumes that all masculinity is evil and abusive. Or even further than that, all power is evil and abusive. All control is evil and abusive. When that is simply not the case. Power is only abusive when it is wielded irrespective of responsibility. And the whole point of masculinity, healthy masculinity, is that control and power are only wielded with a keen sense of responsibility to those around you. In other words, to continue, if you are going to condemn abusive behavior, don't make the mistake of assuming that all of masculinity is abusive. And in Western culture at least, so far, we have gone way, way too hard on okaying misandry, on okaying the assumption that all masculinity is somehow bad or pathological, or even that masculine approaches towards power and control are inherently toxic. No, because it's more complex than that. In any case, yeah, Ayane Shirakawa, that's a good way of putting it. Be the strongest in the room. And again, it is a grueling thing to live up to as a man. But should you be able to live up to it, you will become the pillar of everyone else in that room. If you love somebody as a man, that is your job, to be their pillar. That's not to say that you can never be vulnerable. That's not to say you can never show feeling or emotion, or that if you break you are somehow worthless. You are still human after all. But it does mean that, well, if we are going to define what a man is and what masculinity is, that is the definition I would like to espouse and advocate for. I am the bone of my sword. That's the alternative way of phrasing it. Yeah, with great power comes great responsibility, unironically, right? To go on with this article, if we want to end a culture rampant with harassment, we must listen to the adult women who are speaking out courageously. We must make room for girls to speak. If we listened, we find that many middle schoolers are trying to tell us, "Me too." Sure, I can let that one slide, because again, I do believe that children, because of the fact that they are bad at expressing themselves, they haven't learned how to do that yet. I can believe that I can believe that in the cases where there is a problem with sexual violence in schools, for example, or among children, that those children will have difficulty trying to express that. And I can agree with the idea of listening. However, what I don't agree with is exactly this same distinction of girls, right? They say children, but they only talk about girls when it comes to victims. And this is the thing that I really want to break down when it comes to the Me Too movement. Even though they claim that it is universal, that anyone can become a victim, it's always about girls, women, not men, not boys. And that is something that I really think that is a cancer that this movement is allowed to grow for far too long. But to continue, one other thing, well, that's to quote, social media now sends harassment onto the screens of a disproportionate number of young women. According to Pew, 1/4 of those aged 18 to 24 report having been harassed online, an experience that can happen at any time of the day or night. At one high school in Philadelphia, a school counselor told me a 14-year-old girl pulled out her phone in class to find a Snapchat from a peer asking if she wanted to measure the size of his penis. A therapist in Toronto shared that during class a male student texted her 14-year-old patient to ask her to perform oral sex on him in the bathroom. Clinicians tell me these incidents are commonplace, not rare. Yeah, oh no, words on the internet. There's a very simple answer to this. You, as the adult, help that girl confront the person who texted her that and tell them it is not okay. You, as the teacher, make sure that that interaction takes place, that the girl has the chance to say, I don't like that, that's not okay. And should that classmate, should that peer, should that boy, in the second case, continue to exhibit the same behavior, it is your job as an adult to step in and reinforce what that girl says. Again, this is a case of children finding out what is or isn't okay behavior. And you, as an adult, you can cry about it all you want. You can say that it's bad, it's evil, it's a sign of horrible things happening. I agree, by the way, except I would think that those horrible things are happening at home, not, in society. But at the same time, you have a job to do. You are an adult among children. That is your job, to provide guidance and, where necessary, to provide authority and force. In any case, what this section of the article does is it exhibits another fallacy that Me Too seems to have advocated for, and that is the removal of actions from the context that would make those actions abusive. Because what we're talking about here is two kids talking to one another. If that girl had texted that boy, oh, would you like to see my boobs, right? Would that be any more or less acceptable? And if the answer is yes, or you'd have to ask yourself, okay, why the double standard? But in any case, these are simply two kids who are interacting with one another. They have the ability to say no, and if the other does not respect them saying no, it is your job as an adult to intervene and reinforce that no, to enforce standards. However, the action in and of itself is not necessarily abusive because of the context. Again, this is something I see quite a lot in small kids, or I have seen before in small kids. This happens progressively less and less as the older they get. But there are cases where one kid will run up to another and they will ask if they want something like something along the lines of, do you want a kiss from the prettiest girl in class, or my friend says that they want to kiss you, or etc., something along those lines, like these games that like children play with one another. But at the same time, I'd win. Again, let's take this same thing, right? You have a girl propositioning to a boy in that innocent, childlike way, right? Do you want a kiss from the prettiest girl in class? And the boy just says no and walks away. In this particular case, children in particular, especially young children, tend to be a lot less restrained by rules of social etiquette. So if something makes a boy uncomfortable, Provided he hasn't been socialized to do otherwise, he will probably just say no. And again, the same thing applies to girls as well. If they have been socialized by parents who support them expressing themselves, they should also have no problem saying no. Again, as both sexes grow older, as we learn things like social etiquette, it becomes more difficult for us to say straight out yes or no to things like this. And you can see this when you try to recreate the same scenario, the same action, in an adult context. Let's say you have a female CEO who's wandered into the office of a male worker, right? Let's say that the female CEO asks, "What are you doing after work today?" And the guy responds with, nothing much. Now, the proposition here is far less explicit than, "Do you want a kiss?" But this is arguably far more abusive than this, because the context is what makes the action abusive. There are power dynamics at play that make it so that it's more difficult for the guy to say no. She is his superior. If he were to refuse, he'd have to think about the possible costs of that down the line, especially career-wise. So again, the action itself is not abusive, but the context is what makes the action abusive. And if you were to simply say, oh, okay, propositioning somebody as a whole is abusive, unless they invite you to do so first. How are you supposed to know when they want you to, proposition them? Well, good luck. That's not how it works. Right? So again, if you take the action outside of the context that makes it abusive and you demonize the action itself, you run into a problem. Because that's not how abuse works. The actions of an abuser are context reliant. They will change the way they behave based on whether they think they can get away with it or not. And this is what I mean when I say that it is impossible to spot an abuser based solely on their actions without the benefit of hindsight. Because those actions will be fairly innocuous until you find yourself trapped in a position where that abuser can now exert their power with impunity. Again, this is the thing that this version of Me Too misses. The idea that you should never try to assign actions as being abusive or not without first taking into account their context. And this is really difficult to do. This is really difficult to articulate, right? There's a lot of interpretation that goes into understanding whether there is an abusive context at play or not. An abuse of context going on or not. But again, it is necessary. Sexual violence is a complex crime. And as a result, your approaches towards mitigating it need to be complex as well. They need to match. You can't simply approach, well, to be fair, Me Too is trying to approach this from the angle of prevention. And when you're a hammer, every problem looks like a nail, so. But what Me Too is proposing and what this article exhibits is far too general of an approach, far too generalizing of an approach to be effective without having dire consequences down the line. However, the next part of this article, and this is the most damning part in my opinion, is the following. Quote, "Harassment has not abated as girls have become more powerful. If anything, as young women outlearn and out-earn men, the opposite is occurring. As social roles change, and perhaps because they're changing, other unwritten rules, like who should really be in charge in a relationship, calcify. Research finds that the more females outperform males in school and outnumber them in college, the more many appear to be subjected to certain forms of gender-based degradation. It is no coincidence that classrooms, the place where girls outpace boys, are the second most popular place for them to be sexually harassed." And the reason why I find this paragraph in particular to be so damning in this article, in the way that it's written, is because it implies that empowering women makes their problems worse. And yet it still sticks to the idea, or at least it seems to implicitly go along with the idea that empowering women is still a good thing. So there is a level of mental dissonance here that I don't think the journalists picked up on when they wrote this passage. Because I have to ask the question, if empowering women just makes the same problems that empowerment was supposed to solve worse, why empower women? Because this is not a my chemotherapy makes me feel sick type situation, right? Because the way that this journalist has written this, the solution is making not an unrelated problem arise. No, this is making the problem it was supposed to solve worse, right? This is the equivalent of going into chemotherapy and then making your tumors larger as a result, right? Why do it? Again, there is this weird sort of dissonance in the idea that women should be empowered, that women are empowered, but being empowered just makes their problems worse, but we should still empower them anyways, but etc, etc, etc. That is being, conveyed in this article, that is being conveyed in this passage, and I'm not really sure if the journalist understood what she was saying. Because if that is the case, if empowering women just draws them more harassment, then what's the point? If empowering women is making their lives worse, what are we doing then? And again, this is what I mean when I say that this journalist probably didn't understand exactly what was being said in this article. This makes female empowerment look pointless. And that is why this article is so, it is both a solution and an exacerbating factor to the same problem that it was supposed to solve. And as a result, there are so many things about this article that are just, bad. But this is by far the worst part of it. So when we look at some of the flaws that are present in Me Too, right, that are exhibited in this article, they are the following. First, to summarize, there is a conflation of masculinity with abusive tendencies. Second, individual actions are scrutinized outside of the context that would make them abusive. Third, female empowerment is pushed as a solution to and exacerbator of female victimhood simultaneously. Now that doesn't make sense on a multitude of levels, but the most basic dissonance there is the idea that, okay, the solution to female victimhood is empowerment, but empowerment makes their problems worse. So we need to give them more empowerment, which gets them more problems, which calls for more empowerment, etc., etc. And you can see why this way of viewing female empowerment is just, well, it's harmful because of how purposeless it looks, how self-defeating it comes across. So, again, either your conception of female empowerment is wrong, which I do think is more the case here, or female empowerment itself is a flawed concept. Now, since this reporter is a woman, I would be willing to bet that she's not trying to say the second one, but she just didn't realize she was saying the first, right? Or she didn't realize that she had the wrong idea in what she was expressing with the first one. However, this is the final thing, and this is not something that is explicitly stated in the article, but more something that is sustained throughout, a subtle pathology exhibited by the article, is the complete obscuring of male victimhood. Every time men or boys are brought up in the article, it's always from the perspective of them being the aggressor, the abuser. Not once does it raise even the possibility of men or boys being victims of sexual harassment. And this is where I have to ask. If a boy goes up to a girl and says, "Wow, your tits are small," we would all say that is sexual harassment. No question about it, right? But if a girl goes up to a boy and makes fun of him by saying, "Oh, I bet your dick is small," like, is that not also sexual harassment? And I am willing to bet that if you took a general survey where you counted girls saying to boys, "I bet your dick is small," or something along those lines, as sexual harassment, that statistic would go up way more based on how you count that and whether you classify that as sexual harassment. And it's the complete glossing over this that is so, I suppose, is so exemplary of this kind of thing. Okay, Jane Doe, you ask a good question. It seems more like a... Oh, sorry, you raise a good point. It seems more like an insult than harassment. See, that's the thing. What's the difference between the two? Context and intent. If a boy simply goes up to a girl and says, "Wow, your tits look small," right? "Wow, your boobs look small," but they don't mean it in a sexual way, is that an insult or is that harassment? Why? How do you make that judgment? Right? Same sort of thing applies to when a girl goes up to a boy and says, "I bet your dick is small." Right? Is it sexual or is it just an insult? You have to judge based off of intention and based off of context. The problem is, both of those are absent if you try to look at the action irrespective of its context. So, as a result, this is what I mean, right? The difference is that a boy did it or a girl did it. Yeah, exactly. When your thing boils down to identity, not principle, we have a problem. Alright. And the thing is, right, guess the delivery, yeah, again, the thing is though, the delivery is part of the context, right? For example, let's take the phrase, let me think of one. Okay, let's not even something related to what we've been talking about thus far, right? Let's take the phrase, "you're crazy." If we were to simply take those words, "you're crazy," that phrase, there are a multitude of ways in which you can judge someone saying to someone else, "you're crazy." And it would mean something drastically different depending on the context. If the person that's being addressed has just done something applaudable, "you're crazy" is a compliment. If the person who's being addressed has just said something that is socially unacceptable, "you're crazy" is setting a boundary. If the person has just opened up about something and you say, "you're crazy," that's an insult and a dismissal. See, again, if you just look at the phrase itself, the words, you can't tell what the intention is if you remove it from the context in which it was said. And delivery is part of that context. Yeah, what a psycho, dude. Yeah, dude is a perfect example, actually, Sumanite. Because dude can mean so many different things, despite it only being one word, depending on the context in which it's used. In times like this, I do feel like autism has worked in my favor, because having hyper-analyzed all of these interactions, I am now in a position where I can articulate in as mechanical a manner as possible as to why they work the way they do. But in any case, the problems exhibited by this article are not unique to this article. In that same time frame, about 1 year after Me Too first exploded, you had other news articles that are exhibiting the same sort of biases. For example... Oh, sorry, give me a second to... I can feel my throat beginning to die. Let me grab a drink first. My Aussie friend uses dude to refer to women. Yeah, dude and guy are gender neutral. If you think about it, a lot of language just boils down to what requires the least syllables to say. And we're not about to say dudette, or, you know, because we can just say dude. What is the female version of guy? Do we have any... Is it Spanish? Do we have anyone in chat who can enlighten me as to that? Oh. Goodness. Okay. Yeah. A little bit of water ASMR for you guys. Sorry. Gal? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, guy versus gal. Again, guy is just... for some reason, I don't know why. I'll need to spend a bit more time mulling this over. Guy is just such an easy thing to say. Might be the roundedness of the vowel, guy instead of gal. Because there is a hardness to the A sound in gal. It might make it less appealing to say. Sometimes with friends it's bitch. Very true, very true. Man used to refer to humans before woman was created. Not even. I mean, even after woman was a part of English vocabulary, people still used man to refer to the human race. It's just that, well, in recent times that's shifted. But in any case, other articles that also came about this. Hashtag #MeTooK12. A new hashtag for students sexually assaulted or harassed in K-12 schools. Now, just by looking at this article, I wonder how it might feed into the narrative that sexual violence is an issue where men are always the perpetrator and women are always the victim. I wonder. Yeah. And this was depressingly common among articles published about Me Too, or specifically Me Too K-12 around this time period. Another thing that this article said is, well, it tried to give a little bit of contextualization for what hashtag #MeTooK12 was, right? Hashtag K2Me12 is a social media hashtag designed to create a national non-profit organization, Stop Sexual Assault in Schools, SSAIS, to encourage young people who were sexually harassed or assaulted while attending K-12 schools to speak out. Scarling Michael Ora, thank you for the 2. I got back and already got villainized by that slide, yeah. An extension of hashtag #MeToo social media movement, the new hashtag is an effort to highlight sexual harassment and assault at K-12 schools, a problem that has received far less public attention than on college campuses and in the workplace. Now, on that, we are agreed. Accurate data on the extent of the problem is hard to find. A 2017 report by the American Association of University Women. I'm starting to pick up on a trend here, which works to advance equity for women and girls, said, quote, AAUW and other organizations have long been skeptical of schools' low reporting rate when it comes to sexual harassment and bullying. AAUW recently revisited the 2013-14 data from the Civil Rights Data Collection to further examine the differences in reported rates by state and differences at the rates in which girls and boys report sexual harassment. The analysis reveals that more than 3/4, 79% of public schools reported 0 incidents of sexual harassment. If these numbers are accurate, 79% of schools have 0 students coming forward to report cases of sexual harassment, despite many research reports providing evidence that the outcomes are statistically impossible. Now, funnily enough, I'm not so sure that the American Association of University Women would be that keen on prioritizing or even considering looking at statistics in terms of male victims compared to, well, girls. I don't know why I have that impression, I just do. But in any case, to give another example, another article by US News called Me Too Goes to School. Now, it opens pretty innocuously enough. When Hollywood's glitterati, whatever the fuck that word means, walked the red carpet for the Golden Globe Awards on Sunday evening, it was the hashtag #MeToo movement that took center stage. Again, this is what I said earlier about the movement having connotations from its inception around celebrity, specifically American celebrity, right? Not the directors, actors, or actresses that were there to be fated, that were there to fate and be fated. Many of whom donned black clothing to draw attention to reports of sexual harassment that have rocked tinsel towns, sent politicians packing, and exposed chronic abuses in higher education, finance, and other societal spheres. One area that's remained insulated, however, is K-12 education. Yet that's not because instances of sexual harassment, abuse, misconduct, and assault aren't happening to students in elementary, middle, and high school. In fact, nearly half of students in grades 7 to 12 and more than half of girls overall that level, again singling out girls to report on in particular, reported experiencing some form of sexual harassment in the 2010 to 2011 school year, according to research from the American Association of University Women. I'm starting to see where the flaws in the study are coming from, why all the stats seem to say the same thing. And something else, though, is when you read through this article, it contains quotes from 6 different people to flesh out the story. And each of those 6 people are women. First and foremost, sexual harassment is occurring at the K-12 level, says Anne Hedgepath. On Sunday night when Oprah Winfrey took the stage to accept the Lifetime Achievement Award. Winfrey wasn't alone. Laura Den, who said, "May we teach our children that speaking out without fear of retribution is our culture's new North Star." Karen Kelsky, founder of a higher education consulting firm. Linda Olszewski, whatever. Linda Oslivsky, a psychologist who works for Mount Sinai Adolescent Health Center in New York. For example, Ariana Kelly, a Democratic Maryland state delegate. I don't know. Me Too, K-12, that doesn't sound like, a girls-only thing, a women-only thing. But I wonder why all of these articles only seem to focus exclusively on women and girls. And the problem is, like I said, when you foster this narrative, and I say foster worst case, best case scenario, you simply allowed that tumor to grow. When you foster the narrative that all men are abusers, that abusive tendencies are exclusively a male thing, when you allow that narrative to metastasize, what you do is you establish a narrative that is going to exclude certain voices from the conversation about sexual violence and victimhood. So what happens when this becomes the prevailing narrative and something happens down the line that calls for recognition of male victimhood? Well, we don't actually have to imagine, because that's exactly what fucking happened. Around 2022, a story was making the rounds on a bunch of different news outlets about a woman, 45-year-old woman, by the name of Savannah Daisley. And this woman was being charged with assaulting a 14-year-old boy. Now let's take a look at some of these headlines, shall we? New York Post, glamorous heiress, 45, charged with having sex with 14-year-old boy 4 times in one day. Wow, an adult having sex with a minor? I wonder if we have a word for that. Ooh, I don't know. Maybe rape. That's called fucking rape. Statutory rape if you want to be technical, but that's not having sex, you absolute buffoon. The Australian heiress Savannah Daisley to face trial over allegations of sex with 14-year-old boy. There it is again. The Sun, UK edition, sex claims. Heiress accused of having sex with boy, 14, 4 times in one day. Breaks silence as cops reveal major update in case. Now, aside from the fact that that title was pure word soup, there it is again. Instead of using the word rape, acknowledging the fact that this 14-year-old boy was a fucking victim, you simply say, oh, she had sex with him. Are you fucking high? Daily Mail. Celebrity naturopath, 45, accused of having sex with a 14-year-old boy twice in one day. Day in all caps, by the way. After plying him with alcohol. Will go to trial as prosecutors reveal they are waiting on key jail cell evidence and mobile phone data. Again, another word soup headline. But aside from that, not only did she rape this boy, she plied him with alcohol prior to that happening. And yet, these headlines are still using have sex and sex claims. Now, I don't know about you, but I think it's pretty important to make a distinction between sex and rape. Especially in an era after Me Too, when so much focus has been placed on ending or preventing sexual violence, on getting ahead of harmful narratives. Where the fuck was Me Too when it comes to getting ahead of this harmful narrative? Nowhere. Fucking nowhere. Only 1 year, well, roughly 1 year, a bit more than 1 year, after those headlines initially made their debut, did we finally get a headline where some journalist did the bare minimum and say social media influencer guilty of sexually assaulting 14-year-old boy. It took 1 fucking year. Well, 1 year and a few months, until news outlets finally found the vocabulary to accurately describe what was going on here. And things get even more degenerate when you look at, this isn't just a one-off thing, right? Even if you look at the same outlet, the Daily Mail, right? If you compare the Savannah Daisley story with another one that happened, earlier on this year in August. Teacher charged with rape and grooming after alleged Snapchat with schoolgirl. Hey, what is this? Both of these are adults who've been charged with some sort of sexual contact with a child, except one of them uses having sex and the other says rape and grooming. I wonder why. Could it be that the victim in this case was female? Could it be the case that the perpetrator is male? Would you look at that? And you want to know what this guy was charged for, this male teacher? A high school teacher who allegedly used the social media app Snapchat to chat to a 14-year-old girl and met up with her twice has been charged with rape and grooming. Jason Lee, 29, a high school teacher in Logan, Brisbane, was arrested on July 11. A report was made to police on July 10, with officers executing a search warrant at an address in Underwood the next day. Lee was granted bail and has now been charged with 2 counts of rape and 1 charge of grooming a child under 16 years. Ply a boy with alcohol? Rape him 4 times in one day? You're just having sex. Snapchat a girl, meet up with her twice? That's rape and grooming, without a doubt. Why does this double standard exist? That's what I'm curious about. Why is this charged with rape, whereas this is charged with having sex? Are you kidding? What are you doing? And also, the fact that this is the same outlet publishing these 2 stories, and again being blissfully unaware of this double standard in their publishing, is hilarious. Because, what the fuck? It gets even worse though, because in another news story, now as recently as September of this year, the Daily Mail would strike yet again. They would report on yet another story of a female sex abuser, except this time their title would be even more outrageous. Glamorous Missouri math teacher Haley Clifton Carmack admits having sex with student and, quote, leaving her mark. Oh, by the way, there's a recommended article, The Alarming Rate of Teachers Charged with Raping Boys in America. Gee, that can't be foreshadowing. But to read further into this article, it opens with the following. A Missouri math teacher admitted to having sex with a student after she was arrested when police obtained photographs of the scratches she left on his back. What the fuck? Haley Clifton Carmack, 26, pleaded guilty on Friday to sexual contact with a student in exchange for having other charges, including statutory rape, child molestation, and child endangerment, dropped, says KRCG. Wow, I love it. Horse trading when it comes to charges. Again, this is common practice in law. But I will say that the legal age of consent in Missouri, I searched this up by the way, is 17 years old. This kid was 16. So I have to ask, yeah, Murray, exactly. Why did they drop those charges? Could it be that she's a woman? Could it be that she is so good-looking, despite being a sex abuser, that this news article would even refer to her as glamorous in the headline? I'm sure that wouldn't have played any sort of a role in the way that the prosecutors worked. But in any case, she faces up to 4 years in prison and will be on house arrest until she is sentenced on October 11th. Now, this wasn't the only instance of that story being reported on, because a few, prior to that, or actually, hold on, let me take a look at the date. Yeah, prior to this, the New York Post would also publish an article about this glamorous Missouri math teacher, except, thankfully, in this particular case, the journalist only settled on calling rape having sex, instead of calling the teacher glamorous as well, right? Although, granted, I will be fair, she was only convicted... Oh, sorry, let me check. Before I go on, let me make sure that is the case. She only pled guilty to sexual contact with a student. So technically, rape may be too strong a word for what happened here. But in any case, the headline in this particular article was, "Teacher admits to having sex," again, those two magic words in all news articles reporting on female abusers, "with 16-year-old boy, leaving claw marks on his back as other students served as lookouts. This was a woman who was grooming so many kids that she had spares to use as lookouts. What the fuck? And yet this is the treatment she gets? She gets referred to as glamorous. She gets a crime downplayed as having sex. What kind of insanity are we witnessing here? I trust you that if a male teacher had groomed enough schoolgirls in order to have some of them serve as lookouts while he fucked with one of them, he would be hung, drawn and quartered, or as close as possible in our society. So what the fuck is this? To quote the article, "A Missouri math teacher is likely headed to prison after admitting last week she had sex." Again, why the fuck? That she had sex with a 16-year-old student while other students served as her quote-unquote lookouts. And the boy's dad still faces felony charges for allegedly condoning the disturbing relationship. By the way, I think that boy's dad, provided he's not the only parent, should probably be sent to jail. And even if he's the only parent, there is a reasonable case to be made that he should be sent to jail. Haley Clifton Carmack, 26, was arrested in January after a student reported their illicit relationship to a school resource officer, then showed cops a photo of the scratches she left on her victim's back. On Friday, she pleaded guilty to sexual contact with a student, a charge that could imprison her for the next 4 years, according to the Daily Mail. The plea deal let her avoid serious charges, including statutory rape, child molestation, and child endangerment. Again, I have to ask, why the fuck did it allow her to avoid other serious charges? Why was this plea deal offered in the first place? It's not like she has a bright future ahead of her. Well, she is a female child molester, so that might be a little I might be jumping the gun on making that statement. But in any case, the real kicker is in the next few paragraphs where this article states, the next line where the article states, "The tartish teacher will now be on house arrest until October 11th sentencing," the outlet said. Why the fuck would you refer to this teacher as tartish? Tartish is an adjective, informal, that means a woman who has had multiple partners, a woman who is sexually promiscuous, a woman who engages in sex acts, and especially sexual intercourse, in exchange for pay, a woman who is a sex worker. In other words, a slut. This woman is not a slut. She is a monster. Why are you hiding the fact that she is a monster? Aren't these supposed to be the harmful narratives that Me Too is supposed to account for? Isn't it the case that sexual violence can happen to anyone, regardless of gender, age, sexuality, creed, culture, race, religion, whatever? And yet, we're seeing this. What the fuck? But in any case, this wasn't even the only case of the New York Post doing something like this, by the way. Because not only is it the Daily Mail that has multiple offenses on this count, New York Post has innumerable as well. Compare this to another one in which they actually did pull the trigger and call the, refer to it as sexual assault, albeit not in the headline. Married teacher who was surprised by students on Good Morning America is sentenced for having sex with student. Again, same offense, referring to it as having sex. This time, I can't even blame that on the article being written by a Coomer man who is projecting his fantasies onto a male victim. No, this was written by a woman, by the way, Isabel Keene, who referred to this as having sex. But to read the article, the Arkansas teacher who was once surprised on Good Morning America by her adoring students has been sentenced to 13 years in prison for having sex with a 13-year-old student up to 30 times. Oh wow, okay, we're still going with the having sex. Okay, let's continue. Including during a class trip to Washington, D.C. Married mother, Hare, 33, was ordered last week to serve 13 years in the federal sexual assault case, along with her 20 years to be served concurrently. Now here's the funny part. In the previous stories, I could make the argument of, oh, okay, technically she wasn't sentenced for rape or sexual assault, so maybe, just maybe, that could be why they refer to it as having sex in the headlines of their articles. That is not the case here. This was a woman who was sentenced to 13 years for sexual assault. This was a federal case. There is literally nothing stopping this journalist from referring to this as sexual assault in the headline nor in the opening of the article. And yet they did so anyways. Yet they omitted sexual assault, the term, anyways, in favor of having sex. Get the fuck out of here. Along with the next 20 years to be served concurrently in Saline County Circuit Court, sexual assault case KATV reported. Hare taught home economics at Bryan High School, where she met the victim during his senior year and gave him her phone number, Instagram, and Snapchat. Now this is the real heinous shit in this particular case. The victim, who identified only as JR, told police that he had met Hare on the first day of his senior year at Bryan High School in the fall of 2021, Assistant Attorney John Ray White said during Hare's sentencing hearing. Hare began one-on-one counseling sessions with the minor victim, eventually giving him her personal phone number and primarily communicating with him through Instagram and Snapchat, the prosecutor's officer said. This was a kid who was not only a student, but who was going to them for counseling. If you could have abuse squared, this is it. What the fuck? Why the hell is Isabel Keene so keen on covering for this vile creature? There is nothing, absolutely nothing, standing in the way of this woman, this teacher, this, what's her name, hair being proverbially, well, I don't want to say this in case YouTube comes down harder on this VOD than they already will. There is nothing stopping the public from socially hanging this woman. If there has ever been a case where something is a cut and dry case of grooming, grossly so, this is it. Sure, you might not be able to get her on statutory rape, because the victim was, I believe it said, what was it, 17? I believe the age of consent in Arkansas is 16. But holy fuck, she was convicted. She was sentenced and convicted based off of sexual assault. Again, there was nothing stopping this journalist from writing that in the headline and in the opening of the article itself. Absolutely nothing. But that's what they did. Now, I do want to give credit where... okay, I can't even keep a straight face while pretending. Yeah, no. Eventually, one day after this was published, so, May 20th being when the original article was published, one day later, they amended the article to finally say, married teacher jailed for sexual assault of student 30 times. Hallelujah! We're finally referring to crimes by their legal name. What the fuck? Why did it take that? Why was this even published in the first place? What editor looked at this story, looked at that headline and thought, good job. This will do great in our paper. Like, come on. And we like to talk about attitudes. Me Too being an effective advocate. Yeah, fuck that. This is what I mean when I say that Me Too has turned sexual violence into a gendered problem, a gendered crisis. Now, granted, we will see by the end of this stream as to why that might be the case, why certain voices might be so conspicuously omitted from Me Too's narratives and advocacy, but again, that's for later. For now, let's look at that story that we were recommended earlier by the Daily Mail. Cougars in the classroom. The alarming rate of teachers charged with raping young boys in America. Now, to remind you guys, the original link to this story, in the suggested portion of the other one, simply had the headline as the alarming rate of teachers charged with raping young boys in the classroom. You are referring to these pedophiles as cougars. Do you really not see why fetishizing these abusers might be a little damaging to the recognition of male sexual victimhood? And again, I can't even blame this on a Coomer male journalist projecting his fantasies. This was written by a woman, Ruth Bashinsky, for dailymail.com, published on the 22nd of April, 2024. Updated one day later. This article was updated, and they didn't think to remove cougars in the classroom from the headline. You know what? In fact, since the recommended version of it only contained this portion, there is a non-zero chance that this was updated to include cougars in the classroom, which is fucking insane. In any case, to sum up this article, according to the dot points that have been written by Ms. Bashinsky, in the last year, dozens of teachers face sex crimes. If you're going to refer to it as sex crimes, why the fuck would you put cougars in the title? Sex crimes charges involving students. The crimes have happened in 16 states stretching from California to New York. Many of these predatory teachers are married with their own children. You refer to them as predatory. Okay, fine. Cougars are technically predatory animals. Is that really what you were going for? Could you think of no better way of phrasing it than that? Why not just say predators in the classroom? I get that might not sound as punny as cougars, but come on. Have some sensitivity, if that really is something that should be cared about when it comes to sexual violence and victims of such. For fuck's sake. Funnelist, thank you for the 5. Just a reminder, Emmanuel Macron, the president of France, has a wife that started dating him when he was 16 and he was her student. Yeah. You know, funnily enough, when it comes to the French, a lot of the French philosophers that ended up influencing the way that arts are taught in university, I am quite certain that a lot of them, and these are the ones who invented or popularized concepts like postmodernism, I am quite convinced that a lot of their pseudo-intellectualism is purely based on justifying their attraction to children. And I'm not gonna lie, French people, you are fine. You are not to blame for the depravities of your country. But that being said, your country does not have a great rep. Like, France gave us cuties, so something you might need, you know. I'm not saying that you need to conduct a coup of your entire media industry, but one might be in order. Now, this article, to read through the actual contents, dozens of female teachers have been arrested this year across the nation for sex crimes involving students, as the seeming number of, quote, cougars in the classroom. Okay, if you're going to use apostrophes here, why not use apostrophes in the headline? Like, you can use a colon, but not apostrophes? What? Why? What are you doing? Ugh. For sex crimes involving students, as the seeming number of cougars in the classroom continues to grow. I wouldn't call them that, but you do you. Go off, queen. A long line of female teachers allegedly involved with youngsters across the country dominates headlines. Well, it clearly doesn't dominate it enough if you're still refraining from using the words sexual assault, sexual predator, abuse in your titles. DailyMail.com discovered, we're taking credit for these, are we? Okay. Discovered that 25 female teachers had been arrested in 16 states in only the last 12 months, and it is feared to be merely the tip of the iceberg, as there appears to be no centralized data collection to track this disturbing trend. I wonder why there's no centralized data collection. Maybe because this has up until now been a pretty low priority task for authorities. I can't imagine why. Fuck's sake. Between 2017 and 2022, at least 1,895 teachers have had unfavorable action taken against their credentials. What is this technobabble? They're credentialed by state education licensing boards for sexual misconduct and inappropriate relationships that may not be of a sexual nature, according to the non-profit National Association of State Directors of Teacher Education and Certification. That figure is an underestimation, since many states do not provide the reason why a teacher's credentials was suspended or revoked. I think that is a pretty glaring oversight in the way that this is run. Although, that being said, it's only boys who are being assaulted. Who the fuck cares, am I right? Fuck off, Daily Mail. Holy shit. And of course, as you scroll down through this article, you get to see a veritable rogues gallery of all of these female pedophiles that have been caught and had their names plastered across the news over the last 12 months or so. You know, funnily enough, this is a completely separate article, and yet the Missouri math teacher who was convicted for sexual contact with a student is still being referred to as glamorous in the caption. Like, what the fuck? Can't you drop it after the first article? What are you doing? Like, contain your coomerism for a single second. Please, woman. Have some respect. Fuck's sake. And on top of that, well, okay, I don't want to be too, I don't want to profile or anything, right? There was one teacher who was both a person of color and also who assaulted a girl, right? A female teacher who assaulted a girl. So I want to be inclusive when accounting for sexual abuse, and to make sure that there is no illusion that only one sexuality or one race or one sex has the monopoly on sexual violence. No, we had a case of, one that ticks all of the diversity quota boxes here. But yeah, if you look at all of these, right, like, you have this many cases, you refer to it as an epidemic, and yet at the same time, you are still using euphemisms in the way that you report on this. And the thing is, this is a cultural narrative. Just like Me Too said, right? This is a cultural narrative. That boys cannot be victims. And when it comes to why this cultural narrative has metastasized to this degree, I thoroughly lay the blame at the feet of the Me Too movement. However, up until this point, I might have unintentionally misled you guys into believing that the only group of people that Me Too has failed is, well, boys, male victims. But that's not true, because there are other groups. The first, and one of the most egregious of which, well, it's hard to make a qualifier, to be honest, because they're all so fucking atrocious. But the next case that I want to look at is, well, especially grim. Omen, thank you for the 5. The only logical reason I see that these women, quote, writers are not calling it for what it is because they wish they managed what those teachers have. Oh, I wouldn't put it out of the question, and frankly, I don't even think that I can be sued for that being defamation based on how eager they are to fetishize these instances of abuse in their own articles. Evo, thank you for the 5. Angry armchair ranting is giving downfall rant a run for its money. I appreciate that you guys are able to enjoy this. I have lost so much mental. This is peering into this issue, really digging into it, has been like gazing into a void. Because there is so much fucked up shit about all of this. And yet none of it seems to be being talked about in the mainstream on any sort of degree of cohesion, because unfortunately, once Me Too happened, we haven't been able to have an alternative. And well, since Me Too has now been thoroughly rotted from the inside out due to Marx's infiltration, well, I don't think Me Too is going to be standing much of a chance at making up for the failings of the movement thus far. And speaking of failings, in 2013, a professor by the name of Alexis J. was commissioned by the Council of Rotherham, a town in the UK, to conduct an independent inquiry into child sexual exploitation in the town or in the area. Now, to read the preface, this independent inquiry was commissioned by Rotherham Metropolitan Borough Council in October 2013. Its remit, covering the periods of 1997 to 2009 and 2009 to 2013, is appended. The inquiry applied the definition of child sexual exploitation, which is used in government guidance and is set out in Appendix 4, paragraph 48 of this report. The methodology included reading a wide range of minutes, reports, and case files. We also interviewed over 100 people, either individually or in groups. I agreed with the chief executive that the cutoff point for file reading would be the end of September 2013, and that any evidence available to me until June 2014 would be included in the report. A confidential email and free post address was set up. A list of these interviewed is also appended. At the beginning of the inquiry, I agreed with the chief executive that I would refer to him without delay any instances of individual children where I considered that their circumstances needed urgent attention, or where there was immediate risk. I also agreed to advise him of anything I encountered of potentially criminal nature, which I would also refer to the police. I was assisted in the inquiry by Kathy Summers, independent consultant and associate of the Care Inspectorate in Scotland. Specialist expertise was provided by Sheila Taylor and her team at the National Working Group Network on Child Sexual Exploitation, who also carried out cross-reading of a small number of files. Mercurius Olcus, thank you for the 2. Poor chairman came easing into the biz. I appreciate the sympathy. This story's about to get much worse. In 2014, about a year later, in August of 2014, I should say, BBC News came out with the following article. Rotherham child abuse scandal. 1,400 children exploited. Report finds. At least 1,400. And again, I can't stress this enough. This isn't 1,400 concrete. This is 1,400 at least. At least 1,400 children were subjected to appalling sexual exploitation in Rotherham between 1997 and 2013, a report has found. Children as young as 11 were raped by multiple perpetrators, abducted and trafficked to other cities in England, beaten and intimidated, it said. The report commissioned by Rotherham Borough Council revealed that there had been 3 previous inquiries. Council leader Roger Stone said that he would step down with immediate effect. Mr. Stone, who had been the leader since 2003 and said, quote, I believe it is only right that as leader I take responsibility for the historic failings described so clearly, end quote. The inquiry team noted fears among council staff of being labelled racist if they focused on victims' descriptions of the majority of abusers as, quote, Asian men. Now, the funny thing about the UK is that they use the word Asian the same way Americans use the word black, right? Where it has absolutely no correlation with ethnic or cultural background. It is just a descriptor, general descriptor at that, inaccurate most of the time, to the point of inaccuracy, I should say, most of the time, for how somebody looks. As we will soon find out, these offenders all seem to come from a very particular ethnicity, and yet the authorities did not go public, did not even investigate these claims because of fucking racism, because they were worried about being called racist. This is the cost of racializing the issue of sexual violence. This is what happens when people are too afraid of acting against perpetrators simply because of their race. Now, I will say that this occurred between the years of 1997 and 2013, and the article came out in 2014, 3 years before Me Too. However, the point still stands that racializing the topic of sexual violence is incredibly detrimental. And that is what Me Too is unapologetically doing when they go on and on about how anyone can be affected by sexual violence, but some groups are more affected than others. When you make that a part of your messaging, a core part of your messaging even, you racialize the problem, you racialize the narrative, and you get shit like this. Because it sure as hell isn't going to undermine or erode the cone of silence around this particular issue. To go on in the article, Professor J, and this was the person who did the investigation, said, quote, no one knows the true scale of child sexual exploitation in Rotherham over the years. Our conservative estimate is that approximately 1,400 children were sexually exploited over the full inquiry period from 1997 to 2013, end quote. Revealing details of the inquiry's findings, Professor J said, quote, it is hard to describe the appalling nature of the abuse those child victims suffered, end quote. The inquiry team found examples of, quote, children who had been doused in petrol and threatened with being set alight, threatened with guns, made to witness brutally violent rapes, and threatened that they would be next if they told anyone, end quote. Ugh. Armchair, if I wouldn't have heard of this if not for the podcast of the Lotus Eaters, the full stats are still being covered up to this day. Yeah. And you know, when Me Too was talking about opening up uncomfortable situations, breaking down social stigmas that suppressed the voices of victims and survivors when it comes to talking about sexual abuse. Yeah, I wonder why they didn't talk about this one. But to go on, the report found, quote, several staff described their nervousness about identifying the ethnic origins of perpetrators for fear of being thought of as racist. Others remembered clear direction from their managers not to do so, end quote. Failures by those charged with protecting children happened despite 3 reports between 2002 and 2006, which both the council and police were aware of, and which could not have been clearer in the description of the situation in Rotterdam, end quote. Professor J said the first of these reports was, quote, effectively suppressed, end quote, because senior officers did not believe the data. Wow, would you look at that? Who would have guessed that racializing sexual violence would cause certain stories of sexual abuse to remain undetected and suppressed? The other 2 were ignored, she said. Holy fuck. The inquiry team found that in the early 2000s, when a group of professionals attempted to monitor a group of children believed to be at risk, quote, managers gave little help or support to their efforts, end quote. The report revealed that some people at a senior level in the police and children's social care had thought the extent of the problem was being, quote, exaggerated. Fuck's sake. Professor J said, quote, the authorities involved have a great deal to answer for, end quote. That's a fucking understatement. But yes, I thoroughly agree. Speaking after the publication of the report, Victims Commissioner Baroness Newlove said, quote, I am appalled by the extent of the horrific abuse endured by these vulnerable victims. It's deeply distressing how the authorities failed to protect these young people and their voices were not heard. Everyone involved needs to take responsibility for the shocking failings that this report has exposed. This must not happen again. I want to see every one of these victims getting the right support now, and for as long as it takes to help them, get on the path to recovery, end quote. Now, not to nitpick, but there is a very subtle omission going on in that entire statement. On the surface, it's plenty sympathetic, right? Except for one thing. These were children. Why the fuck would you say failed to protect these young people? Just say children. Because that's what the victims were. And playing this game of softening the blow with the euphemism young people. No, these were kids. Some of them were 11 years old. Just say children. Oh, fuck. To continue. Maggie Atkinson, Children's Commissioner for England, said the number of identified child victims, thankfully they go back to, in this article, referring to, the victims as children, which they were, was largely consistent with the findings of their own national inquiry into, quote, child sexual exploitation in gangs and groups. Now, something very interesting is that this article was supposed to contain a link to a study done by the Children's Commission, the Child Safety Commission, into child sexual exploitation in gangs or groups. However, when you click on that link, wow, the study's gone. Oops, page not found. Now, I'm not saying this is intentional, but I am saying that this is, as Quinn Bennett would refer to it, this is interesting. Now, this was a scandal for multiple reasons. Not only was the scale of the abuse absolutely abhorrent, but the lack of accountability was absolutely staggering. Heads should have rolled in the upper departments of police, councils, and possibly even the, Children's Commission that allowed this to happen. And to be fair, we did get some semblance of that maybe happening. But, I'll just let the article speak for itself. An article published by the Daily Mail, what is now fast becoming my favorite news outlet, child protection boss paid off £134,000 after failing to speak out about abuse by Pakistani gangs, is rehired as a consultant within 24 hours on a £1,000 a day. Deputy Children's Commissioner Sue Berelowitz criticized for not speaking out about child sexual abuse by British Pakistani gangs. She took voluntary redundancy from her £99,333 a year post on April 30th and received a payoff worth £134,000. But the next day she was rehired to lead inquiry into family child abuse that she had been in charge of in her former role. Now to read the article proper. A controversial child protection chief has quit her job with a six-figure payoff, only to be immediately rehired on about £1,000 a day. Deputy Children's Commissioner Sue Berelowitz, who was criticized after failing to speak out about sexual abuse by British Pakistani gangs, took voluntary redundancy from her £99,333 a year post on April 30th. She received a payoff worth £134,000, but the next day she was rehired as a consultant, leading an inquiry into family child abuse that she had been in charge of in her former role. The 61-year-old will be paid £960 a day under the new deal and will work for up to 9 days a month. Wow, what hard work. It means she will earn almost the same amount as she had been as a full-time employee for much less work. Yeah, Marie not reporting essay was extremely profitable for her. Yeah, it was. So when people talk about accountability, yeah, I don't see any of that happening here. Now, in 2019, so again, this is 2 years after Me Too, the BBC would publish a follow-up article on this particular case. Rotherham child sex abuse, 5 jailed for exploiting girls. 5 men have been jailed for sexually exploiting 8 teenage girls in Rotherham more than a decade ago. Vulnerable girls were targeted and given alcohol and drugs before some were raped by multiple men, Sheffield Crown Court heard. Aftab Hussain, 40, was jailed for 24 years and Abid Sadiq, 38, for 20 years, with the judge calling the latter a, quote, determined sexual predator, end quote. Remember what I said before about human monsters? This is what I mean. Judge Michael Slater criticized the authorities for not taking action. The 3 other men sentenced were Masood Malik, 35, who was jailed for 5 years, Sharaz Hussain, 35, who was jailed for 4 years, and another man who cannot be named for legal reasons, who was jailed for 10 years. Wow, okay. Sure. Alright, if we're going to protect him, that's okay. The men abused girls in South Yorkshire town between 1998 and 2002. The sentencing follows the latest trial to arise out of Operation Stovewood, the massive National Crime Agency investigation into the sexual exploitation of teenagers in Rotherham between 1997 and 2013. The agency has said it believed 1,510 teenagers were exploited in the town during the period. Holy fuck, the estimate rose. Sentencing the 5, Mr. Slater said he was, quote, quite satisfied, end quote, that the, quote, relevant authorities, end quote, were well aware of the way vulnerable teenagers were being targeted for sexual exploitation at the time. He described it as a, quote, lamentable state of affairs, end quote, saying that the authorities at the time were at best, quote, totally ineffectual, end quote, and at worst, quote, wholly indifferent, end quote. These were police officers that were insisting on doing nothing throughout the entirety of this time period. 16 years of abuse. 16 fucking years. And the authorities did nothing. That's crazy. That's absolutely insane. Now, Another article would be published later on that year, on September 3rd of 2019, by a guy called Brendan O'Neill in a paper called The Spectator, titled The Silence Surrounding Grooming Gangs. And I want to make this very clear. I'm not the first one to notice that Me Too has been suspiciously silent around this particular issue. Brendan beat me to the punch. Who is allowed to be part of the who is allowed to be part of the hashtag MeToo movement? I ask because on Friday, 5 men were found guilty of horrific sexual crimes against 8 girls. And yet the case hasn't trended on Twitter. There have been no hashtags. The girls' suffering hasn't even been widely talked about. There have been very few declarations of solidarity from feminists. There's pretty much been silence. Just great. Thank you for being a member for 3 months. Can't imagine how many years they get for tax evasion. Oh, yeah, that's crazy. If you think sexual abuse against kids is bad, wait until you commit tax fraud. Holy shit. Then the government will actually go after you for something. Our society is fucked. Oh, shit. Momo Oko. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome in from Momo Oko's stream. Hope you guys had a nice stream. Hope you guys had a nice time over there. You've joined at a very grim portion of this stream. We are discussing Me Too failing to advocate for certain victims of sexual abuse, specifically those who were abused in Rotterdam between the years 1997 and 2013. But yeah, to go on in the article, it isn't hard to see why. The problem for the mostly middle-class, well-connected feminists who make up the hashtag MeToo movement is that this case involved both the wrong kind of victim and the wrong kind of perpetrator. This is exactly what I talked about before, about the problems that arise when you insist on racializing and turning the issue of sexual violence into a gendered one. Right? Because when you racialize this issue against, people of color, whatever the fuck that is supposed to mean, are more affected than other groups when it comes to sexual violence. Suddenly, when you have a bunch of perpetrators who are men of color, well, they just get no attention for some reason. I wonder why. The victims were working-class girls under the age of 16, some of them quite troubled, a far cry from the actresses, businesswomen, and lobby journalists whose experiences of harassment have dominated the Me Too narrative so far. Gabriel Barbario, thank you for being a member for 1 month. Welcome back to the Footstool's Doom Chair Expert, my favorite in Doomer posting. After this stream, maybe, perhaps. And the perpetrators were Muslim men. They were Muslim men who the judge described as, quote, cunning and determined, end quote, sexual predators. And surely no one wants to risk stirring up Islamophobic sentiment by drawing attention to the Muslim gang engaged in incredibly abusive behavior. Again, the main point of this article was that the sexual violence was being politicized. And as a result, what ended up happening was that because of this politicization, you created an environment where it also had to adhere to the laws of political correctness, which means that no matter how much of a grotesque atrocity this was, people weren't going to talk about it because it's not politically correct. This is why, in my humble opinion, social movements and politics belong far away from one another. And if you can keep them as separate as possible, well, good for you. Because this is what awaits when you allow your social movement to become steeped in politics. In 2023, just over a year ago, the BBC would publish yet another article, a follow-up one, except this time they would exhibit exactly the same fears that Brendan described in the earlier article. Fears that this would be an issue that becomes racialized, that became more about the identity of the perpetrators than the atrocities that they committed against these children, and more about the identity of the perpetrators and the correctness of assuming or generalizing whether they were all, Pakistani or Muslim or whatever the fuck demographic. it became about that instead of talking about how literally nothing happened among the higher-ups. The deputy children commissioner was let go for less than a day and then rehired on basically the exact same pay after this happened under her nose. Like, what? And the thing that the news chooses to fixate on in the year 2023 is grooming gangs and ethnicity. What does the evidence say? And the issue is one of political correctness, as we'll find out. The Prime Minister says victims of grooming gangs have been ignored because of political correctness. Now, again, this sounds promising, right? When I first read this article and I started off with that line, I was like, oh, good. This is going to dismantle those taboos of political correctness that make it so that people won't talk about this. But I was quickly disappointed. In plans announced on Monday, the government pledged more data on the makeup of grooming gangs, including ethnicity, to help ensure suspects, quote, cannot hide behind cultural sensitivities as a way to evade justice, end quote. It comes as Home Secretary Suella Braverman made several comments about the ethnicity of abusers in high-profile gangs. In the Mail, that referring to the Daily Mail, on Sunday, she said, quote, the perpetrators are groups of men, almost all British Pakistani, end quote. To the BBC, she said the gangs were, quote, overwhelmingly, end quote, made up of British Pakistani males. The remarks were described as, quote, a dog whistle, end quote, by the Labour Mayor of West Yorkshire, Tracy Brabin, and Ms. Braverman was separately accused of pushing, quote, discredited stereotypes, end quote. Now, the thing about dog whistles. I forget who said this first, but, and I love this expression, when you start hearing too many dog whistles, that might be an indication that you are, in fact, the dog. And if you weren't such a little bitch, maybe you wouldn't have to worry about so many dog whistles. However, that being the case, there is some merit to acknowledging subtleties in messaging and communication, right? While dog whistles is cringe, the idea of paying attention to the hidden messages that might underlie what is being said is a good one. And in this particular article, as I've said many times before on previous streams, news articles have a very subtle way of steering the conversation. They won't directly tell you what to think or what to pay attention to. But when you take note of what opinions a journalist deems worthy of inclusion in their article, you can start to piece together what the purpose of that article is. Notice how you started off with this article supposedly being about dismantling political correctness that makes it taboo to discuss this horrific crime. And yet, for some reason, when it comes to comments about the perpetrators and what their ethnicity is, right? And again, this is all facts, right? The opinions that this article chooses to include are other politicians calling those facts a dog whistle and a pushing of discredited stereotypes. Here's the thing, right? Journalists, when they are not writing an opinion piece, it's generally frowned upon, more or less depending on which outlet you're writing for, but generally frowned upon to make your own opinion clear. Journalists can only express their opinions by platforming other opinions that they happen to agree with in their writing. Here's the thing, right? That thing I said about dog whistles, it applies generally to most people, except journalists. See, in media school, we are trained to be the dogs, right? That's why it's possible for anyone with even the slightest modicum of media and communications training to pick up on subtleties like this. We are trained to do this when we go through media school. We are trained to, pursue balance, but also we are trained in understanding how this veneer of balance can be used to push certain opinions that we have innocuously included in the stuff that we write. So again, We are the dogs? No, not you guys. Just people who have been trained in media school, like myself. Again, we are all, well, and I speak as people who have been through media school. We are all dogs. Every journalist has been trained to be a dog. That's why whenever you think about, dog whistles and stuff like that, that's why it always crops up so often in from the mouths of journalists or from news articles, because this is what we are trained to do. But in any case, the Home Office clarified that she was talking about the 3 of the most notorious grooming gang cases from Rockdale, Rotherham and Telford. So you start off with a discussion of, the actual crime and who committed it, and by the end of the opening, you have now thoroughly derailed into a discussion on the political correctness of what the Home Secretary said. I fucking hate the news. However, again, actually, you know what? The reason why these articles are so bad in particular, right? Or this article is so bad in particular. The reason why Me Too's failure to advocate for these girls is so especially egregious is because this article has now been retrospectively used as ammunition for other online platforms like Wikipedia to start rewriting history about what actually happened. Sometime earlier on this year, people noticed that a new Wikipedia entry had been made titled Grooming Gang Moral Panic in the United Kingdom. Now, this channel was started on a discussion of moral panics. Moral panics, to refresh your memory, are what happens when a single group of people are blamed for a more systemic problem, right? However, moral panic as a term is generally used as a way of saying that something is being exaggerated or something is being, played up for effect. That is not what happened in Rotherham. The story, if anything, was actively undermined and suppressed. So to call this moral panic is insane. And when you look through the sources that this article has used as the basis of its existence, guess what? One of those sources was this BBC article. Jane Doe, how is it a moral panic if children are being raped? My question exactly. And yet, this is what's happening. And again, on paper, the Me Too movement would be the perfect antidote to shit like this. Because when you have a when you have a media platform, an online media platform engaging in fuckery like this, the best way to go toe-to-toe with it is with a social media movement, a social media campaign. And yet, all there are is fucking crickets from Me Too about this entire situation. However, like I said, right? I would be remiss if I left it here when it comes to talking about the failings and the suspicious silences of the Me Too movement, the selective silences of the Me Too movement. One is an anomaly, 2 is a coincidence, 3 is a pattern. And so, let me introduce you to my third. And this touches on something that has become quite a large controversy and talking point in general online discourse for a while now, especially in politics. October 7th, the Hamas attack on a music festival that happened in Israel. In March of this year, this happened in October 7th of last year, I should specify, not October 7th of this year, last year, 2023. In March of this year, the UN came out with a press release titled Reasonable Grounds to Believe conflict-related sexual violence occurred in Israel during October 7th attacks. Senior UN official tells Security Council. However, Urge's mandate is not, quote, war without rape, end quote, but, quote, world without war, end quote. What the fuck does that quote mean? I think I smelled toast. What the fuck? But in any case, to read the opening, there are reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence, including rape and gang rape, occurred across multiple locations of Israel. Of Israel and the Gaza periphery during the attacks on the October 7th, 2023. A senior United Nations official has reported to the Secretary Council today as she presented findings from her visit to Israel and the occupied West Bank. Now, what makes this even more egregious is that you have popular social media figures like Mr. Hassanabi, Mr. Hassan Piker, outright either being an apologist for the rapes or prior to that denying that they happened, right? You talk about believing victims. Here were victims who, well, most of them were dead, but there was still proof that they had been violated, and people were ignoring the story, actively denying that this has happened. And now that we have evidence, well, where is the outcry? This was supposed to be, well, this was an atrocity, and yet people didn't refer to it as such. People didn't seem to want to acknowledge that Hamas, well, I'm being quite generous here, Hamas behaved like animals. Although, that being said, human monsters. Let me check to see if I have the audio coming through sufficiently in this particular case. Let me see if I can play this. Hold on, let me pause the music for a second while I see if I can play this this clip that I've embedded of Hassan.
So, it doesn't even matter.
Can you guys hear that? Is that coming through? Is that audio working for you guys? Random person, there was a terrorist or a streamer quiz and a bunch of it was just Hassan. Oh yeah, I saw that one. Whoever came up with that was genius. Okay, yep, it's working. Okay, great. All right, let me just go back to the beginning.
So it doesn't even matter. None of this justifies that Palestinians have a right to dignity, a right to emancipation, a right to live fucking free lives, free from this occupation. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much.
You hear that? He said it like 3 or 4 times. Doesn't matter. Doesn't change the dynamic for me. And again, if that's his personal opinion, sure. But if he's going to express this on social media in front of an audience that he's actively propagandizing to, including going so far as to platform literal terrorists on his channel, I fail to see how this is outside of the remit of Me Too as a social media movement. Surely, at some point, someone within Me Too should have looked at this and gone, you know what, that's kind of fucked up. Maybe, just maybe, this social media influencer should be, well, called out on social media. People have been trying to do that for weeks now, but Twitch, for some reason, insists on clutching Hassanabi close to their chests. I don't know. Maybe not enough of their safety and security, their trust and safety team has had enough post-nut clarity from watching Hassan streams in order to make the decision, the reasonable decision, mind you, to finally ban him off the platform. But, well, you know. It's just, this is one of the, again, as far as horrible things that Hassan has said on stream, this is up there. This isn't the only thing though. So, In the absence of accountability, systems that are arranged to protect abusers or those who condone abuse, yeah. Here we have an example of a rape apologist who is thoroughly and comfortably embedded in a system that seems to be willing to kill, I shouldn't say that. A system that is willing to terminate its ad revenue in favor of keeping him there. And yet this system flies under the radar of Me Too. These were women, by the way. Women victims. It's just that they were Israeli women. Probably a little too controversial to talk about this because of the politics surrounding Israel and Palestine and the occupation of Gaza. Wouldn't want to get your social movement too involved in politics now, would we? Omen, thank you for the 5. Is there a chance we could see you play Twitch or Terrace since you mentioned it? I might do that after the stream. If I still feel like I have voice left, I will do so. I've also seen other creators do the dictator test. I'm very curious as to what dictator I would be. I imagine I have some pretty. I might end up with some pretty interesting regime diagnoses if I were to take that test. So I might do that as well. But in any other case. A2, they get their post-nut clarity from watching cam girls, not Hassan. I wouldn't be too sure. With how much they are clutching Hassan at their chests, I really do think that he is goon material for at least some members of Twitch Trust and Safety, I am sure. But in any case. Now, unfortunately, because this is an active war, there are going to be atrocities committed on both sides. In August of this year, articles began to come out about Israeli soldiers raping male Palestinian prisoners of war. In a newspaper by the name of, I think this is Al-Hajira, I might be saying that wrong. An article was published titled, quote, "Everything is legitimate," end quote. Israeli leaders defend soldiers accused of rape. Israeli society is divided over the arrest of 10 soldiers for the brutal gang rape of a Palestinian prisoner caught on video. Sean, thank you for the 20. Just my anecdotal experience, but on the advent of October 7th, I remember pretty clearly universal outrage. But then Israel started getting genocidal and the narrative shifted. Both Hamas and IDF are pieces of shit IMO, but yeah. Yeah, that's a fair assessment. However, again, like I said, in the words of Tarana Burke, founder of Me Too, this is not a moment but a movement, and a movement has an obligation to last longer than a few seconds in bed. But to go on. Video has emerged of the gang rape of a Palestinian prisoner by guards at the Sidi Temen detention facility in the Negev Desert, southern Israel. The video, which has been verified by Al Jazeera, I don't know why I was having so much difficulty saying that. Al Jazeera shows the prisoner being selected from a larger group lying bound on the floor. The victim is then escorted to a wall where guards, using their shields to hide their identity from the camera, proceed to rape him. Another article published in the same month, the radicalization of Israel's military. In July, Israel detained 10 soldiers who were suspected of raping a Palestinian man at a detention center in southern Israel. This followed reports in the international press, including from the New York Times and CNN, of widespread physical abuse at the same detention center. Sadeh Taiman. The soldiers detained at Sadeh Taiman were brought for interrogation at another military base. Israeli protesters stormed both that base and Sadeh Taiman to demand that the soldiers be released. The Israel Defense Forces has denied the claim of widespread abuse, and the soldiers have denied the rape allegation. The protesters have been supported by right-wing cabinet ministers, such as Bezalel Smotrich, and Itmar Ben-Gvir, who referred to the accused soldiers as, quote, our best heroes, end quote. Ooh, that's a rough hill to die on. There's video evidence. Who is the... Yoav Gallant, the defense minister, has called for investigation into whether Ben-Gvir, who is the national security minister, purposefully delayed the police from responding to the riots. Eventually, military battalions were mobilized to help protect the base where the soldiers were being interrogated. Now, it is notable that in both of these cases, Me Too has been conspicuously silent, probably for a combination of reasons. First, for a movement that has a social political framework, they sure seem to be quite hesitant to insert themselves into the the politics of Israel-Palestine, despite the fact that, again, like I said before, sexual violence should not be a politicized issue. Now, in the first case, I could say, oh, okay, maybe because it's because the victims were Jewish. And unfortunately, it has become quite fashionable to be rampantly anti-Semitic. Now, you can have your criticisms of the Israeli state. Believe you me, I'm Australian. I have plenty of misgivings about the Israeli state, especially their propensity for fiddling in foreign elections and foreign politics. But, again, anti-Semitism, that is a bit far, to put it mildly. Now, the second story, unfortunately, it suffered from a double whammy. Not only was this yet another case of, an atrocity committed during a highly politically tense, conflict between Israel and Palestine, the victim and the perpetrators were both male. And unfortunately, like I said, Me Too has become a gendered movement that is very much primarily focused, at least based off of what it has done, said, and advocated for, primarily focused on female victims. Now, there was one more thing that I wanted to touch on, an article that came out in response to the October 7th findings from the UN. An article, or I should say an essay, published in the New Yorker by Masha Gessen, called What We Know About the Weaponization of Sexual Violence on October 7th. Rape is a shocking and, sadly, predictable feature of war, but the nature of the crime makes it difficult to document and consequently to prosecute. Now, this article exhibits many of what I like to call the mental... maybe that's a bit too strong. The deficiencies in contemporary feminism when it comes to understanding issues outside of a gendered perspective, shall we say. To quote the article, in early March, Nadira Shalhoub Kevorkian, a well-known Palestinian Israeli academic, appeared on Makadisi Street, a podcast hosted by Karim Sari and Usama Makdisi, three Palestinian American academics who are also brothers. They had been speaking for more than an hour when Karim asked what he said would be the last question. He wanted Shalhoub Kevorkian's opinion of a report recently published by the United Nations Special Representative on Sexual Violence in Conflict, which concluded that there are, quote, reasonable grounds to believe, end quote, that sexual violence, including rape and gang rape, had been part of the Hamas attack on October 7, 2023. Few were more qualified to answer that question than Shalhoub Kevorkian, a criminologist and a feminist scholar who has written several books on related topics, including one on wartime violence against women. Shalhoub Kevorkian spoke with confidence and care. She put the sexual violence on October 7th in historical context. Rape, abuses, sexual abuses, gang rapes. It's always happened in wartime, she said. It always happened. She had written about this wider history, she said, and she had written about history of Jewish Israeli soldiers back in 1948 using sexual violence against Palestinians. Abuses and sexual abuses happen, she said, and they shouldn't happen, and I will never approve of it, not to Israelis and not to Palestinians, not in my name. She was speaking as a Palestinian, and this is where it gets juicy. Next, she spoke as a feminist. I don't go and interrogate the rape victim. If a woman said she was raped, I will believe her. I do not need evidence. I don't want to go fact check. To be honest, this is my opinion. End quote. Now, in case you were unclear earlier on, for the the one or two people in chat who might be, or who might watch this VOD, right? In case you are ever unclear as to why I keep insisting that turning sexual violence into a gendered problem is itself a massive issue, this is why. When you allow sexual violence to become a gendered issue, it becomes a team sport. And let me give you a little bit of a clue about modern feminism. Men aren't on the team. So, if you turn sexual violence into a gendered problem, what do you think is going to happen when the feminized movement, defined by feminists, ran by feminists, advocated for by feminists, is called upon to advocate for men, male victims, boys, perhaps even male victims of false accusations? Do you really think that feminists playing this team sport will engage with that in good faith? And yet the movement has barreled ahead with turning the issue of sexual violence into one that is gendered, that occurs along lines according to your sex. Now, let me be very clear. If I simply allow that to slide, right? If I look at a woman, a feminist, and she says, I don't need evidence, I don't want to go check facts, to be honest, that doesn't exactly give me a lot of confidence in the capabilities of women in being an advocate for men. And I'm only thinking along those terms because, like I said, this has now become a gendered issue, a team sport. This is a cancer, and this is why Me Too, turning the whole topic of evidence, the provision, gathering, and scrutiny of it into a taboo, is so destructive. Because at the same time as Me Too will obscure the individual responsibility of an abuser in abusing the systems around both the abuser and the victim, at the same time as they would insist on dismantling capitalism instead of doing anything else, at the same time as they would insist on the fact that to discuss topics of scrutinizing evidence, gathering evidence, validating an accusation before you publicize it would be insulting to victims worldwide. They have yet to police shit like this. Feminists running around and saying, I don't need evidence. I don't want to go fact check. It may be cold, it may be cruel, but innocent until proven guilty is something that must be defended. And if that is what Me Too is against, then I'm sorry, but I'm against Me Too if that's the case. Later on in the article, the journalist writes the following. Sorry, give me a second to blow my nose first. Sean, I think there's a difference between giving someone the benefit of the doubt as a matter of empathy and prosecuting an accusation. Yeah, that is fair enough. And the problem is, though, that Me Too set out to turn itself into a political movement. They set out to change social and cultural systems. And that is where I draw the line. If you, as a woman, want to engage with the stories of another woman who is coming out with accusations of sexual assault, and you empathize with them, absolutely, I don't blame you, right? Even if you're a man and you do the same, I don't blame you. However, if you want to ratify that instant belief into law, I'm going to be pushing back on that. Now, it does need to be said, though, that how do I put this? Actually, you know what? We'll get to that in a second, because there's going to be a section coming up where I end up discussing that whole idea of, evidence-based, the importance of sticking to an evidence-based model of proving guilt. We'll be talking about that more in a second, but the thing I don't like about modern feminism in particular is that it insists on putting women up on a pedestal. And what that does is that it obscures the fact that women are still human. What that means, though, when you pointed out, Sean, benefit of doubt is a matter of empathy, right? What is going on when a feminist watches when a female feminist watches another woman come out with an accusation of sexual assault and instantly identifies with that? That's not just empathy, or that's not necessarily empathy. That is sympathy, right? Again, to clarify the difference, empathy is understanding extended in spite of differences, whereas sympathy is understanding or mutual understanding founded on shared experience. When a woman when a woman feels for another woman because, she identifies with that woman, that is sympathy. And the thing is, people, in general, are pretty bad at empathy, right? Usually when people connect with something, they will do so on the basis of sympathy. They will have some sort of common thread or some sort of experience that vaguely resembles the experience of the person that they are sympathizing with, and they will use that as the basis for connection. The thing is, women are still people, which means that, generally speaking, women are also just as bad at empathy. I would make the argument that they are just as bad at empathy as they are men. And when you have a woman who looks at another woman crying on the stand, trying to describe what happened to her, and the woman watching instantly identifies with that, that is not empathy. That is sympathy. Fellow feeling. And that is very normal. But again, that is also the problem that is also part of why I describe the gender, the conversion of sexual violence into a gendered issue as a problem. Because if people in general are bad at empathy, right, if we relate most easily to things that we have personally experienced ourselves, experiences that we share, right, women are not, on average, in general, very good at empathizing with men. Because women are people. And empathy is generally difficult for most people, right? And this is the thing that feminism kind of obscures, or at least modern versions of feminism. Women are just as flawed as any other variant of human being, right? Which means that if you expect a woman to empathize with a man, that's not going to happen without difficulty. But in any case, now, in this article, there's a section later on where the journalist writes, "For victims of war on terror and for their families and loved ones, the violence of such conflicts is unlike anything they have ever experienced or imagined. But for many of those charged with documenting war, foreign correspondence, international human rights organizations, agencies of the United Nations. Conflicts and coverage and documentation of conflicts follow familiar patterns. When it comes to sexual violence, the pattern that often emerges is this. Shocking initial reports are followed by pushback that tends to be stronger and more impassioned than pushback against claims of almost any other war crime. A period of confusion, of murky awareness, usually follows. It stems from the nature of the crime, which makes it particularly difficult to document and, consequently, to prosecute. And this is the part that really, really fucking grates on me. Sexual violence is just a category of crime that stands apart in peace and in war. It is shocking, more shocking than killing, which is, after all, normal and often legal in war. At the same time, it is expected. It surprises no one that men, high on adrenaline, men who are armed, men who are all but guaranteed with guaranteed impunity, will rape defenseless people. And this is what I was talking about earlier. The conflation of masculinity with abusive tendencies. The common thread between war and sexual violence is not men, because men do not have a monopoly on sexual violence. No, the common thread, and this is the thing that this article is so painfully close to grasping, the common thread is dehumanization. When you go to war, when you are tasked with killing thousands, potentially, of beings that look and sound like you have to shut off some part of your brain that we evolved to have in order to do that. When you rape somebody, well, if you are someone capable of empathy in any regard, the amount of pain that you would be inflicting on somebody else would cause you to end your own life. But that doesn't happen. Because those who are capable of killing hundreds, thousands in war, and those who are capable of committing acts of sexual violence, both of those groups of people, and again, this is not limited to men, both of those groups of people are only able to do so because they have dehumanized their victims ahead of time. They don't view their victims as human, and so the atrocity does not weigh as heavily on their minds. And this chant of men, men, men misses the point, the crux of sexual violence that people have been skirting around in the mainstream media for years. The fact that it revolves around dehumanization, that when you slap on a title for someone that denies them their humanity, you open the door to all of these abuses of other human beings. It doesn't matter what that title is. It doesn't matter if it is terrorist, or oppressor, or fascist, or Nazi. If you slap on a title that strips away the humanity from somebody, it's only a matter of time until somebody who believes in the accuracy of that title's allocation goes and does something like this. You think female pedophiles view their victims as human? Do you think the glamorous Missouri teacher viewed that student as a lover? Fuck no. It's no different than any other form of sexual abuse. The victims are just objects designed to give the abuser a sense of power and domination and control. And that's the problem. Because Me Too and every other mainstream outlet has obscured this fact from day one. They have failed to make the connection between sexual violence and dehumanization. Because if they did make that connection, they wouldn't be playing identity politics. Because identity politics is the natural precursor of shit like this. And Alice, this is a tech company stream, by the way. You'll see how it all ties together at the end, I promise. This is grim, but bear with me. Now, you might have noticed that as we go through each of these failings of the Me Too movement, there are groups of people whose voices are selectively silenced. You might also remember that I keep going on and on about the danger of turning sexual violence into a team sport. Now, the reason why that is so bad is because when you are playing a team sport, you tend to only bat for your team. And, well, when we look at the staff behind Me Too International, well, I'll let you see for yourselves as to why certain voices might not be as central to their advocacy and, well, their job as others. If you look at Me Too staff, and this is on their page for their website, by the way, Candace Crawford, Operations and Finance Director, Irisha Picard, Healing and Support Specialist, Tarana Burke, Founder and Chief Vision Officer, Shashina A. Bray, Director of Programs and Partnerships, Tasha Natty Camille. I don't think I need to go on. Yeah, you can probably notice that there are a few similarities between all of these people. Not to generalize a bit too much, you know. You know, in Australia, on one of our morning talk shows, we once had a a non-white talk show host describe the rest of Australia's media sphere as a quote-unquote snowfield because of the fact that there were a lot of pale-skinned people there. This is the opposite of that. Whatever the politically correct term for the opposite of a snowfield is, this is that. Now, generally speaking, I wouldn't generalize this much. But when your social and political framework tries to turn sexual violence into a race and gender-based team sport, you can't really blame me for taking notice of this conspicuous lack of diversity among Me Too's staff. Now, this only gets worse when you start looking at every other roster that they have going on. For example, let's look at their board. Would you look at that? Much the same, really. And, well, there is one white woman. She owns a media company, by the way, if I'm remembering correctly. So, again, no one who is below upper middle class, right? Most of these people are upper class, I would be very honest. So it makes sense that victims that are impoverished or men don't really get as much attention. Again, when you look at Me Too staff, you know, board and staff, you have one man. And the guy is he is a DEI consultant, which is extra little cherry on the cake. People who have watched my Dustborn stream will know my thoughts on DEI. But in any case, again, conspicuous lack of diversity. In order to find more men, I had to go over to Me Too's contributors. And hallelujah, we finally found all two of the other men there. And when you look at this roster, you start to understand why Me Too might have been conspicuously silent when the victims were men, boys, Jewish, Palestinian, or, poor white girls. So, again, like I said, right? You were the one who turned this into a team sport. I'm just following the framework you outlined for me. And this is the problem with a lot of American ideas about diversity, the stuff that American mainstream media likes to push. This idea that some groups of people are simply inherently diverse because they are born to a certain race or have a certain degree of melanin in their skin. That's not what diversity means, you absolute clowns. Diversity comes from an environment, a context that bestows that status upon you. This is not diversity. By the way, every one of these people is a feminist, right? And normally that wouldn't be a problem, except for the very obvious erasure of male victimhood when it comes to the issue of sexual violence. That's when it becomes a problem. So you have the conversion of the issue, a global issue that spans multiple different cultures, groups. You have the conversion of that into a team sport, and you can very obviously tell that a lot of these people are on similar teams based off of their own criteria, funnily enough. So all of this is to say, when we look at Me Too as a movement, when we compare what it started off advocating for to the abysmal, shambling husk that it is now, we start to see a very clear separation between hyperopic idealism, what the movement was supposed to do, and the grim reality of what it has done. On one side, what Me Too hoped to do was to usher in a world without sexual violence by pushing for systemic change. The reality? Me Too has become infiltrated and defined by Marxist political ideology in its practices, goals, and narratives. Again, another idealistic goal of Me Too was to become a global advocate for all victims of sexual violence, regardless of gender, race, or cultural background. But in reality, Me Too has turned sexual violence into a gendered and racialized issue. Not just that, though, but a gendered and racialized issue that conforms to US cultural tropes and social political concerns. Is the US in a bit of hot water about the Gaza-Israel situation? Oh, well, guess we won't be touching any victims coming out of that region of the world. That kind of thing. And again, I have to stress, if you allow your social movement to become a political one, you become beholden to the same rules that govern all of the rest of politics, including political correctness. And that's what we can see eating Me Too alive from the inside out. Me Too also hoped that they would be able to empower victims by undoing stigmas that would have otherwise suppressed them. In reality, Me Too has simply created new stigmas that have shown signs of negatively affecting wider gender dynamics, as well as hindering attempts by certain groups of victims at attaining advocacy and acknowledgement for their experiences, especially when those experiences run contrary to the political and global narratives that Me Too is trying to push. And finally, Me Too hoped, or at least it started off hoping, claiming that it would introduce alternative models and systems for providing accountability and ensuring the prevention of sexual violence. But in reality, 7 years later, all Me Too has done is, well, for starters, it has failed to introduce any concrete evaluative measures for its own effectiveness and has undermined public faith in the justice system, while attempting to expand the scope of accountability beyond the means of the perpetrator and complicit parties. All of society is guilty of rape, at least according to Me Too. And on top of that, who needs innocent before proven guilty? When, well, just believe every accusation that flies. Now, I want to make this very clear. If you empathize with every person who comes out with an accusation, that is an understandable position to take. But if you are to insist that our models of justice do not work, you're going to have to be a bit more specific with what you intend to take apart than that. And if you ever so much as suggest that you intend on dismantling innocent until proven guilty, that is when I'm going to put my foot down and say that your empathy has gone too far. That your so-called compassion is coming at the cost of another. Because just as it is taboo to talk about topics relating to the scrutiny and provision and gathering of evidence, so too has it become taboo to discuss the possibility of empathizing with the accused. Not just empathizing with the accuser, but the accused. That is also something that's become a taboo topic. And again, this is why, like I said, no solutions, just trade-offs. And the trade-off that Me Too has made is swapping one stigma for a bunch of others. Now, this leaves us in a bit of a bind, because we're left asking, okay, so far, I think we've managed to pretty conclusively say, Me Too, although it started off with noble intentions, has thoroughly fallen off. It is a shadow of its former self, completely desiccated, rotted from the inside out due to Marxist infiltration, advocacy for Marxist ideas and ideology, and it is a movement that, quite frankly, has failed in its mission, because its mission was to facilitate a space for healing and advocacy for survivors regardless of who they were. It has pretty obviously failed at that. It is, for all intents and purposes, a movement that did not succeed at its original stated purpose. Instead, well, its continuation is as a political social movement. The goals have changed. No longer is it about simply giving all survivors, regardless of background, regardless of individual trait, space to heal and advocacy. It is now about dismantling systems. Systems which, according to them, are to blame for sexual abuse and violence. Not the individual abusers, of course. We don't want to confront those. So, that leaves us with the question then. Why is it still going? And on the surface, that might seem like a fairly, obvious question. Like, duh. If you have this much attention on you, if you have this much clout, for want of a better word, why would you let it all go? But there's more to it than that. See, for a movement to continue, well, it can't just run on fumes. There needs to be backing of some sort. And, well, in order to understand what backing a movement has, you have to start by looking at what is the impact of said movement. What has been the legacy of Me Too? And I'm not the first one to ask this question, because funnily enough, in 2022, in a return to Time magazine, Me Too founder Tarana Burke wrote an essay asking herself just that question. What has been the legacy of Me Too? She says, quote, "As outrage over Brett Kavanaugh's Supreme Court nomination grew, I received an unexpected invitation. Senator Dianne Feinstein asked me to be at the Capitol in person to hear the testimony of Christine Blasey Ford, who had come forward with a claim that she had been sexually assaulted by Kavanaugh 30 years prior when they were in high school. This was in response to the appointment of Brett Kavanaugh as a judge on the Supreme Court by Donald Trump. And, well, again, this is a case, to her credit, this is a case that is currently, well, he has been cleared, but there have been doubts being cast about the way in which the investigation was done. So it is, for all intents and purposes, still an ongoing story. It's still developing, right? However, if she feels outrage over this, that is her right. Yep. So I'm not going to I'm not going to say this or that. To go on. I had founded the Me Too movement to support survivors of sexual assault in 2006, so I had spent the year since the hashtag MeToo went viral in late 2017 on a lightning-fast run of red carpet events, magazine covers, and television appearances. They were so far from what was normal in my life that I often felt completely out of sorts. Well, you seem to have adapted just fine, so congratulations on that. But here was our first major organizing opportunity, responding to the call of groups fighting against gender-based injustice. Again, you're turning sexual violence into a gender-based issue. Possibly without realizing it, possibly while realizing it. I don't know which one's more damning, to be honest. Survivors and allies sang out in protest against the appointment of the ultra-conservative Trump nominee. For fuck's... Okay, if there's anyone who's watching this, VOD or stream, if you ever at some point in the future decide on participating in or starting a social movement, please, for fuck's sake, do not allow it to cross-pollinate with politics. Just don't. It's not a good idea. Who faced allegations of sexual violence. It was the first time I'd seen our cause send people into the streets en masse. She continues. My God. She continues by describing an encounter where, while she's watching Christine Ford give her testimony and tear up at the stand, it becomes too much for her. So she retreats into the bathroom to release the tears, right? And while she is emerging from the bathroom, she describes a conversation that she ends up having with another woman who has just come into the bathroom and recognizes her as the founder of Me Too. So, this conversation, as Tarana Burke reports it, the woman who just came in says, "My gosh, what you must think of all of this. This must be something to see, what you've done." She was gushing now, despite my protestations that I wasn't personally responsible for this movement. "You and your movement are why we are here today," she said. "And I am so proud of you and her being Christine Ford, and she's proud of her for, speaking out. "I am really proud of her too," I offered, because that was genuinely on my spirit. We were now in a moment, this woman and me. Our shared sentiments and heartache for Ford had forged a connection. And then, as has happened so many times before with seemingly sympathetic white women... Why did you need to say white? Why not just say woman? There's so much racial prejudice that is buried in the... buried in the words of these so-called feminists that it's really mind-boggling that the people behind the Me Too social political framework can talk about the harm of making generalizations, right, about race, about, sexuality, whatever, and yet not recognize when they are doing it themselves. Remember, this article, this essay that Burke wrote and the social political framework, they came out in the same year, right? But in any case, to continue, as has happened so many times before with seemingly sympathetic white women, she dropped her bomb. I just wish that she had remembered more, I don't think I even allowed a moment for her to take her next breath before the attitude took over my body, and I responded, "Excuse me?" I stared at her incredulously. Remember what I said about Me Too having the position that you cannot say anything that might even be construed as a demand upon a victim? This is where that comes from. Burke continues by quoting the other woman saying, "Oh, I believe her. Oh, please know that I believe her." Now this has become this is no longer a conversation about sexual assault. This is now her trying to validate her status in the eyes of the person she's speaking to. "I'm just talking about for the sake of nailing that bastard. That's all," she offered in an attempt to clean it up. "I have never been through anything like that, but I imagine..." Eddie Armchair ate all of my mobile data. 07 my gotchas. "I'm sorry to see you go, Eddie. I hope you will be able to rejoin us later." But in any case, the Buck continues saying, "That's where I cut her off. Please don't imagine, miss," I implored. I reminded her that we, survivors like Christine Blasey Ford and me, but also her co-workers, neighbors, and friends, were there to tell her exactly how it was. I was trying not to allow a single tear to drop. I knew that this lady didn't mean any harm, but what she had said had sent me to a place I don't often go. Looking directly into her eyes, I said, I was 7 years old the first time I was raped. I gave it a beat to let it register. I am now 45 years old, I continued. I have had a very full life with lots of highs and lows. I am flawed in many ways that I task myself at improving on a regular basis. But you know one of the flaws that I have the hardest time with? I didn't wait for her response. My memory, I told her. It's because I have spent every single day of the last 38 years trying to forget. I don't want any memories if they have to include the memory of hot, stinky breath on my face and clammy hands roaming where they don't belong. We are lucky that she is able to recall anything at all, and if all we do is take in the words that took her 3 decades to pull from the pit of her stomach to the back of her throat and push them out of her mouth, then we should all feel privileged to do that, without judgment or complaint. Now, the trauma that Burke struggles with is not something that I will question. It is not in my place to do that. I understand how difficult it can be to reconcile personal trauma with your conduct towards others, having to project strength when on the inside you are trying your best not to fall apart. However, that being said, and what I say might sound a little cruel and cold, but this response from Burke recontextualizes and explains so much of the dissonances that we have previously observed about the Me Too movement. This is a crusade against sexual violence being led by people who are trying every day of their life to forget what happened to them. Suddenly, it makes a lot of sense as to why the role of the abuser is almost completely obscured, why there doesn't seem to be much consideration of the grotesque, fleshy humanity of the monster that these survivors have escaped. Suddenly, it makes a lot of sense as to why the enemy is capitalism, not abusers. And when you look at the Me Too movement through this perspective, it starts to come into focus that the concentration on healing and survivor-led spaces is, again, and I'm making a guess here, but I'm making a guess based off of the failures of the movement. I can only surmise that this is a group of people who wanted nothing more than to create a safe space for themselves and other survivors, and everything that has happened since then has simply been an attempt to expand this safe space outwards until it engulfs the entirety of society. And that's the problem. Because, again, like I said, it is a noble goal to make it so that the moment someone becomes a victim of sexual violence, should they look around for a safe space, for a community, for people who will support them, that they can find that immediately. That is a good thing. Finding advocates for people who've been through sexual violence, that is a good thing. But in a very dark way, if all your methods hinge on building a safe space that does not address the problem that creates the need for it, you will never be short of people who will relate to your trauma. That is not something that I think is intentional, but that is a cold, hard, unfair fact about how this movement has panned out. It may sound cruel, but it is far easier to go to war with intangible, hypothetical monsters like systems and models and cultural attitudes than it is to confront the human monstrosities that commit acts of abuse. And if Me Too is, as Burke says, led by people who have been spending every day of their life trying to forget, it explains why individual abusers have so far escaped this level of scrutiny, this level of focus, this level of centrality in their supposed strategy in crusading for the elimination of sexual violence. Again, I understand not wanting to confront the reality of an abuser that was capable of stripping you of all of your agency. But I cannot understand, I cannot condone using that as a way to start a movement that does not do what you claim it does. If you want a safe space, that is fine. But do not claim that that safe space, those preventative measures that are not in fact based on the realities of human behavior and nature, do not claim that that will one day solve the problem of sexual violence. It does not even get close. In fact, from what we have seen, it might even get in the way of that. So if you want to build a safe space so large, so well connected, that the moment someone becomes a victim, they can find it immediately, go for it. You have everyone's blessing, including mine. But if you are going to tell me that that is going to somehow eliminate sexual violence in the future, you and I are at odds. Your movement and I are at odds. And your movement will be at odds with every single victim that fails to have their voices amplified because of the narrative that you have set for yourself. Again, this explains so much about the failings of the movement that we were talking about. And then, Robin V. Mars, speaking of tech giants and social media, I think the current social paradigm that incentivizes turning any endeavor into a self-perpetuating machine is tending way away from definitive solutions. Yes. I forget who said it first, but always be suspicious of people who have a vested interest in perpetuating a problem. Who have a vested interest in a problem being perpetuated. This, I suspect, is an example of that. I'm not going to deny that Me Too started off with noble intentions. In fact, I myself have gone through a process of becoming disillusioned with this the more I've dug into it. This is a movement that has failed many, many people. All while under the guise of claiming to be global. It isn't even, again, it is racialized, it is gendered, and because of both of those things, it is a failure. But what you said about people turning individual movements into a movement and the financial, social, cultural incentives to do that, that is very much a good point. And I think this is exactly what Me Too has become. A zombified husk, a zombie movement. It is unrecognizable when you compare it to the way that it started off. Again, like I said, it is baffling to think about why this is the case, about why this movement is still going. But in any case, to continue going through what Tirana says throughout the rest of this article. Oh, Sinful Lad, the movement became a Potemkin village. I guess you're not shadow banned. I could see that message. She goes on to say, I think of that woman often. She was on, quote, our side, end quote, an ally. She meant well, but in many ways she was not much different from the detractors who have spent the past 5 years judging the effectiveness of Me Too by the failures of the very same political systems and cultural norms that gave birth to the movement. I have to ask, if you don't want people to judge the effectiveness of your movement by the very same political systems and cultural norms that gave birth to it, what do you want people to judge it with? To my knowledge, you haven't proposed anything. And also, on top of that, well, all of the criticisms I've been leveling at Me Too have been drawn purely from their own statements. The dissonance between what they are the dissonances within what they are advocating, as well as the dissonances between what they advocate and what they end up doing. There are failures in Me Too. And again, this was written 2 years ago. But I have seen sporadic articles popping up over the course of 2023 and 2024 where people are trying to bring this movement back. The movement is fucking dead. If the political social framework does not change drastically, if Me Too does not become capable of taking the issue of sexual violence away from a racialized, gendered approach and perspective, this is a movement that is dead on its feet. And frankly, if that is the state that this movement is in, I don't want to see it come back, because it will end up doing more harm than good. To go on, that inability to take into account what the movement has made possible was a sign of a larger failure. Yes, because there has been a larger failure. And in the 2 years between you writing this article and where we are now, we have been able to see that larger failure made manifest. That singular interaction, coupled with what I experienced throughout the hearings, helped me pivot from how I had been looking at the work ahead. I had been grappling with how all this attention could be harnessed to advance my vision for a world without sexual violence. And again, the problem with the goals of Me Too, the overly utopic goal of eliminating sexual violence, it all stems, from this article at least, it seems to all stem from the people who are leading it. This idea that it is possible to create a world without sexual violence, all while avoiding confronting the abuses that perpetrate sexual violence. I knew these individual cases didn't help people see sexual violence on a human rights or social justice issue. As long as it was reduced to feelings about individuals, everyday citizens wouldn't make the connection to social, political, economic, and community impact of sexual violence. That's because the connections are tenuous at best. When you are being abused, the first thought on your mind is not global warming, is not whether we should raise tariffs. It's not how... It's not about the latest social media trend, or the fact that people seem to be using Discord to ERP with one another. No. All that you can think about, regardless of what you try to do with your mind, is what is currently happening. And to pretend otherwise, to pretend that survivors somehow have some sort of magical extra insight into the way that every other aspect of the world works, that is pure delusion. Now I was clear that we would have to show the world that the movement was about reimagining safety, understanding bodily autonomy, and shifting culture. The problem is, if you don't acknowledge the good parts of the system you're trying to change, if you simply dismantle it and don't do anything else, what you are doing is destructive, not constructive. And so far, Me Too hasn't seemed to have a very clear plan for building a constructive alternative to what they are trying to take down. Sorry, I'm going to take another sip. She goes on to describe what it was like to watch how Me Too unfolded when it was first initiating. Captains of industry were removed from positions of power, and people outside these spaces were already deeply engaged in this work. Who were already deeply engaged in this work called it a victory. I understand how it feels that way. Watching those who have abused others be forced to account for their predatory behavior evokes any number of emotions. Vindication, relief, even hope that this will lead to a larger change. But feelings, as my elders would often say, are not facts. It never ceases to amaze me how people can unironically say this, right? This thing which is true, by the way, that feelings are not facts. And then also, in the same article, go on to say, quite proudly in fact, how they are willing to believe the words of others without any evidence besides what they're saying. Again, if you are going to say feelings are not facts, be consistent. If you're not going to be consistent, this is performative at best, right? This sentence, but as feelings, as my elders would often say, are not facts, you might as well have just cut that out of the article. Because we understand, we can tell, that is not something you actually believe. And that is not something that Me Too as a movement is allowed to believe. Because, again, like I said, it's structured around survivor healing. And the scrutiny of evidence is taboo when your main focus is the healing of survivors. As the years passed, the backlash mounted and the outcomes of accusation started to revert to what is statistically normal in this country. What do you mean? Isn't that the point? If your accusations actually lead to convictions, shouldn't it be the case that it starts to decrease because you're taking criminals off of the streets? Isn't that the point? Patriarchy, misogyny, and sexism had a huge head start by the time we joined the race, while the movement was given a shot in the arm by Me Too. And the thing that makes it so hollow whenever activists of this nature say patriarchy, misogyny, and sexism, is that, well, there is only one interpretation of those, a very selectively applied interpretation of all of those things that they use when they are trying to identify problematic behavior. But in any case, the idea would be that it would be an antidote to decades of entrenched ideas and behaviors is wildly unrealistic. You know what else is wildly unrealistic? The idea that you could at some point eliminate sexual violence. That is wildly unrealistic. But in any case, yet when the triumphs become tragedy, suddenly the movement was falling. When triumphs become tragedies, what do you mean when triumphs become tragedies? If they become tragedies, they are not triumphs to begin with. If, for example, let's say hypothetically, a high-profile case involving a set of what seems to be, according to the evidence, falsified claims of abuse are brought to light, and the former accuser now becomes the accused, is that a tragedy? Is that a triumph that became a tragedy? Or is that just a tragedy? That's what I want to know. Hypothetically speaking, of course. Titillating headlines, dramatic court cases, and discourse about what Me Too had accomplished became the focus. It should always have been the focus. When you start a social movement, the objective is not just awareness and clout. It is, I would assume, doing something. Having some sort of effect that you can measure. Because otherwise, what's the point? What separates it from me simply trying to make a viral tweet about anything else? Or me trying to start a YouTube career, for example? What is the difference? But while those individual stories may be relevant, they aren't at all descriptive of what this movement is, or prescriptive for where it is going. When Me Too went viral on October 15, 2017, millions of people around the world made a courageous decision to reveal their darkest secrets. There were people trying to reveal them before and after, and some of those people have been left in the dust. But go on. The sheer number, 12 million responses on social media in 24 hours, ensured that the stories could not be ignored. Many survivors, like me, felt simultaneous dread and hope at this vulnerable moment of reckoning. But I also knew that moments like this were once in a lifetime for movements like ours. I would say that the movement has been once in a lifetime too, and that its lifetime has passed. I cut my teeth learning from veterans of some of the most important movements of the past century: civil rights, black liberation, labor, and anti-apartheid. The elders would often share stories of how they capitalized on national attention. Sometimes they created these crucial moments, like Rosa Parks refusing to give up her seat on the bus, which led to the Montgomery bus boycott. Sometimes these moments were born out of tragedy, like the murder of Jimmy Lee Jackson, which led to Bloody Sunday and the march from Selma to Montgomery. These organizers had been prepared to act, and our movement was no different. You ever realize that a lot of these have to do with American history, specifically black history? And when you start to think about why this movement seems to be so bent on conforming to American cultural tropes and narratives, yeah, this is why. Oh, this gem of a quote. Oh, fuck. Alright, so after this section, Tarana Burke says the following, quote, "The world is forever changed because of Me Too. The language we use is shifting, replacing words like victim with survivor, replacing words like rape with have sex." Nah, sorry, that's just a joke. That's not actually what she wrote. That's certainly the case with male victims anyways. We talk about mental health and healing, and employers are crafting thoughtful human resource policies, not just reacting after a workplace crisis. Consumers are more conscientious about the cultural content they consume and vocal about calling out rape culture when they see it. Now this is the coup de grace. Do these changes translate to more people going to jail for the crime of sexual assault? Probably not. But I have a better question. Is that the goal? Ms. Burke, by what metric do you propose we evaluate the effectiveness of your movement if this is not the goal? Not even that, right? She didn't just say no. She said probably not. That implies that she's not even keeping track. Again, you would think that you would at least look at this, right? If only to refute its relevance to your movement as an evaluatory measure. But no, probably not. That flippant tone means, yeah, nah, I don't think it matters that much. Haven't checked recently, but who knows? Like, what? What was this movement designed to do? And this is where we circle back to that theory of this was just supposed to be a safe space that kept expanding outwards. Because this does not convey to me someone who is invested in putting perpetrators in jail. This does not strike me as somebody who has the steel, the power, the, I suppose, cold, callous hardness to put a criminal behind bars. And it is a wonder as to why they don't use this as an evaluatory metric. Because as I suspect, based off of what Me Too has been busy with, the needle probably wouldn't have moved that much at all. They talk about replacing language, and yet everywhere you look, so long as the victim isn't a woman, the language remains as egregious as ever. They talk about crafting mental health and healing, right? They talk about crafting thoughtful human resource policies, not just reacting. Well, we'll see later the effect that has had on the workplace. Consumers are more conscientious about cultural content they consume and vocal about calling out rape culture. What rape culture? Again, we haven't even been convinced that a rape culture exists. There is a difference between the cocoon, the contextual cocoon that individual abusers are able to warp reality to around themselves, and wider systems that create our society. This is a conflation between the two, a conflation that I refute, and I suspect many others would refute as well. Basically, she didn't do anything, or at least it doesn't look like the movement is really keeping track, right? Because this is an actual tangible change. When a predator is forcefully put in jail, kept away from the rest of the population, that is a real, tangible change. Again, you can't stop abusers from striking whenever they have an opportunity or whenever they create an opportunity for themselves. But you can make it so that, should you be able to tag them, prove that they are an abuser, that they will never touch another person again. That is what you can do. And if you give that up in favor of what? Pursuing the idealistic goal of eliminating sexual violence altogether? I'm sorry. But this is not a movement that is going to accomplish what you say it will. To go on. For decades, there have been laws against sexual violence. There is no evidence that carceral solutions are actually working. What do you mean there is no evidence that carceral solutions are working? And what do you propose as an alternative? Sure, if you incarcerate every person who commits an assault, maybe it doesn't really move the needle that much. But I guarantee you that if you incarcerate that abuser is not going to get the chance to abuse another person. What we want is to dig up the roots of sexual violence so that it doesn't happen in the first place. And this is where we hit peak, idealistic, hyperopic, utopic arrogance. What she is describing is precognition, trying to identify behaviors, indications that someone is an abuser and intervene before they strike. You know what this is going to do? This is going to fuck over a lot of people who exhibit false positives. Because, like I keep saying, abusers are ambush predators. They are camouflage predators. That is what they rely on to make their move. And this, we are going to dig up the roots of sexual violence. You cannot dig up the roots of the things that break human nature, because that is what abusers are. People who have had their humanity so fundamentally broken that they are now incapable of existing without inflicting that pain on another human being. How do you dig up the roots of childhood abuse? How do you dig up the roots of, well, how do you dig up the roots of the cold and callous atrocities that parents who should never have been allowed to have children? The roots of the cruelty that those are capable of inflicting upon a child. Because there is a lot of evidence to suggest that a lot of abusive behavior stems from childhood trauma. So how do you propose to uproot that? How do you uproot? How do you intervene to stop the abusers of the abusers from abusing the abuser in a way that would lead the abuser to become abusive in the future? How do you do that? Because I would love to know. And I suspect that if you were to think through what you are proposing, you would realize that you don't seem to know either. This is an absurd suggestion. I don't think we need to say why precognition does not work. But again, when you remove actions from the context that renders them abusive, and you try to use those as the measure of who is an abuser and who isn't, well, again, you're going to throw up a lot of false positives, and genuine abusers are going to mask regardless. They are not going to be affected by this at all. Yeah, it is exactly that, occult eyes. It is a psychopath situation where they want to stop the crime before it happens. Again, when prevention is not based on reality, it is just avoidance. And this is what I mean when I talk about this movement being founded, enacted on the premise of avoidance. this is a movement that is not really geared at dealing with sexual assault, with sexual violence. It is geared at avoiding it, preventing it before it ever happens, giving victims an immediate place to go once it does happen, totally ignoring the idea that you can't completely prevent it. And again, avoidance doesn't work. You can package it however you like, but that's simply not how reality works. That's not how human nature works. If we could tell a human monster apart from a normal human being, we would not be in the situation that we are in. Try explaining to mainstream media, or most people in general, that women are capable of being reprehensible monsters, and you will already encounter a lot of pushback. Because, again, there are certain groups of people, certain types of people, that society, especially Western society in general, assumes to be inherently virtuous, pure, innocent, etc. And now, understand that, well, how do I say? Even if you aren't constantly pushing against deeply embedded social ideals, it is simply hubris to suggest that you would be able to tell a monster by looking at it without the benefit of hindsight. And that's the problem. If you want to stop victims from being victimized again, sure, you might accomplish that goal. But if your goal is to stop the influx of new victims, relying on a method while neglecting the role hindsight plays in actually rendering that method effective, is going to fuck up your movement. But in any case, the Me Too movement has made it so that high-profile cases can't be ignored, but blaming the movement for their unfavorable outcomes is to turn a blind eye to the systems of power and privilege that created them. Again, this demonizes power and privilege. Sometimes, well, I would argue to say most times actually, when you see power and privilege, it is more often than not earned. Because as much as it is tempting to view power and privilege as a celebrity thing or a politics thing, it is more often than not a social thing. You see this in social dynamics, for example, when people are afforded the privilege of respect, when people are afforded the power of having an opinion worth listening to. And generally speaking, in society, power and privilege are, I would say, earned. Yes, there are high-profile cases where it is abused, where it is not earned, where it is simply handed over to an undeserving party. But to define all of power and privilege as undeserved and pathological is to simply go too far. Oh, sorry, I included the same bit twice because I was a little cooked. In any case, the reality of sexual violence in this country is told in these millions of posts across social media from October 2017. It's told in stories whispered in my ear by little black girls in Selma, Allah back in 2006, when Me Too began. These everyday people have had their lives interrupted by a violence they didn't ask for, their trauma mocked by a culture that is more invested in shaming or ignoring them than being held accountable to them. So I guess nothing has changed. Their pursuit of healing and justice betrayed by a system that doesn't serve them. Again, nothing has changed. It's just that the people who it's happening to have changed. And if you settle for that, I'm sorry. You're not an activist. You're just a Marxist. But speaking of stats, I kind of understand why she wouldn't want to look at them. Because I tried pulling up national crime victimization surveys from the American Bureau of Justice Statistics. Now, again, this is basically just a survey that documents, that documents information about criminal victimization. Again, this is, to my understanding, actual proved instances where a crime has been committed, and now these are just stats regarding, for example, whether that crime was reported before it was discovered or not. And when you pull up the surveys done in 2017 and the survey done in 2022, and you compare the way that they operate when it comes to rape and sexual assault, again, the percentage of victimizations reported versus the percentage not reported, you get a pretty, how do I say, not a great picture of the effectiveness of Me Too. Now, I will say, when I looked at this graph, what am I saying? When I looked at this graph, I'm not the best at reading data. So if you want to find these for yourself, you can go to this website and find them as well to confirm what I am saying. It is entirely possible that I've read this wrong. So if you go and check for yourself that it is wrong, just let me know in the comments or something. I'll issue an amendment to my next stream. However, to my understanding, when you take the rate at which rape and sexual assault happen per 1,000 people in 2022 that have been reported to police, and you compare that with the rate at which those crimes have occurred in victimizations that haven't been reported to police, and you turn that into a percentage, what you end up getting is that in 2016 to 2017, or 2017, the percentage of victimizations reported in that year were 40.4%. But the percentage of victimizations that were reported in 2022 was 21.1%. Again, it could be possible that I simply calculated it wrong, but this is a decrease in the percentage of proven cases of victimization where victims have actually reported it to police. I would assume that this is the metric above any other that you would use to evaluate the effectiveness of your movement. That was based on the whole premise of getting people to speak out about their abuse. If this is accurately measured, if this is true, that is not a great indication that your movement has done what you claim it should be doing. So, again, I want to make this very clear. I'm not a data scientist. I can be wrong, and if I'm wrong, I will issue a correction. However, based off of this, yeah, that's not great. Mercurius Orcus, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. That's very kind of you. I hope you enjoy your time here to the 5 new footstools. To move on, to finally get towards the end of finishing this article. Holy shit, this has been an almost 8-hour stream. It will probably end up being 8 and a bit, if not 9 hours, by the time I'm finished going through everything that I, intended to get through. However, to continue with the essay that Burke wrote, if the past 5 years have taught us anything, let it be that Me Too is not a spectator sport. Its fate is not decided in the court of law or the court of public opinion. Well, I'm sorry, because it's dealing with a crime, which is the domain of law, and it's a social media movement, which is public opinion. But go off, Queen. The Me Too movement is what we make it. By how we commit to dismantling rape culture and undermining the violence it creates. It's how we take responsibility for creating a world without sexual violence, and how we respond to the needs of the survivors who are already here. Like that woman in the bathroom who wished that Christine Blasey Ford remembered more, so long as we, in one breath, say that we believe survivors and in another deny them the dignity they deserve, we will be focusing on answering the wrong questions and overlooking the right ones. What wrong questions? How effective your movement is? What measures you have to evaluate the effectiveness of your movement? Why is it that your movement insists on racializing and, converting an issue that should be global, is human, into a gendered one that conforms to cultural tropes that are present in America and nowhere else? Those questions? Like how we created a world where 12 million outcries in 24 hours isn't enough for us to fight like hell to address it. The problem is, 12 million outcries is not even a drop in the bucket compared to the number of outcries that actually are taking place. 12 million, 24 million, 108 million. Whatever number you choose, so long as you continue to be selective with who your movement does and does not represent, 12 million will never be enough. In her book, Breathe, A Letter to My Sons, the feminist scholar and author Imani Perry writes, "Awareness is not a virtue in and of itself, not without a moral imperative. 5 years ago, millions of people across the globe used the hashtag #MeToo to find safety and solidarity. Survivors introduced a world of possibility to the fight to end sexual violence. Now we are moving beyond the hashtag to build a culture predicated on consent and harm reduction. This is our moral imperative." What that quote conveniently forgets is that when a moral imperative is not based on reality, it is not moral, it is just an imperative. It is dogma. It is not anything that will bring a good outcome to the individual or to society, because it is fundamentally divorced from reality. A culture predicated on consent and harm reduction. Consent, I am okay with, as long as you apply consent outside of sex as well. But harm reduction? You are really going to pretend, even after all this time, that it is still possible to completely eliminate sexual violence? And you're going to make that your moral imperative? I'm sorry, but that's not a moral imperative. That is a dogma. The millions of outcries can't be unheard, but there are millions more that will remain unheard. By the way, that's me talking, not her. To those who came forward, the words can't be unsaid. Survivors did their part by waking the world up to this crisis. Please don't let another 68 seconds pass without doing yours. Again, this other implication of wider guilt, right? That everyone is complicit in, quote, rape culture. Again, I don't believe that. I disagree with that. And I think you will find that when that implicit premise is brought screeching and crying out into the daylight, a lot of people will disagree with it as well. I thought he was going to say something other than dogma. I have no idea what you mean, Mercurius. Now, the problem is, when you are going with preventative measures as your base form, right, your base way that you try to eliminate sexual violence, it doesn't work. So what ends up happening is you introduce all of these new rules, all of these new practices, all of these new measures, but none of them do anything. And we have a technical term for this: security theater. Performative measures that are designed to provide the impression of increased safety, but do little to actually facilitate more effective prevention of or response to a crisis. Like I said, impose however many rules you like, impose whatever rules you like. Predators aren't going to care. And predators aren't going to be affected either. To give you an example of this, back in the Cold War, people would do drills in classrooms for in case a nuclear bomb was dropped nearby or something. They would do drills where they would hide under the desk or put on a gas mask. And again, this is an example of security theater. Should a nuke be dropped near your school, nothing you do will save you, let alone putting on a mask or hiding under your desk. But it made people feel better. Now, thing is, we are now seeing the same thing happening in universities. I remember that in my uni, in the first year that every student joined, they had to do something called a consent questionnaire. And this was the most stupid and the most obvious of questions. This would be stuff like, for example, John wants to have sex with Jane, but Jane is drunk and passed out on the couch. what should John do? Like, no shit, Sherlock, just leave her alone, or maybe at most put her in recovery position or something. But, like, who is this designed for? And everyone I spoke to had the same exact opinion. Who was this quiz designed for? Because, let me tell you, a rapist is not going to take this and suddenly go, oh, fuck, silly me, I shouldn't have fucked Jane while she was drunk on the couch. Like, huh? Who is this supposed to be for? Anyone who understands consent is not going to need to do a questionnaire in order to understand what consent means. All this has done is provide another bit of bloat to measures that are only in place to give the impression of safety and security. If someone is assaulted on a college campus, you think this questionnaire would have helped to prevent that? No. So again, that gets to the heart of the issue. What is this for? Who is this for? What the fuck is supposed to be the goal of introducing this into our spaces? And this is what I mean about taking a safe space and trying to expand it until it engulfs the rest of society. It might sound cruel, but safe spaces do not deserve to be omnipresent, because then they start to interfere with other people's spaces. And if you acknowledge that everyone deserves their own space, expanding your safe space outwards indefinitely will only result in more resentment building up towards what you are trying to do. This is not effective. You cannot justify the inclusion of this based off of efficacy, so you have to justify it based off of something else. And well, that something else is going to be a little shaky at best. But in any case, when we actually look at the legacy of Me Too, what we see aside from security theatre are a few rather disturbing trends that are beginning to be reported on in little pockets of mainstream media. For example, there was a study that came out in 2023, or a study that was done in, I believe, around 2015, and the results were only published around 8 years later or something, about how women are now less likely to be given CPR than men in public places, but in private spaces, older people are less likely to be given CPR. Oh, again, yeah, I think a few of you, if you are on Twitter, you would have seen this become a controversy a few days ago, I believe. But yeah, apparently men are more likely to receive CPR in public than women. Now, I can't imagine why that would be in 2015, but the thing is, this article that was published in, I believe, earlier on this year, if not sometime in 2023, found the same thing. Men and women are refusing to give life-saving CPR. Men are refusing to give life-saving CPR to a woman because they're afraid to touch their breasts. And in 2017, you also had another article by The Guardian echoing the same sentiment. Fear of touching women's breasts may be a barrier to giving CPR, researchers say. Study finds that women are less likely than men to be treated by bystanders. It can be kind of daunting thinking about pushing hard on a woman's chest. And mind you, this study and this study were different, to my knowledge at least. So, yeah, fear of accusation, exactly. Me Too has created new stigmas to replace the old ones that they were apparently moving to dismantle. On top of that, like I said, when you create a culture where the discussion of evidence and the scrutiny of evidence becomes taboo, when you erode the idea of innocent until proven guilty, what you then get is a culture where false accusations become a scourge. And sure, they may only happen 2 to 10% of the time, but boy, does that 2 to 10% become a massive, massive impact in terms of the way that people look at the rest of society, the way that men look at women, the way that people approach dating, the way that people approach intimacy or interaction, anything short of signing a contract that you have given consent to have sex, right? You had the Katie Bugs and George Not Found mess that happened earlier on. I can't even remember if it was this year because so many things have happened this year. You had the Quite situation that happened a while back. You had Kevin Spacey being accused of sexual assault, and found not guilty afterwards, although his name is still in the mud. Johnny Depp managed to prove that at the very least, he wasn't the only abuser in that relationship. I personally lean more towards Amber Heard being the abuser, but again, he has not had his return back into the mainstream just yet. Like I said, these stigmas linger. And as a result, if you create a culture that erodes the sanctity of innocent until proven guilty, and yet you don't condemn the women or the non-binary people or the men that come out with these false accusations, well, your movement has precious few things left to deal with the fallout, the public fallout that debacles like this create. On top of that, you now see a little bit of a shift in how men and women approach one another. For example, earlier on this year, Ninja came into a bit of controversy for saying that he is never alone in a room with another woman unless that woman is his wife, right? And people gave him a lot of shit for this. But at the same time, you also had other people acknowledging, okay, this is the price that you pay for wanting to be completely free of the risk of any sort of false accusation. We currently have the XQC adept situation going on in the background, and I think we all know what that is. So again, there are these cases, highly publicized as well, where you have false accusers that are not taken to task, and now that people are responding to that, and people are preempting that, behaving accordingly, they are ridiculed, they are made fun of, as if the threat is not a real one, which simply is not true, and the risk gets exponentially higher the more wealthy and high profile you become as a person. Now, on top of that, we looked at how Me Too talked about creating more safe HR practices. However, what has now ended up happening is that men are now avoiding women in the workplace. There is no sort of, social interaction between the sexes has been curtailed, at least in the workplace, according to various studies and articles like this one. And yet, in 2019, this trend was already beginning to pick up, and there were articles coming out by publications like The Guardian, where the female journalists who wrote them, mind you, kept ribbing on men for avoiding women. Like, what do you mean? What do you expect to happen? You do understand that when you make prevention the order of the day, when you start making people hyper self-conscious about the things they do and say, the only people who aren't going to be affected by that are abusers. Everyone else is going to become hyper-conscious, extra vigilant, sometimes to the point of possibly, cutting themselves off from other people, isolating themselves. And again, if you don't like this, this is the bed you made for yourself when you decided to push for that measure without any sort of countermeasures in place, without any sort of evaluative measures to judge the effectiveness of what you are advocating for. And now we are starting to see the results of this. On top of that, you now have entire videos that get hundreds of thousands, if not millions of views, talking about how both sexes are currently going through a loneliness epidemic, how dating is pretty much fucked nowadays, or at least getting really close to fucked. Now, I do want to make this very clear. Me Too is not to blame for, not the primary reason as to why dating is fucked. There are a multitude of other reasons. But I don't think it's unreasonable to say that Me Too has contributed to it, at least a little bit. And on top of that, there are now entire channels that have cropped up, like for example, Ho Math, that now has around almost 600k subscribers, with videos numbering into millions of views, simply breaking down relationships, interactions between men and women in the most mechanical way possible. And again, this would probably not be as in demand if we still had an environment where men and women could approach one another without the threat of any sort of, to put it in the way that I think Shuon Head put it in one of her videos. If men and women could interact with one another instead in a way that didn't conform with HR, or in a way that didn't imply that everyone lived in HR world. Again, these relationship tutorials, these, how to approach people, is a natural consequence, I would think, of making people hyper aware of the things they do or don't do or say when they're interacting with someone of the opposite sex or someone that they are romantically interested in. And, well, speaking of Armchair is so cooked when he begins to timestamp this. You are absolutely right, Sinful Lad, and I am not exactly looking forward to that, but that's a problem for me in a few hours. I did hit the 8-hour mark. Let's go. I'm breaking records today. But speaking of all of this, right? Here's where we get into something quite interesting about current day society. Have you noticed that modern dating advice tends to diverge quite significantly depending on whether the dating advice is aimed at men or women? And this is not something that has come out as a result of some sort of study. This is just anecdotal evidence, right? Have you noticed that when it comes to dating advice, men tend to be told some variation of "don't be creepy," and women tend to be told some variation of "you deserve better"? Now, what this also does is that this creates a unique problem for each of the sexes. Men now have the issue of appropriate context, right? In what situations is it appropriate to approach a woman with romantic intent? Whereas women now have the opposite problem of better selection, right? How do you maximize your available pool of possible suitors and pick one out that suits you best, right? And the thing is, suspiciously enough, there is one thing that, on the surface at least, presents a silver bullet solution to both of these problems. Dating apps. Now, when you look at the usage of dating apps, well, I mean, if you look at the usage from 2015 to current day, dating apps have absolutely exploded in use. So, you have these monumental leaps between 2017 and 2018. And you also have this gigantic leap from 2020 to 2021. Now this, I would assume that this is, this is leaps in revenue, by the way. This is what I would assume to be COVID, right? The leap from 2017 to 2018, 2018 to 2019. I'm not going to say that's Me Too, right? Because it could be any number of factors that I'm not aware of, right? But again, I wouldn't be in disbelief if it contributed either. Now, when you look at the number of users, you see a similar kind of steady increase from 2015 all the way up to present day. And, well, when you look at the way that dating app usage is concentrated, you start to see something very interesting. As with most other kinds of apps, you have a few apps that pretty much blow all of the others out of the water, right? If you look at this article from Business of Apps from 2024, global dating users by app, right? At the very tippy top, you have Tinder, absolutely mogging every other dating app, right? Then you have Badoo, then Bumble, then Hinge, then Tantan, Grindr, Happen, Plenty of Fish, Match, OkCupid, Zoosk, and eHarmony. Now, the interesting thing here is, well, when you look at the top performing apps, did you know that out of this top 10 list, 5 of them, Hinge, OkCupid, Tinder, Plenty of Fish, and Match, are not really competitors? Because they're owned by the same parent company, a massive corporation called Match Group. Match Group, which has been steadily acquiring these dating apps as part of to build up what has now become the largest portfolio of dating apps owned worldwide from 2009 to the present. And when you look at the value of this company, it is absolutely massive. 14.8 million, well, they refer to them as players, 3.5 billion revenue, 40 plus different services that they have now acquired. Number one in downloads, Tinder, and number one highest grossing. This is the secret megacorp that is slowly chugging its way into joining FANGs, at least in my opinion. I do think it will get there given another, well, let's say, decade or so. Coincidentally, Match Group is also a sponsor of the Me Too movement. And the reason why Match Group sticks out like a sore thumb is almost every other funding partner of Me Too is some sort of philanthropy fund, right? Some sort of philanthropic movement or some sort of philanthropic venture or whatever. This is one of the only actual corporations, businesses, that fund this movement. When a movement doesn't do what it claims to do, and you ask, why is it still going? The next question you should always ask is, who's backing it? And why? At least in my opinion. And it is, I'm not saying that there is some sort of conspiracy, but it is a little eyebrow raising. And it isn't just it's not just a surface level, superficial funding link between the two. They even have Tarana Burke, or they got Tarana Burke on board, involved in the workings of their company in 2018. In 2018, a news publication by the name of Fast Company released the following article. Me Too founder Tarana Burke is joining Match Group's new sexual assault advisory board. Now, when you look at the nature of this advisory board, what it claims to do, Match Group created the Match Group Advisory Council, a group of industry-leading experts and advocates involved in the study and prevention of sexual assault, abuse, online harassment, and related issues. The MGAC will have an integral role in the development of Match Group's safety features and resources and provide guidance on the policies and product. My hardest days in the organization over 10 years were the really rare occasions where you'd see the headline that something happened with one of our users, says Mandy Ginsberg, Chief Executive Officer of Match Group. Adding that one incident is too many, Ginsberg is ready to collaborate formally with specialists to find solutions, noting that this is quote, great that there are so many louder and more voices to this than ever before. Again, this was essentially a group that they created ostensibly for the purposes of helping them prevent sexual assault facilitated through their app. And, well, to my knowledge at least, Tarana Burke is no longer involved with Match Group. However, when you look at their Match Group Advisory Council in its current iteration, there is still involvement from Me Too. Danny Ayers, the CEO of the Me Too movement, who is still on the board of Match Group's Advisory Council. To continue reading through the article that I brought up earlier, the dating world has changed, and as more people meet via dating apps and online services, more predators are using those sites too. Back in 2011, Match.com settled a lawsuit with a woman who claimed that she was sexually assaulted by a fellow member of the site. While Match posts safety tips for online dating, critics say dating services can do more to keep their users safe. Now, Match Group is taking a step towards doing just that. The company behind popular matchmaking services like Tinder, OkCupid, and Match.com is forming a new board with the mission of preventing sexual assault. There we see the influence of Me Too. To give the new Match Group Safety Advisory Council some teeth, they have conscripted 6 members, including Tarana Burke, who founded the #MeToo movement and serves as the Senior Director of Girls for Gender Equity. The council, which will convene 4 times a year, will advise Match Group on how to improve safety on its platforms, and study how safety plays out on online dating platforms, and could advise Match Group on new safety features, like a possible RAIN hotline. Now, in the next section of this article, they say, a cynic might point out that Match made the move in the wake of legislation like SESTA or FOSTA. Now, we'll get to what those are in a second, but it's almost like they read my mind. But to answer the unspoken question, no, I'm not a cynic because of how exactly because of the timing around the release of a new legislation, which, in their words, could make online platforms liable if they knowingly facilitate sex trafficking. No, I'm cynical for another reason. Because if you claim to care so much about sexual assault, 1, why only do something like this, 7 years after you had allegations that you facilitated sexual assault against one of your members? And 2, why did you settle that lawsuit instead of allowing it to run its course? Because, in my opinion, you usually settle something if you want the matter to remain private as possible, and that's not exactly very forthcoming or transparent. So, that is why I would view this as more of a cynical partnership than an altruistic one. Now, FOSTA, funnily enough, was a new bit of legislation that was introduced, to my knowledge, in somewhere around, I think, 2017, late 2017, early 2018. And the funny thing is, it was, again, another example of something that was put into effect with good intentions, right? It was something that was intended to make platforms take user safety seriously. If they were found to be complicit in any sort of sex trafficking, they would be held liable. Except, I'll just read out this article that was written, in the Columbia Human Rights Law Review, called FOSTA in Legal Context. Quote, what it finds is that the legal effects of FOSTA have been far outstripped by its policy outcomes. More than 2 years after its passage, only 1 prosecution has been brought under the new criminal provision. Very few lawsuits have been brought against online platforms for sex trafficking, despite a lack of immunity. However, FOSTA, I forgot to explain what FOSTA stands for. I believe it is, give me a second to have a look at this real quick. I left it out of the acronym. It was something along the lines of to allow fight against sex trafficking act or something along those lines. But in any case, despite the fact that it hasn't really been used as intended, FOSTA has had the widespread effect of internet companies choosing to ban any user that has any link with sex work, because they don't want to be held liable in case that sex work is sex trafficking. So what ends up happening is that these apps, in a bid to just save themselves the chance of liability, if you have any sort of sex work attached to your identity, these apps will just stop you from being able to use them. And that's pretty much it. Yet another case of, the utopic vision of an intended change falling flat on its face. And to just give you an idea, to make sure that you're not under any illusions that Match Group is somehow more altruistic than any other company. In 2019, September of 2019, Match Group was sued by the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, for to read out the case as it is stated. The FTC alleges that the company used fake love interest advertisements to trick hundreds of thousands of consumers into purchasing paid subscriptions on Match.com. The agency also alleges that Match has unfairly exposed consumers to the risk of fraud and engaged in other allegedly deceptive and unfair practices. For instance, the FTC alleges Match offered false promises of guarantees, failed to provide services to consumers who unsuccessfully disputed charges, and made it difficult for users to cancel their subscriptions. So again, well, this is simply a case that Match Group does not seem to really have user well-being at the core of its operations, let's just say. And mind you, this was after they opened up the Match Group Safety Advisory Council, which was supposed to be ostensibly for the premises of ensuring safety for users. On top of that, there is also another lawsuit that is currently underway as of this year, as of Valentine's Day this year, funnily enough, where Match Group is being sued for predatory business models. 6 plaintiffs, are suing Match Group, the owner of Tinder, Hinge, and League, alleging that the dating apps are a far cry from being designed to be deleted, which is Hinge's slogan. The class action lawsuit, filed on Valentine's Day in federal court in San Francisco, claims that the apps profit from a predatory business model that promotes the gamification of dating, turning a search for love into something akin to a gambling addiction. And this isn't the only site that reported on it. NPR, The Guardian, even Reuters published articles on this same class action lawsuit. So again, this is no bleeding heart organization. Now, the other thing that I thought was funny is that Bloomberg Law came out with an article titled "Match Group Wants to Arbitrate Tinder Hinge Addiction Lawsuit." Online dating conglomerate Match Group said that Tinder and Hinge users suing the company over addictive designs must arbitrate any dispute because the users accepted the app's terms of use. In case that doesn't sound familiar, that's how Disney tried to dodge a lawsuit about their awful practices as well. And while I'm not saying it's one-to-one, right? It is kind of funny when you consider the two events happening within the span of the same half year. In other words, when you look at this partnership between Me Too and Match Group, a movement that no longer does what it claims that it does, when you look at the consequences of the movement that seem to be suspiciously conducive to creating greenhouse conditions for a massive tech company like Match Group to come in and take over aspects of people's lives, I can't say that this is a direct link or that there is any sort of nefarious connection going on here, right? But what I am saying is that this link is suspicious, to say the least. I want to remind you guys of that quote that I whipped out all 8 hours ago from Reed Hastings. "We're competing with sleep and we're winning." I want to remind you that the heads of these tech companies, even if they don't let on, are thinking about their business in terms of expanding out, not to take the place of other companies, but to supplant other aspects of your everyday life. The more aspects of your life they can take over, the better. And this is why I am highly suspicious of this partnership between Me Too and Match Group. Cynicism is warranted when you have cynical reasons, you have cynical reasons that serve to benefit you, in addition to whatever claims to compassion you are offering for, indulging in a certain action or a partnership such as this. Again, I want to make this clear. I am not alleging that there is anything nefarious going on. But what I want you to take away from this is that the threads that connect these massive tech companies to aspects of our lives, possibly aspects of our culture that are, influenced by social movements, cultural shifts, attitudes, etc., that may seem to be completely unrelated at first. The threads between them may run far deeper than you are aware of. So, never hesitate to question a social movement, regardless of how altruistic it seems, how virtuous its goals are, how compassionate the people who run it appear to be. Always question how these movements work. Social media should not be entrusted for social change, to implement social change. And social apps should not be entrusted to have your best interests at heart. So, if nothing else, right, in light of everything we've discussed today, understand that cynicism is not necessarily unwarranted. And, well, don't take anything at face value, essentially. And most importantly of all, don't fall for the hype. These companies, these movements can have visions for the future that you find very, very appealing. But always remind yourself at the end of the day that you need to first look at the more banal realities that would accompany how those movements, those companies, integrate themselves into your lives. Because unless you look at that, you are always going to be caught in the hype. You're always going to fall for the trap of hyperopia. And that is not somewhere where I think any of us want to be. So yeah, that's about it. Sweet KS. Let me take a look at your messages. I'm going to say again, if you are going to engage with discussions and disagreements in my chat, I am going to ask you to remain civil and not resort to lashing out. Sweet Chaos, I understand why you may be a little perturbed by some of the things that we've discussed, some of the viewpoints perhaps that I have expressed. However, I will ask that you go through. I suspect that if you have this kind of reaction, I suspect that you might not have tuned in throughout the entirety of what we were talking about. What I want to reiterate this, right? I am not against the original premise of the Me Too movement. I am against what they have become. I deem them to be a failed movement because they have failed to fulfill the promises that they came out with when they were first starting. Their goals have evolved to a point where it's no longer about representing victims. It is now about social change, politics. So, in any case, if you are going to continue to engage with discussions in chat, I ask that you remain civil. I wouldn't want to have to time out people too often. It does put a damper on things for at least a few seconds. Jane Doe, thank you for being a member for 2 months. Companies are trying to supplant human interaction. That they are. And again, they can find ways into people's lives in very ways that are very difficult to keep track of, so. Hey dude, thank you for being a member for 3 months. Armchair is fighting my sleep schedule and winning. I'm sorry for your loss, A2. It is an honor to hear that, though. It is an honor to hear that. Look, I'm pretty tuned in. I agree with you in the conclusion. These guys are bugging me because I called out incel behaviors. Again, please don't generalize. If you have a problem with somebody's behaviors or the way that they are expressing themselves, I ask that you do not resort to generalizations and shorthands like incel or woke or things like that. Because again, those words mean nothing nowadays. They're overused to the point of losing their meaning. Billy Aoki, thank you for the 2 hydration check. I appreciate it. Oh, actually, hold on a second. I may need to take a quick call. I'll switch. In the meantime, I'll switch over to the abduction screen. Please hold on tight for a sec. Something has happened, so I'm going to have to end stream here. We will hopefully return to expanding on this topic another time, but hopefully you found this stream to be at least somewhat informative. Let me check real quick to see if there's anyone around that I can quickly raid before I switch off stream. Everyone I would usually raid seems to be offline, so I might just end stream here. Again, this was a real marathon, and I'm sorry to leave this abruptly, but thanks for tuning in, you guys. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate all the support as well for what is a pretty heavy topic to get through. In any case, I'll be releasing a poll to decide on next week's stream topic. Probably sometime tomorrow, if not later on today. So keep your eyes on my community tab, like, subscribe, all of that stuff. And yeah, thanks for tuning in. I'll see you guys next time. Otsuche.